I've been muted. I've been muted. But I've only been live for like 2 minutes, and I found out I was muted without anyone telling me. Look at me. I'm so
Fine.
smart.
Plays just
You are my
subscribed.
little sock champ.
Oh, thanks, Sogchamp.
Come
I
here.
appreciate the subscribabilies. Happy Pride. Are you ready for Wrath? Sometimes I get overwhelmed by all the icons and all the fucking everything. Yeah, I didn't say we were live on our Discord. There we go. Alright, I don't know if I want to say I'm going to be playing as fast and loose, but I definitely need to be flexible for this stream because we've literally told at least 20 people we know that they can pop into the stream if they want. So that might happen. We're trying to get more comfortable having other people on stream with us. I mean, not to say that we aren't comfortable at all, but like, I don't know, like we know folks who like have someone on stream with them like nearly every time they stream, and I don't think we'd ever want to necessarily do that, but we do want to get more comfortable with just doing it and it not having to be a big thing. Awa?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, hi.
Hi. I don't know if I have a thingy for you. We might have. I'm sure we've had you on here at least once before. I don't know
For
if you-
100% orange juice I've done, and last stream.
That was a while ago. I don't know when the last time we played 100% orange juice.
It has been such a long while.
Do you have a reactive Fugi?
I do not know that at all.
Okay. I'll link you to it, and then you can like load something up there, and then you'll give me a link, and then I can put it in, like, and you'll have a PNG. If you have a PNG, you don't even have to use like your own persona if you don't want to. I've had people come on here and use like an anime character PNG or something.
Oh, so
It's basically I'm basically giving you a link to a website that you can upload a PNG on, and just by being in a Discord call with someone who has like already is using it, it'll just come up in my OBS.
okay, that sounds super cool.
Yeah, a lot of streaming resources are like pretty accessible, and like there's a lot of like free resources. I mean, of course, OBS is freeware, although we use a really old version of OBS because some of the plugins that we use have been discontinued in the versions we have access to. So we have to use an older version of OBS to use certain things. So we're kind of like we have hackneyed together a weird fucking system here, of like lots of like free to use sort of resources. I have a thing where whatever's on my main monitor where I like play games or like just what the stream can see, that light is displayed on our PNGs or our VTuber models, as if the light was actually hitting us in like quote unquote real life.
Gosh.
You didn't ask me. I did not ask you.
Oh.
Specchio. Don't you work today or something? Aren't you? You're not a NEET anymore. It wasn't a random 20 people, mind you. We have a collab server of, well, there's some friends and partners there, but a lot of people we collaborate with specifically, including a fair amount of fellow VTubers. So there's that. Though if you want to be on a stream, we may let you get on our birthday stream. On the 12th, the day after our birthday, we're probably going to do a stream where we play Small Saga and voice the characters. And that's like a Saturday. I don't know if you will have several hours to be on a stream, but you know, as with anything, we let anyone jump in or jump out. We are not so dependent on someone else being on our stream that we have to end if someone leaves. Though I think every year consistently we've tried to play a game with some people that we enjoy being around while voicing the characters. Last year it was the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, and that was fucking fun as hell. And because it happens on Amy's birthday, it was just like, I gotta play it on my birthday. Like, games that take place on birthdays, so cool. I'm actually waiting for a game that takes place on a birthday. It's been like, damn, I think it's been like 3 or 4 years in development at this point.
Which one?
It's called Bittersweet Birthday. It's a boss, like a boss rushy game. There's no like minor enemies. There's only bosses, and like I guess there's like a exploration, visual novelty aspect. And it has a lot to do with like fucking weird deities and like human experimentation. It's super cute though. It looks like a fucking SNES game. I wish I could use this as an excuse to play it right now, because, you know, demo, but as far as I know, no one on the team is queer, so I'm not doing that right now. I'm only gonna play games right now on our list that are queer in nature by queer developers until I get through the list, or at least most of the way through. Although, I'm actually not doing that right now. I'm actually gonna do some drawing right now, which is why I have music playing in the background. Obviously, you can't hear it. Oh, also, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey, I am going by usually Signin or Persia right now. Any pronouns work, basically. I've been a partner of Floss for quite a long while at this point.
For longer than we've been streaming. We go way back.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna be editing just a picture just for a reactive
okay
thing.
That's super cool. I love parallel playing. That's also the thing that I try to stress to people that we don't that we know don't like stream or stream often, or like, you know, are a streamer, where it's like I have to constantly be entertaining but you don't. Not to say that you were necessarily worried about that.
Yeah, not
You're making a second channel now? What's it gonna be about? Oh Oh yeah, you can't see my chat. I should send. You can if you go to the.
I have it. I have it Twitch open on my other.
Okay. Specchio, yeah, you actually can voice act. It's.
Yeah.
I mean, I can give you a crash course later if you want to like do a thing. We used to actually do like some like voice training like exercises in our server. Maybe we should start doing that again. And I know voice training is a little bit different, but if you want to be able to play with different tonations and different sounds, then it's very useful. I think what a lot of people think about when they think voice acting is like very much like putting on a voice, especially in the sense of like doing impressions. I can't really do impressions, but then again, I haven't practiced and worked on impressions. We try to sort of feel. I mean, there's a lot. We're theater kids, so keep that in mind. But there's a lot of ways that there's a lot of approaches you can come to acting. But I would say that one very useful one is like being in the moment. Like the truth of the moment is what makes like acting real, even though it's technically fake. In my opinion, that's what like sells a performance. Like if someone's crying during a scene, they might not be actually like deeply emotionally affected, but they might be. But you can also show despair in different ways. Like depending on what you feel comfortable expressing, you can also like shape what you do around what you already know. So you don't have to like quote put on a voice. You can use your own voice and not try to like change it you can change your tone and how you stress words without actually like making your voice do anything weird or different. And that's also voice acting.
Yeah, like I know we've have been expanding our vocal capacities a lot, especially with like rising and falling tones because of learning Chinese, as well as and practicing that, as well as with singing, like humming more, and like as I practice more, I find it a lot easier to like adjust my voice higher, lower, and like hold specific tones too.
Okay. I think what helped us a lot early was just, something that we still struggle with, regularity of practicing. Honestly, I'm gonna be real, like, we definitely need to practice more, and us streaming less has definitely affected that. And it's super funny because, like, it feels like a lot of work, like a lot of things, especially when you're starting out. But once you get into a rhythm of things, like someone like me who definitely needs to practice like regularly a lot, in the same way that like maybe exercising regularly during your week is like really, really important. Doing your vocal exercises are like really important. But once you've trained enough, it is a muscle. So like, it's not hard to get into like that certain voice. And most people don't modulate their voice like we do. Most people, in terms of like, I guess like gender stuff, are usually going in one direction, or at least I assume they do, because I think there's probably more binary trans folks than there are like non-binary trans folks. Maybe? I don't know. It's just like a thing where like it was for us not likely to find voice training stuff that wasn't separated by your gender is this, so you obviously want to go down or up. and it was only because of our plurality, or it was mostly because of our plurality at first, that we even had interest in training our voice up and down, because the headmate that would become Dusk, I guess, voiced a desire for us to train down as well, because something we learned early on is that you will fry your ability to have a deeper voice if you get into that higher register and you're in there for long enough. Like, in the way that I'm like, once you practice, it's a muscle and you have that muscle memory you can just kind of launch into. In that same way, you probably, after a while, I say like a year, you won't even notice, and then maybe you'll try to go low as like, be like, oh, look how deep my voice used to be, and then it's all like crackling and stuff, and you're like, wow, I can't even go that low anymore. Which, you know, for a lot of trans films, it'll probably be pretty euphoric, but we like having that versatility. But as a voice actor, I think that's really important too. The Five Nights at Freddy's thing that we showed on Discord yesterday, very interestingly, one of the characters, the little boy who got his head squished, in his first appearance on the show, it was done by the animator himself because he didn't have any voice actors, and I think one of his friends who did an essay about it was literally like, oh, it's so much better now that they got like a woman to do like the prepubescent boy voices, and makes a comment of, yeah, because a grown man can't believably sound like even a boy kid. And in our head, when we heard that, on one hand we wanted to be like, nuh-uh, but it's like,
yeah,
Fluff, yeah. Are you a grown man? And it's like, some might say I'm quite delusional, actually. I don't usually acknowledge that on stream because we're all like have drank the Kool-Aid of like Therianism and everything else, but like like most people, I mean, that one guy made a crazy furries list for a very liberal right Wojak reason, but also I am pretty special. Sorry for talking over you. What did you want to say?
So for us, our system we do have very specific voices we want to train towards. At least we get the feeling of the voices in Headspace, and we kind of have an inkling of like the direction we need to go to get there. But like, our different headmates each have different wants as well. For us, our vocalizations, a lot of them, we have a kind of visualization of kind of like our throat and mouth as we speak, or kind of like, we know where the air's flowing, kind of. We have a sense of that, and like, so we have a good sense of like adjusting the flow up, down, and like towards the front of our mouth and back. But it's like we still need to practice more, like being conscious of our voice, and like we do need to like practice being in voices a lot more than we like.
Well, if you're still around when we get around to games, or when I get to like reading all our academic research that we have for stream today, if you want to chime in to do some reading, feel free. And feel free to play with your intonation and stuff. Hi, Stinks. If
I'm
that's
also
the Stinks I know from Blue Sky. Something I find.
for
Sorry, let me read this. This chat.
yes. I was responding to that, but go ahead.
Okay.
Read it
Well, I
first,
want to give
yeah.
everyone context,
Yeah.
and also I haven't read it yet.
Yes, yes,
Sometimes
yes.
I find uncommon. Oh, right, because this is the question of the day. I should also mention that to folks. In case you are not looking at your screen, today's question of the day is, and it's different from last week's, even though this is technically a carryover from the last stream. What would you want to change about your queer community? Though, if you also want to answer the last one, which was, is there anything uncommon about your queer experience? You can also speak to that. Okay. Something I find uncommon regarding my experience with queerness is me being simultaneously hypersexual and aspec. People tend to think these two opposites are incompatible, but brains are really complicated and nuanced. I'm not fully ace. I'm ace flex / demi-gray, but still. Go on, you want to respond, right?
Yeah. So I am also ace as well, but like I am also very kinky. Like I have some kinks that very much I like pregnancy. Like I am ace, but like pregnancy for some reason gives me very warm feelings, and I really like that.
That's real. For me, I had a lot of imposter syndrome about like my spec identity, especially since when we were younger. One of the things that we would retroactively say is like, oh, that was a sign. Like, we had a friend that would commonly say like some woman on the street was hot, and not like in a yeah, bugs. It is summer. But no lanternfly, surprisingly. He would constantly, or not constantly, maybe constantly, point out like, oh man, that woman's hot, aren't they, Fluff? And we'd be like, by what measure? And for the longest time, we were like, well, obviously I was like very, very ace of us. But like, commonly now, I'll powwow a bunch of friends or partners and we'll talk about something being hot, especially like a kink scenario, right? And so then we think to ourselves like, damn, I'm using the term hot now. Was I never ace before? Oh no! I don't think I would exactly call myself hypersexual, but we definitely have sexual interests that for us was atypical to our reference point for ace folks, because most of the ace folks we had known early in our like queer knowledge of such things were people who were like sex repulsed, and we have partners who have certain sex repulsion aspects, or like to some degree are, but still to some degree there is like this nuance where I think some people have sort of a sort of broad strokes or a simplified view of asexuality, and one that is not a spectrum.
I do.
Yeah, you were talking about.
Oh, I just may want to add that I am also sex repulsed too.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. And I mean, I think it's very common to see artists, like especially like furry artists, who make like the sloppiest, messiest, like fucking like most tongue lolling out of your face ass porn. They're ace. And whatever that means to them, that's actually going to be a big thing that we want to talk about today in terms of, well, specifically with transness, but the frame could be used in a lot of queer identity, of like how you experience your queerness being different than how someone else experiences their queerness, and you're talking past each other because your definitions are slightly different, and sometimes you might well, feel slighted or not understood. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Sometimes it hurts to not be understood, even though, you know, it is a tenet of like queer community of you don't have to understand, you just have to like respect it.
It can definitely be. Apologies, lost my thought there.
Well, thanks. I'm glad you did what you felt was safe for you. I don't think Mass like has gotten so bad that I need to completely unplug. I mean, unless it was like nudged by something I shouldn't have done or something. But I shouldn't say I shouldn't have done, but that I did something unsafely rather. I can only imagine how that feels. I hope you're feeling better now. It's rough out there. Well, it turns out I'm not transferring to a midnight bakery job, lol. You're not gonna be the Midnight Baker, the newest superhero? Okay, I do know it stinks on Blue Sky, so I wasn't sure and I mixed y'all up. I am so sorry. I prefer name, however, regardless of the platform, is Alum. I've been here before. Okay.
It's a shame that you didn't get the Midnight Bakery job spec. It's. I mean, I'm a morning baker and I enjoy it. It's a shame.
I fluctuate between wanting to fuck everything that moves, figuratively, and being completely and utterly set repulsed. It may just be a part of our system nonsense, but it happens regardless of who's fronting, so hence why we say ace flex. I get you. It's really interesting how certain people treat, like, labels. I find them very helpful, though I've run into a lot of people who are much more comfortable with things being a lot more messy. Though honestly, flux identities are like sort of a way to approach that. I don't think we've ever considered ourselves a flux anything, but it might be something to consider. I personally don't know exactly what I would call my gender right now, in terms of like what I would like, how I would like simplify it, but like my pronouns are sort of reflective of it. I dropped she, but honestly, if I had like if I had my own like bio page that I didn't share with my headmates, it will probably say something like she, her if you're a coward, but it's Faye Fair and it is Faye Fair and they them. Cause like I don't know, I definitely internalized the plantiness of my persona, and also like Faye shit, so that's definitely like a part of it. I am a doll but I'm not, like there's this sort of like contradiction in my existence. There's a lot of gender there, but it's also hard to like figure things out. And I do think that especially when things are like fluxy or messy or gray, a lot of people struggle a little bit to be okay with that, because most people like labels and designations to be very specific and to pin things down very, very well specifically, I guess.
As a few years back, we were very obsessed with like trying to find labels that fit for us, and like this was like during Gwyneth's time, so like they did eventually find the label agender flux for themselves. Or well, I think it was the label flux. It's like it might have been Libra flux, but it's something that was primarily agender with little hints of like other genders.
That makes sense. honestly, I think that, I mean, I've been thinking about a decent amount, but there is a sense of like my gender is all these things, but then like politically or like how my body is regarded is as a black trans woman, regardless of whatever I got going on, because I'm on estrogen, because I would generally seek to, if you put me in a position where I have to use a binary restroom, I feel more comfortable in the women's room. Like, there's that, but there's also that, like, such a complication with, like non-binary identity or anything, like, non-normative, and, like, this sense of distrust, and, like, I don't know, as a non-binary person, I certainly had to, fight to have my opinion regarded in a way that I feel comfortable with, I guess. But there's also this sense of like people feeling like you're not complete when you have those sorts of like less specific identities, and it's like just actually a railroad track to something else. And it very well could be, and that's valid too, but like I think there's a lot of foregone conclusions sometimes, and I feel like we're so eager to put someone into a box that we understand, even though if it's not like actually right for them.
Yeah, like sometimes assumptions of gender can be quite wrong when you, well, guess, because like, at least even with just our own system, sometimes we have issues like just guessing gender and it being right, I guess.
Well, I mean, you don't always have to guess either. I mean, like, you can talk to people. And I mean, like,
it's
within
often,
community,
that's good.
yeah, though, like, I guess it's, like, more stratifying beyond that, because it's not just about, like, whether you have, like, room to self-identify. It's, like, how you're regarded once you do. And, like, I don't know, like, microaggressions and what team you're on or whatever. I don't know, because Pride Month, unfortunately, a lot of our mind has also been on, like, discoursey things, and, like, the Puritanness has been, like, ramping up a lot, and it's made us, want to double down on our, like, degeneracies and stuff, and, like, it's valid and stuff, but also, like, I don't know, it's like that fucking, that comic that was going around, where it was, like, if Mouse came out in 2025 and like they shared it online and someone looks down and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I have to block you, there's a swastika in this, not recognizing like a fucking, like, it's about the Holocaust. It's not in support of it, you know. And that's, like, maybe very different than, like, say, like, stuff that we ended up talking about a lot this year, like, you know, Lily Shota stuff, and, like how censorship of certain things as, like, sort of scapegoat issues where they can not have to say the quiet part out loud lead to, like, a snowball effect of, like, more oppression, like the Baby Fur and Lily Show being on Patreon that people should have saw coming if they had noticed that hypnosis had years before been challenged as appropriate because of its immorality, and, like, taking away a sense of consent. And the current thing with Fansly going as far as to ban, like, all furry. Even to the point of cat girls. It's too close to bestiality, I'm sorry. And I mean, like, unfortunately, these are some of the things that we have to, like, talk about sometimes because of, like, the climate that everything is in. But even in the queer community, like, you know, we 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 have to pay a lot of attention because there's a lot of social faux pas right now for existing as a queer person wrongly, I guess. And there's a lot of ways to be a queer person wrongly, especially if you're maybe acting in a way that's different from your, like, what your label is supposed to imply, or what someone expects from it, I guess. I've not seen a lot of people using their pronouns. I feel like a lot of people don't engage in mirror pronouns because they could be confusing. Mirror pronouns are like you using the same pronouns as the person you're talking to, I believe. The amount of ways to be a queer person wrongly increases every day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just ask the LGB Alliance. Yeah, be like that.
That is a very cute. Your pronoun sounds super cute.
Yes, same as the person addressing you. Gotcha. It must be interesting having mirror pronouns when you don't, when you're like talking to a lot of strangers in one day. Although I guess depending, like if you're at a con, it might be really fun and interesting. Also, you gotta be sure that the person's not taking the whole thing of like, what are your pronouns? Wherever yours are. As like making fun of them or something. Oh yeah, I didn't give us arms yet. That's just a sketch face.
I hope my tablet's charged enough to do the edit.
So funny. As an artist, I really thought that I would end up, sharing, like, literally everything we draw, and we literally don't. We share, like, we probably share, like, maybe 25% of everything we draw. Although, a lot of it is because it's not ready yet, not necessarily we don't want to show it to anyone.
I do a lot of personal art, so it's like I'm okay showing it. It's just I don't have much of an opportunity.
Yeah,
but,
you're not like super
some
social media.
I do not want shared.
Yeah.
I mostly am a lurker, so it's like I do want to try and post more and like talk with others more once again.
Baby steps. Actually, I guess there's no reason to get rid of the tail. The tail is gonna be the same. It's the hair that have to change.
I'm gonna go get lunch quick.
Okay. I need to check and make sure I don't have any people wanting to vibe. Seems fine. Oh wait, did we ever? Nah, we never actually put an ad out on Blue Sky. We need to do that. got so wrapped up. Let's see.
Well, now's a good time to do it.
Now, everybody gonna be drawing and getting into some more queer theory before diving back into. Man, what games we were playing? Let's see. Good thing we keep notes. Ghost Hospital. Bunny. Saving you from your.
We did have one system mate who did go by some neopronouns.
Which one? Neopronouns?
Yeah, it was Mir who went by
were they
they
effective,
went
or
by,
did their name just
Mesmer.
happen to be near?
Oh, Mir? No,
I thought you said their name was Near.
Mir or MIR.
MIR, okay.
Yeah.
Your system has very esoteric names.
They really do. We should see Sang.
Oh, That makes me think of Final Fantasy VII, not gonna lie.
Any specific thing about it?
It's the same name as the character.
Sang?
Yeah, there's a character in Final Fantasy VII named Sang. I mean, I didn't know how to pronounce it until, like, the Advent Children movie came out, I think, because it was the first time I heard any of the characters, like, actually pronounce stuff and voice and stuff. Of course, that's also when everyone was like, Sephiroth! And was, like, bullying people about how he said that. But it's like sang or song, depending on who you ask.
Yeah, this is spelled S-A-N-G. It's like sang. Like sang a song.
Okay. It's pronounced the same, but the name in Final Fantasy VII is, like, I believe they're, like, supposed to be, like, Chinese, maybe? They're definitely East Asian in a way that is not Japanese. And it's like T-S-E-N-G or something?
Oh, sang.
Yeah.
Sang. Or no.
Are you trying to pronounce it?
Oh, gosh, I really need. Yes, but I really am out of practice.
yeah, there's like all sorts of different intonations and different languages. It's kind of scary. I think that like learning more languages or any languages would be really fun, but like honestly, stuff like Chinese, Japanese, even Arabic, or especially Arabic, seems so fucking daunting.
Yeah,
especially with pronunciation.
I've also been trying to learn some Arabic, but that's the one I've been neglecting kind of more. Well, the one I've been neglecting most that I want to do is Vietnamese, which learning Chinese has definitely helped with that. But it's like the tones there are a lot more complex compared to Chinese. Or, well, I guess Mandarin Chinese, I would say, like mainland. I still need to learn more about Cantonese tones. Mandarin tones are pretty basic. There's like a rising tone, and a falling tone, and like one where you stay high,
Okay.
and one where you dip down and go back up, like.
Oh, hey Fizzle.
And
What's
those
up?
are the.
Your like
Those are
long lost Rice Krispie treat elf. Oh, you're talking to Fizzle. Oh yeah, that does sound like a Rice Krispie kind of sound. Snap, crackle, pop, Fizzle. Yeah. Also makes me think of fire. Or fireworks, maybe? But also soda, obviously.
I learned like I kind of committed the word for fireworks to memory. Or well,
And what language?
Hanabi, or in Japanese, yeah. Hanabi, I think it was. Might be having the vowel in the last character.
Was there a particular reason? Is
But,
the
like-
character particularly, like, interesting?
Oh, the two characters that make up the word for firework are the character for flower and the character for fire.
Fireflower. Yeah, that sounds really poetic. I had to do more. Their hair definitely covers more of their face.
I need to.
Okay, something
really
like
find
that, and then... Doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to exist. Okay, get rid of these fuckers, and then we're doing Duskline art. Just go straight into it.
I'm still just looking for my wrong pen wherever I put it.
No rush. Japanese fireworks, most famous for drowning out the noise of love confessions. Oh, excuse me. Kind of on the topic of the new question of the day, it irks me how much people throw the word bottom out as an insult or a gotcha. Or they'll say someone has bottom energy, despite them literally just meaning they act submissive and soft, when that isn't what bottom means at all. Being a sub and being a bottom are completely separate parts of the sexual experience. You can be both, and a lot of people are often both, but they do not necessitate each other. That's you
I'm
spin
often
real
like.
facts. You can be a dominant bottom or a submissive top. This is true. Honestly,
Yeah,
it was a movie we saw well, I think it was last year actually. It was like last summer. Someone in the server, I think it was Chloe, was like, "Oh, let's watch this yaoi anime movie." I'm trying to remember the name of it, but like in the like last third of the movie, there is like a set scene, or at the very least like a them negotiating set scene, and the character who has been very much like the dominant party, the like in a little coded way, the person who is most likely to be the big in the situation, if you want to put it that way, or whatever, who you would most likely put in that position of dominant in whatever way you would, was a bottom. And they actually have a conversation about like, where it's like, oh wait, I thought you were gonna you know, penetrate me, and the bottom is like, I'm a bottom. I don't do that. If you want to have sex with me, this is how I'm comfortable doing it. And it was an interesting thing because I really haven't seen it in a lot of media. But then again, like, there's certain queer media we still haven't like seen, you know, like the L Word and Queer as Folk. So there's probably like other scenes like that in media, but we just haven't seen them a lot. Especially because like a lot of anime queerness tends to be wish fulfillment in certain ways. So like in a lot of situations, they don't even fucking use lube. But in the general sense, and like talking to like other people, and like even like the jokes about it, like I've seen people, and we've certainly made them in good fun, but like it is a pervasive attitude, I think, this sense of that someone is a bottom, and being a bottom is a bad thing, and you know, trying to inextricably link it to submission. But it can't. I think it might be partially because of the fucking colonialist, two gender, one has to be weak and dominated model of thing. This still infects like everything, even stuff that some of us feel is very like reclamatory and stuff like that. It's good to watch out for when you're doing that, and when you're sort of like projecting an image onto a person. Sometimes all someone has to do is have fucking social anxiety, and they'll be seen as a bottom, pejoratively.
Yeah, like anxiety definitely can be seen as like straight up. So yeah,
Roman mindset. Roman mindset.
I know our systems liked the idea of service topping in the past. So like,
service tops are cool. You can have, there's so many ways to service top. You can be a service top brat tamer. That's a fun combo. Sorry, I didn't mean to get, you know I'm passionate about this topic.
Yeah, we're mostly submissive, like top or bottom, although top is a bit less likely than bottom.
Honestly, like it's infectious, like the ways that people regard like certain like ways of being, you know. I would say that as a trans femme, what was very stark to us was not just like, you know, like an acceptance of softness and like finally allowing ourselves certain things that we had been denied or knew that if we indulged in we would be punished for. There was this sense of like inviting being weaker. And I've even talked to a friend of ours, or I remember they posted something about like not just identifying with, say, being a woman, like, and not saying that they automatically put women in what I'm about to say, like, as like as one and the same.
I think I used the term
sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think I used the term service top wrong. I guess I was meaning more submissive top, I guess. I guess I was correlating service top and submissive top, maybe.
I'm a soft dom, but I don't really consider myself a service top because we're still very dominant. A service top is sort of submissive, but I mean, like, I guess this is the thing again. Everyone has their own subtly different definition of how they apply a thing. I mean, that even is what happens with the whole sub-bottom dichotomy, because especially people coming into understanding queerness and understanding the queer community now, regardless if they're, say, like a very young person or, say, someone who is like coming out like later in life and so is now just interacting with queer culture and community in terms. I think that especially within the last 10-15 years, it's completely normal for someone to assume that bottom and submissive are just synonyms. That's what we thought for the longest time, honestly. We thought that when we were a minor,
Same-ish.
and then when we like got into like as soon as we turned 18, the thing that we were actually more obsessed about was like being able to go to 18 plus like concerts or whatever, right? So we go to places where it's like, oh, they have the bar, but since you're 18, we'll put a thingy on your wrist, and now you can actually watch the band because we need to worry about you drinking because alcohol is here. But it was actually a little bit further into our 20s where we started like actually going to like kink parties and stuff, and as soon as we started interacting with like the actual kink community, we were made very aware of just the vibrancy of like how people can like do stuff, even though no one necessarily explained it to us. We were just kind of like, oh, this is different. I don't know, like I'm thinking of
I've
show
never
you
had
showed
much.
us.
Oh, yep.
That anime with like the guy who was like a magical servant to like the fucking Shota, and it's like, oh, you're an adult and all the stuff that comes with it, and this person was supposed to have power over him, basically being like, I'm here to serve you. That's like Black Butler. Black Butler. If anyone's seen Black Butler,
Oh.
he's a service top. Gosh, Black Butler. I need to go back to Black Butler. Oh gosh, I need to read.
I'd love to watch it with you.
One of my favorite
Go
things
ahead.
about being trans is being able to watch something that I watched before I considered myself trans. And before like my views on gender changed. And like, I don't know, watching didnt Angel, Black Butler, and fucking didnt Angel, Black Butler, and
Lane?
Vampire Knight specifically. Oh, I'm Lane is, I don't want to say Lane is for the girlies, but I want to say that although I guess Fujoshi is for the girlies too. I'm naming anime that has a strong like shoujo or fujoshi readership or fandom specifically, especially if it was built in, unlike Inuyasha, which I don't think it was built in, at least at first, although Inuyasha is one of the biggest fujoshi anime that fujoshis love. But going back to stuff where it was like before it felt super weird, it was like, I'm a boy but I'm watching this, oh well, at least I have this friend who is a girl, they weren't, who is basically someone I can use as an excuse. Oh yeah, I have this friend and we really like anime, but you know, every time we watch a shonen for me, we have to watch, you know, something girly for her, and it's just like watches 3 girly anime in a row and tells no one. Well, no one other than a friend. So yeah, I'm really interested in going back into a certain kind of faggotry.
Oh, I'd be happy to join you.
Harness your own inner authoritarian in your soul and set a concrete definition. You can't! Language doesn't work that way! Language changes! The word gay literally used to mean happy! Now it just means oppressed! like, I don't know what to tell you. You're probably being a little bit facetious. Okay, I can actually draw way faster than this, but I'm laughing too much. Is there anything you want to say? Sing.
Um,
I'm gonna change the music up.
I don't really have any thoughts on my mind right now.
That's fine. Head empty, no
I'm just drawing
thoughts.
right now. Just doing a small edit of our thing now that we found our pen.
Okay, this is for my own brainworms, but if anyone feels a strong desire to tell me what you think a fluff bite animatronic would be, or rather, imagine Five Nights at Freddy's, but all of us get shoved in an animatronic. What kind of animatronic is it? It doesn't have to be a Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic, you can make one up. We kind of are trying to think of a body persona thingy, and we had like a sort of stuffed animal sort of approach, but we also wanted to have a sci-fi element to it. And then when we got reminded about how much we love Five Nights at Freddy's recently, we were just like, oh, our shared persona should be an animatronic of some sort. That'd be fucked up and awesome.
I don't know why, but our immediate thought was a turtle.
A turtle? Interesting. Well, a turtle has a shell and you can fit a lot of shit in it. Let's do Field of Poppies.
Oh, yes. Good choice.
Thank you. Yeah, this is only our music that we're playing. Can't DMCA me if I made the music myself. I must go. I'm preparing mashed potato inside bell pepper for tonight. Mashed potato inside a bell pepper. Is there a word? Is there a name for that? Is that just something you just kind of came up with? Mangle but puppet textures. Ooh, yes, yes, yes. I do really like the puppet. So you're basically the mimic.
Mangle is one of our favorite.
I'm not really a brat tamer as much as I am a brat enabler. I encourage my subjects to be more bratty and mischievous.
Yes.
And sort of just go along with it because choice and freedom is a big thing for me. Oh my god, that's actually the approach that Big Sis takes a lot. Well, one of our Big Sis. Cause it's just kind of like sometimes like we'll be like wistfully like, I really want to do this crime in Minecraft. And I'll look to the person who like takes care of me and make sure that I eat and am fed, and she goes, yeah, I think the door's unlocked. And then we breathe in asbestos. It's actually really interesting. It's kind of like Big Daddy, but we're technically both adults. Actually, the fucking Big Little Sister framework is actually really interesting for us because it's like we're both really just children on the inside, but she's just a bigger children. When your girlfriend is literally your babysitter, it's great.
Yeah.
It's something I came up with. The bell peppers with mashed potatoes in them. These are recipes. There are recipes for it though. I had a convo with a coworker about how cheap pepper jack cheese is, and we were talking about how both potatoes and peppers are bulk crops. Oh yeah, potatoes are like, whoo! Potatoes are poor people food. I mean, potatoes are good, and we should all eat them. Root vegetables for the win. There's nothing wrong. I mean, there's nothing wrong with poor people food existing. There's nothing wrong with poor people existing in the sense that we exist. I just wish that poverty wasn't such a problem. But that's not the potatoes' fault, you know? It's not the potatoes' fault.
I quite like potatoes.
I like potatoes. Big Sis likes sweet potatoes, but not normal potatoes. So a lot of times we get sweet potatoes. I don't know if I'm getting sweet potatoes after normal potatoes, but I do like both.
I like normal potatoes. I don't like sweet potatoes.
That's so funny. All right, I have to remember a shirt, a tank top.
I also prefer the potatoes not mashed.
Not
Mashed
mashed.
potatoes really.
Bad
I
stem.
have texture issues with mashed.
Mm.
Yeah.
Forgets how a tank top is. Okay, it's like, well, it was just kind of like the neck. Cause going want swoopies. Honestly, should probably be
What
a
was
different
that
shirt than
program?
normal.
Did you send the link to one React thing?
Rafuki, I thought I sent it to you. Maybe I didn't. I know I pulled it up. I copied it. Maybe I didn't paste it. Let me see. No,
I haven't looked into any bit, so I could have.
Nope, I didn't send it to you. There you go.
Thank you.
You're Falcom. Cheesy loaded potato soup. That sounds nice. I'm from Idaho. You adopted the potato. I was born in it. Molded by it. Moldy potatoes.
I have Irish family, so who moved to Canada because of a potato famine. So
that's funny. So I just give him. I'll actually give him a T-shirt. Oh wait. Damn, I drew down the line art layer. Fuck. I defeat the whole purpose of having a fucking t-shirt
Idaho,
layer.
very. Speculo, very much potato.
Alright, you have to do potato things. Goodbye, Specchio, the potato bungler?
Oh.
I live in the middle of nowhere in the state of Indiana, so my main starches are potatoes and corn. Sometimes simultaneously. Mmm. I like corn in certain things. I got tired of popcorn though, generally, unless it's like that special popcorn they put like cheese on or like caramel or something. Yeah, working at a movie theater for like 4 years really fucked it up for me. Also, I was like super fucking poor and was like most of my diet was popcorn at that time because it was free.
Oh.
Yeah, it was not a fun time.
It really doesn't sound like it.
I mean, it happens in a lot of places. I know people who worked at Taco Bell who do not want to fucking eat Taco Bell anymore, even though they used to like it. Same thing with Burger King. See it all the time. When you know when you participate how the fish is made, sometimes you're just like, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't want to eat from Tim Hortons, so.
Are donuts ruined for you?
No, not really.
Okay. I really like donuts.
Donuts are great. I'd love to like bake more.
Well, I mean, I guess you can bake donuts. I don't usually think of donuts as a baking thing. I usually think of them in a deep fried way. But you know, every place is different. I don't even think every place in America like deep fries their donuts, but it's common enough.
The ones we do are oven.
Okay.
Where's
Hey, got a shirt. Honestly, I could probably just bring down this head. Well, not too much. I'll put the collar over it anyway. Squash and pumpkin. I love pumpkin year fucking round. It sucks that it's only like people only like a lot of people only like pumpkin during autumn. I like pumpkin all the time. Three Sisters soup. I think I have heard of that. Three Sisters soup is a Native American soup made with beans, corn, and squash. I don't think I've ever had it though. Oh, cornbread, especially with like something thick, like some fucking gumbo or like some tomato soup. Oh, damn. I haven't had cornbread in a while though. I've had cornbread since like I lived with like my fucking family, I guess. Well, the one that I'm not part of really anymore, which is a weird thing to say right now. We had a relative die recently, and I'm having a hard time banging out the message of I don't think it's safe for me to travel. Which is true, but also, even if it was, I wouldn't want to go because I'm just like, it's gonna be awkward, and yeah. Cornbread makes me think of death now.
I really liked cornbread. Need to try it again sometime.
I think it's something that is really good, but it feels weird to not have something to go with it. You can definitely eat cornbread by itself or like with a drink or something. Or, I mean, I guess it's also like something you could put a topping on. Like, if you put some fucking honey or like some fucking, like, shit, you could probably have cornbread with just like some fucking syrup, like some maple syrup. Fuck, that'd go really hard. You can tell them hi. One of my favorite dishes is a piece of pumpkin battered in pancake batter and fried and dusted with powdered sugar. Damn, I wish I had some fucking pumpkin in the house right now. I would do the fuck out of that right now. You don't like the texture of cornbread. That's totally understandable. I felt like changing up the vibe. It used to be I was really careful when I drew on stream, and I'm still more careful. Like, I'd certainly, like, tailor what I'm drawing on stream to something that is more acceptable than what I would normally draw.
Yeah, I can definitely understand adapting to what you are doing.
Yeah, because I'm nothing if not a degenerate. But even amongst like ABDLs, I've seen people draw way more egregious shit than what I'm drawing right now. And this is just like a little pride thingy. This isn't like people who actually look at what we draw. You know what the fuck we're talking about. Oh, fucking chassis run has been awesome. I really want to add to it more.
I was gonna see you fun or been fun seeing you engage with that.
Okay, with the how we have it right now, I definitely need to make his legs longer, or the proportions are gonna be so fucking weird. So legs. I'll probably come back to this piece later once I have the lines. I'm not gonna. If I color it, this whole stream will literally just be me drawing. I don't want to do that. Are boys allowed to have a thigh gap?
Yeah?
I love you're confused, yeah? Like, Fluffy, are you okay? Of course boys can have a thigh gap.
I mean, there's nothing really stopping them from having one.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean can boys physiologically have a thigh gap? I meant like, are they allowed in society to have a thigh gap? Like, literally, I was raised in a way where, literally, I remember one time my older brother was like, I would like the design from Riku for Kingdom Hearts 2, but his belly button is showing, so it's gay. I'm sorry. Like compared to a lot of people we know, we had a very homophobic fucking childhood, to the point where what we think is like sort of casual homophobia is actually like super egregious, or at least that's what we're told, because it's just like, yeah, most people aren't like that, and most people assume that if you're like that, you're fucking weird in a bad way. have to be honest, I don't think I've ever intentionally drawn a boy with a thigh gap. Well, I probably gave a boy a thigh gap, don't get me wrong. I was just like, I wasn't thinking, let me make sure you got a thigh gap. Sorry, I probably sound fucking insane.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I did have some thoughts that, like, I think it would be more acceptable for men than women, at least with, like, legs spread open.
Well, I mean, it's like, a thigh gap is noticeable in a neutral position, though, too, and while you're walking. If it's sizable enough. Shit, I wasn't really used to my thighs rubbing together until my weight distributed. Haha, this is one of the ways artists cheat. Block a fucking limb, and you don't have to draw the rest of it. You welcome.
Yeah.
Fluff by art tip. Don't want to draw a thing? Cover it up. Can't draw hands? Put them in the pockets. Behind the back? Tie the fucker up. You don't know how to draw legs? Cut them off. In Minecraft. I mean drawing. Still thinking of Minecraft though, because I did see the Minecraft movie recently.
I still need to see it.
I hadn't planned on seeing it, honestly. I don't know. I mean, Jack Black, like, supports the state of Israel. I feel weird about that. And he got mad at his Tenacious D co-star for wishing that the guy who shot at Trump didn't miss. He yelled at him about it and ended their friendship over it. Otherwise, that guy, the other guy from Tenacious D, would have been in the Minecraft movie. I'm pretty sure. Although honestly, I'm really disillusioned with a lot of famous people that I used to not even necessarily super respect, but I guess I did to a degree because now I'm just kind of disgusted.
Yeah,
We're being political on
does
stream.
it does seem really disappointing. Living with furry legs.
Furry legs.
Furry legs.
I do really like detail work. But it can come at a cost. You focus on like certain details so much you forget other ones.
Yeah, I've definitely gotten that.
Actually, I shouldn't even draw his fucking arms to know how me and Glitch are positioned. I can do the hair though. Actually, we always do the hair before we do the face. Maybe we should do the face first.
Try it.
Changing up. Although a lot of bad stuff is happening with like being queer in terms of like our civil rights, I've been thinking about queerness outside of that too. actually it's been really important and almost imperative for me to think outside of just that, because I did not want to just have my entire existence be about that. In the same way that, like, as any minority, you can kind of fall into your identity sort of being defined by suffering. And I hate that. Well, I also have been thinking about, like, autonomy and, like, how we see ourselves and, like, how we carry ourselves, and we've been kind of thinking a lot of, like, philosophy and, like, our desires for ourselves and stuff. We've been feeling a lot of ways lately.
For us, we know we've been feeling a lot of different ways, because, like, we've been exploring a lot of stuff with writing and even drawing, which we've found systemates we haven't, well, had before.
Say that again?
Oh, we found systemates we have not had before, so...
Oh. Yeah. And you've been exploring that in writing and stuff, right?
Yes. Yeah.
We've done that countless times. Some of our headmates have literally come from, like, writing or, like, from D&D games.
I need to really try D&D a lot more. With, particularly as our systemates. Sounds really fun and, like, it will be supportive.
Oh. Hello, Banu. Or, sorry, Sophie. Hello, Sophie. Good to see you fronting. Happy Pride. Are you saying that thigh gaps are common with boys? Interesting. Unless I'm understanding that wrong. Another cool thing to do with pancake batter is to mix pancake mix with Coca-Cola or something. And fry little tablespoons of it in a deep fryer or shallow pan of oil to make little puffy balls of fried soda. Man, that sounds good as hell. Mix on a soda reduction syrup, and you got yourself a sweet treat to rival fairgrounds. Or you could make the soda fry cakes with root beer or something and top it with ice cream, and you got yourself a soda float. I love fried food to an extent that is kind of unhealthy. We've definitely had to cut down on, well, maybe not necessarily fried foods, but it includes fried foods. In terms of anything that could give us, like, gas, we have, like, a lot of fucking gastrointestinal shit, so we basically take a pill anytime we eat something we think might make us particularly gassy, so we don't have pain in our abdomen for, like, 8 hours at a time. Shitting you not. Dependable Dragon says, I would go back in time, answering a question of the day, what you would change about your queer community. Go back and never made...
Oh. Everything okay?
Sorry, I'm having a moment. Ghosties,
Yeah.
I'll let you know about it later, but I'm Whoa, sorry, I just got a cognito hazard. I had to ban someone on a YouTube chat. I would say don't look at the YouTube chat if it's still coming up. I want to spare you that.
Okay.
But I also want to say for my community, if you have a problem with someone for whatever reason, or you think you know something about a person, coming into our stream and kicking up shit is not allowed and will not be tolerated, actually. Yeah. Luckily, my Twitch chat is chill. I'm a little shaken, I'm not gonna lie, but it's not the worst thing that's ever happened. Had someone have some shitty takes in chat, and I was going to mute them, and I thought about it, and I was like, actually, I'm gonna have to ban the person, even though they're not a fucking rando. So that's just how it is. And the fucking read the I am a very fuck, I even have to turn off the music now. Wow, that really fucked up my flow actually. I can't even pretend it didn't. And I'm so fucking tired.
Yeah, I'll check on you after the stream.
I can bounce back. I don't need to end stream. I might step away for a bit, but
No, yeah.
But I give it a second.
Yeah.
Things have been pretty chill. We haven't gotten any like hate and stuff or any sort of like shitty people really that have shaken us enough for us to like full stop everything in a while, so I do feel privileged in that sense, but like fucking Christ. It's funny because I want queer solidarity and someone came into chat who was queer and did not want solidarity. They wanted to fucking fight. So I'm a little peaked because it's the exact sort of shit that I'm worried about, that I've been thinking about, that has been like making me so fucking scared to exist or be a messy queer in any sort of way, because there are so many people who are really focused on throwing people under the bus and basically trying to social kill and like put people in a position where they don't want to exist. When really I would expect fascists to be doing that shit and not someone I share a community with, even if they aren't my friend or like aren't, you know, like chill with. I don't know. And also because we are living in the times that we are living in, I have been trying to be really fucking positive, generally, because I know that everyone is dealing with something, right? And also it's really fucking weird, like Pride Month exists right now. Like a lot of people talk about, like, you know, all the fucking companies pulling out, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, like fuck off, like fair weather allies, but showing that like places want to support us less, people want to be less visible about supporting us. The fucking Democrats do not want to fucking acknowledge a lot of immigrants under attack or trans people and think that it's a fucking brand risk their next election. And even though we don't set ourselves apart as being a hi, we're Fluffbite, and we're here to make you not think about the world and shit. We're not that sort of streamer. We have been doing our best to take care of ourselves and not, like, crash out on stream or anything. But if you feel insane that like you're trying to do normal shit and you're trying to live a life despite everything that's happening. I see you and I understand that, and it is really hard to live normally right now.
It is really hard to live right now, yeah.
And we're going about our lives because we still have to fucking pay rent and live and try to make sense of everything. And I also just feel really shitty right now because of my very autistic trusting nature and the fact that I tend to uh read out chats without fully reading them all the time. Almost read some very foul shit out loud, and I'm so glad that we can read and read at the same time, if that makes sense. Like reading two different lines at the same time. I basically am reading I'm like reading out the first line while reading a line ahead, essentially, is what we generally do. So there's usually some time to stop before someone, like, say, and this is very common, tries to trick you into saying a slur or something.
That sounds really terrible. Like,
yeah, it's rough. Sorry,
very
we have
hostile.
to switch. It's just it's rough for Scribs right now. It's just they taking over.
Yeah.
Right.
Hi. We almost have reactive done. I don't know.
You don't know how to use it?
Yeah, I have most of it, I assume.
If you want to stream it to us on Discord, we can walk you through it if you need some help.
Okay. Let me just fiddle with it a tiny bit more. Just make sure I have all options.
Hey Evie, how's your last day of Pride?
Oh.
And happy weekend. Alright, we're gonna do like mouth and stuff. Mouth, eyes, eyes and mouth. More boys got skinny thighs than girls. Fair. Oh yeah, it was weight distribution. That's a good point. Okay. Wait,
Okay, I need to.
You good?
What do I exactly give you? Like,
there's like you would give me a
stream
link.
on.
There's like a link that. Oh, you did turn the stream on?
Or no, I haven't yet. Is it like?
Yeah, that's it.
This is not showing anything on our end when we view it. I don't know if it'll.
It's not. You mean
for you.
It's not showing. Oh no, it's not a link to the image.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see if it works in a second.
Yeah.
Let's see. New. Let's see.
I might need to swap Discord apps.
Well, I'm plugging into OBS
I might need
right
to
now.
swap to.
Let me.
Okay.
Let's see. Nah, you come up. You don't have to research anything. If you want to look at the stream, you'll
Okay.
see what is coming up. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Look at our stream if you want to see the thing he's coming up. But I'm assuming this is the picture you put in because I know you drew this because I know what your drawings look like.
Yeah. Yeah. That is us.
If any other friends of the stream want to jump on, if you're in our like Fluff by Collab server, feel free to jump on. You don't have to, but like we're totally fine with people jumping in and out. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna start the music again. Shit. Fucking record scratch ass moment. I guess we had to get at least some of that pressure out. Because it's kind of been like, it's kind of hard to acknowledge everything at once.
Yeah, there is a lot in a lot of different ways. Like, it's so like intersectional, just being queer and like so much happiness, but also like so much having to fight.
Yeah. No existence without resistance. In the same way that existence is resistance. I think that something that we were reminded of during our Juneteenth stream was that the Black Panthers were designated as like a radical terrorist organization for feeding children. That you don't have to be wielding violence to be seen as like a radical, and that you can be very important to like the movement or just like the survival of someone else by like being there and helping. You never know, and it's not just about like protest or certainly not about calling a representative.
There's a lot of like community and support within community.
Yeah. And it's important to like build a community with people too, and not just like I don't know how I want to put it. Like, we've been trying to get involved with our local community, and it's been hard because we are like a disabled, often online critter, and so it is very much a challenge for us, especially with like our what's that thing that makes it hard to go outside?
Agoraphobia?
Yeah, agoraphobia. Also, meeting people nowadays is really hard. We mask, so there's like an immediate social barrier in a lot of ways. Particularly with like literally people hearing us and us having to speak like way louder than we would without one. But we do think it's still like worth it. Like going to your local food bank and stuff, like that is good too. Like we've been trying to understand how people are like helping each other in our community, not just like, are you going to the latest protest? That's not the only thing that matters or exists.
Yeah, I use the food bank a lot here, so it's like
We haven't used it a lot,
like,
but
very
ours is
important.
in like walking distance, which makes it a lot more accessible. feel like whenever I build community, our mental health issues get in the way. I think that also, like, there is an extra challenge with that, right? Especially when you have, like, even something as, I guess, normalized in society as, like, depression is right now, compared to something like, say, BPD or, like, bipolar. It is helpful to try to find communities that, like, are vocal about, like, acceptance of mental health stuff. Not everyone's gonna be great, and some people will fall short even when they are trying. And that's real. And sometimes people will say that they are, like, for people not being okay, for things to be a little bit messy. But, you know, it doesn't always go that way, and that's one of the more disappointing things when, like, a community that that's really important to you feel, like, sort of ostracized or sort of alienated from because of an identity that feels like almost in conflict. Like, if you're a queer person of color and there's, like, a lot of, like, racism and microaggressions. If you are a, like, autistic person and they're not keeping a measure of, like, stimulation and, like, overstimulation and stuff like that, like, it is very easy that one of the only spaces you might have access to is sort of, like, not accommodating for you, and that's really frustrating. And in that case, there's not a ton you can do, and that's exactly why we find ourselves in online communities so much, because access and accessibility is, like, there's a lot more choice, especially because geographically you might not have a lot of choice, especially if, say, you don't drive. We'll probably never drive a car, which makes us kind of sad, but also not exactly
Take you for go-kart sometime.
That would be sick.
Yes.
Damn, my hair is big as fuck in this one. Ooh, excuse me, that's chill though. Like this, like that, like this, like that, like this, like that, like that. This feel good. Like that, like that, like that, like that, like that.
For Shadow, I know I struggle a lot with, like, the feeling of connection with others, just with my, like, mental health, because, like, a lot of times, like, I struggle with what I assume to be BPD. Like, we can get very fixated on, like, specific other individuals and neglect, like, a lot of others. it can definitely be like a struggle to have to like be aware of one's mental state and have to like adjust one's actions to it.
Oh yeah. And I think that sometimes there's a sense that like when you tell people like sort of like your way about doing things, it seems really unhealthy, but you're also like sort of compensating for a very unhealthy like fixation or mental state. Like someone might say, oh, you're not supposed to totally isolate yourself when you feel bad, and it's like, well, I need like a refractory period of calming down so I don't accidentally say something that is just so uncouth that the person that I might be seeking help or comfort from is too off-put or hurt themselves to continue to provide support. And someone might say, oh, it'll be fine. But if you have experience of it not being fine, then I mean, what else are you supposed to do than go with the like plan and scenario you trust? And that's literally a mild case. I pared it down so it wouldn't be too like traumatic for me to even like mention, because like, I mean, we know a lot of BPD folks. We're BPD folks. Like it gets fucking rough.
Yeah. Like, yeah, we definitely get so obsessed with like one of our FPs that we've been having. Well, we've been having a bad time about it. We don't want to get into it on this stream, but it's been. We've definitely have to put a lot more thoughts into like interacting with others than I definitely understand the jealousy of it. Like FPs, at least, like I know from one partner's experience, they've been jealous of stuff we've done with others.
Jealousy is a real emotion that people feel. I think that we were actually just talking about this with our partner, one of our partners today, that like our society does not train you to deal with like jealousy and envy, and like good healthy people are supposed to just not have those emotions for some reason. Also compulsory monogamy, and it shows even for people who are not monogamous. Like there's a lot of shit you still have to unlearn, and it fucking blows.
I've always had like a hard time being like jealous ourselves, just because like our mother was like so spiteful and stuff. We really didn't want to be anything like that.
Understandable.
So we kind of like I find my eyes super cute for some reason. They remind us of buns or something. Oh, the eyes for some reason are very aesthetic to us.
Yeah, they're a little bit more like slanted in the sort of animalistic way, I think, is what we were going for. We usually do the anime eye thing where you kind of like do like the sort of like eyebrow, or not like technically eyebrow, but like the edges in that sort of way that almost looks like eyeliner, and then you do the bottom part and then you fill in the rest in between those spaces, is what we've like very much have gotten used to, and we can do that pretty easily. But other sort of eye shapes, especially in like a Western American cartoon sort of way, is stuff that we haven't been doing a lot with lately. So we changed it up a little bit. We get jealous of our FPs.
I personally love
Oh, that's interesting. I think we do too, but we it's harder to recognize it in the moment, at least for us, because like we FP people, but like we're pretty restrained in a lot of ways, which I know for some of us sounds like you're not restrained in any way, Fluffbite. And it's like, I promise you, we are, and the amount that you think may be overzealous is actually our restraint. Oh, these are all in the same thingy. I'm silly. Okay, so I don't need
I mean,
the base sketch anymore.
I think the closest to jealous of FPs I felt is, I guess it's more envy. Like, I really wished to interact with others like our FPs do at times. I think I'm gonna be right back for a moment.
Okie dokie. I'm probably not gonna get as far into the drawing as we had planned, but I'm gonna try to get at least a little bit more of this done. We'll definitely need to take a moment to decompress before we transition into the next phase of stream. Although we definitely took a fucking spoon hit. Damn, that's a good fucking hair. I love that hair. That hair is so good. That's the hair. Wait, where's the... Okay, this is the head. So, neck. White t-shirt. You can probably wear like oh, actually, you're also at an angle. So actually, the neck. Whoa, you back?
Hi. Hello. Yes,
I heard
I'm
you bump
back.
your mic.
Oh. Oopsie. My cats.
So speaking of mental health, I am in a holding pattern for our emotions, but I'm not going to continue fronting for the whole stream. In a little bit, I am going to step away from stream. We just need to recharge a little bit. We are not ending stream, and we don't plan to take a forever break. Probably like 10 or 15 minutes, but I don't want to leave immediately because in the BPD way, it's kind of like if we move too fast, it's like when you have an upset stomach and you move too fast, you know you'll puke. If I pause stream and get up to decompress right now, we will completely fall apart. It's weird to even admit that, but I mean, I want to be honest and I am blocking the tide. The Spider-Man, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man meme holding the train back. That's me right now. But we just gotta get it out of our system in a little bit, and we should be on better footing. But unfortunately, drawing is so meditative that it's like letting us sit with our thoughts, which is normally okay.
Well, normally okay.
Yeah, it's normally okay. Maybe I'll... Gosh, we're literally dressing each other, I just realized. Because I didn't get to choose what I'm wearing. I guess Glitch doesn't get to choose what it's wearing. Glitch's first time in a dress. Hope you like it. Although, now I'm trying to think. Should it be like a... I mean, if it's Glitch, it will probably be a sundress. It's like, it has to be the sluttiest thing. Like, slutty in its implications, not in its actual, like, itself. I mean, although honestly, sometimes Glitch is like that.
I'm gonna be drawing a little, starting at a little pride piece.
A what piece?
A little pride piece.
A little pride piece. Sick.
Yeah. Featuring Hela, Signum, Pressia, and Richea.
Feels good to draw yourself with your headmates. Or
It
draw
really
headmates
does. together. A sword of a male.
Yo! Sword gaze.
Yes. I'm more of an axe gay, but
Ah, I see. I think I'm proud of a sword gay. A rapier, really.
a good companion piece to an axe.
I come with the finesse, you come with the bang.
Yes.
a gun gay. Ah. My brain soon immediately went to squall. Or oh, I guess also lightning.
Ah, yeah. Oh, lightning
From Final Fantasy
What?
13.
Okay, I have not played that one, so.
She has a sword that turns into
Or-
a gun, like.
Oh
in
wait, no,
mid-attack.
yes, yes, actually, I have played it. I have played the first one and the second one. Oh fuck.
The
I did-
second one was really
I
interesting.
forgot
We
she
never
was called
played it.
Lightning.
Oh, what? Oh, you forgot that? Well, I mean, I guess the second one is about her sister, also.
We got near the end of both, but I don't think we completed either. But we really liked the second one because we love time travel stuff.
Mmm. I love the gay off the shoulder. Still struggling with this. Maybe I'll make it a two-piece actually. I'm going with a swimsuit instead. It's Pride, so it's summer after all. My headmates actually have a favorite swimsuit. I'm not a huge fan of it personally. I mean, it's a one-piece swimsuit. A one-piece woman swimsuit. Not that I expect them to be comfortable walking around in like swim trunks necessarily. I don't know. We're all pretty partial to like a surfer's leotard thingy. That'd be pretty chill.
I need to find something we're more comfortable with, because like we're not usually comfortable showing off above the knee, so.
I mean, I guess it depends on if you're okay wearing something that's like a little bit like skin tight, because the surfer thingies can go down to your ankle. Like it can be like long sleeved and stuff. but still really breathable.
I mean, it depends where the skin tightness is, because like around the groin would not be okay, but otherwise we do like pressure and.
Oh yeah, definitely like the way like a compression suit or like what's that thing called? Like Under Armour sort of shit sometimes feels.
Yeah. Like we do have some compression socks we like wearing.
I wish you didn't have to get 5150 to get the grippy socks. Oh wait, you don't have to. You can go to a fucking like medical supply store. One Piece swimsuits are little core. This is true. It's definitely one of those things, especially I think around like more normie trans folks that we've certainly experienced. Like, are you sure you don't want something more adult? Although the swimsuit that we have that's in question is like black and white. It's not like I mean it's a femininely shaped thing, but it's not like super bright or anything. So it's sort of in this weird neutral space. Or I guess you could say it's like a goth swimsuit. A goth One Piece actually sounds fucking awesome. Put some like fucking bats on it.
Yeah, it really does.
Actually, I'm probably gonna do that with Glitch's shit here.
Yeah, like we were thinking goth would maybe suit it with when you were saying dress, like a gothic dress, but like a gothic swimsuit, gosh.
Kind of to change the position of the legs because it's standing at an angle and I don't want it to seem like an unnatural angle too much. Tiptoesies. Also, it has wings, so. Ah. And thank you for noticing the 80s ness of the current song playing. It is very good. Well, I think we have like a lot of different versions of it. Let me see if I can find a different one. I think this is the original version. So let's try this one. Oh god, this one's so weird. They use a bunch of like sound effects for it instead of like normal music in the MIDI. Your parents are having an argument core. Oh yeah, I forgot. Glitch has fucking hooves.
Yes.
Fucking draw hooves. Ooh.
I might have some references.
I got a reference. I got Glitch's thingy right here. Ref sheet.
Yes.
But thank you. You're so helpful. Let's put some ears on this bitch and an expression. Oh, right, and horns. The last time we drew glitch, we forgot to add its fucking horns. I was referring to the exposed shoulder. It's about an 80s flipped up collars. Ah, I see. Damn. I took it as in the wrong way. Wow, this is even more distorted. We're just playing around at this point. That was funny. I should probably do the horns first, actually. What? Oh wait, I flipped it back.
Some very adorable horns.
This other one will be mostly blocked by my head, so it's not that big a deal. Damn it, bitch. Your ears are gonna block the fucking horns. I mean, I guess that's part of the design, but I don't know if you can tell, but I've never drawn glitch before.
Oh, good start to doing it.
It's not that hard, but honestly, we generally haven't drawn glitch a lot.
We haven't really done a lot of our system aids that we want to. We want to do it a lot. So it's nice to get an opportunity to.
We've been helping Headmate with making a Sona. We used to have a Sona, but our system collectively fucked it up, basically, by like pressuring them to have a Sona in a certain way, and it kind of ruined it for them, so they need to make a new one.
Yeah, we've definitely had that similar experiences of animes being.
Oh, okay, so it's not just us.
Well, forced on them, like Sable in our system.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like sometimes the system feels like they're supposed to do a thing, or if they do something, then it's like gonna confuse too many people, or be too weird, or whatever. music changed again.
Oops.
This track always calms us down. This is the first song we actually played today that is actually released. It's from our EP, Each Other's Sunflower. The song and the song and the album are the same name. My system is big fans of sunflowers. As some may know.
Sunflowers are super cute.
Real. It's stupidly endearing. Got some gifts or something. Never forgotten. And the Stanley Parable. That's cool. Love getting gifts. Funny because our birthday's coming up. It's in like 2 weeks-ish. On the 11th. Gosh, I'm glad I made the eye one fucking layer. Usually we have a different layer for the like perimeter of the eye, and then a different one for the iris as well, at the very least.
Oh. You could flatten it down after, or
I don't really have to. I mean, I might. I don't know. I'm probably not even gonna be the one to finish this piece. And we don't always need to use a bunch of layers, but it is like how we usually do things, like what we're most used to.
Yeah.
But like honestly, we should get comfortable. We should try to get comfortable using way less layers if we can help it. Our layers be getting out of hand. I tell you what. I tell you what.
yeah, I remember you like seeing your layers and just it being a lot of individual stuff.
Yeah, we're already on an intense amount of layers right now, I would say even.
We tend to do layers by like chunks of items, like someone's head, someone's hair, so maybe a piece of or another layer for some hair that's in front of a face.
We're kind of like that too. That's actually not a bad way to do it. Though, like, when we get into, like, colors and stuff, it can get kind of out of hand. Especially because we're, like, really specific and we try to build our layers in a way where if we make a mistake or we want to, like, double back, or especially if we want to, like, create an alt, it's not super hard to do that.
Yeah, that's very good.
It's good, but it definitely makes more time. Like when we're like doing a piece and we're not worried about that sort of stuff, it can go a lot faster. Which is what we're also doing here. I'm not planning like any alts. I mean, we love doing alts, don't get me wrong. But we're more used to practicing restraint and other things. We need to practice restraint in this a little bit more. And delete that. Usually we wouldn't draw both of Glitch's eyes because we don't usually need to because of the hair blocking, but it seems like a decent enough move in this case. And then a mouth. Before I must scream. What does your mouth look like again? Like a fucking Venus flytrap, basically. Sick. Fucking gremlin. That's not bad. Okay. Saving that. Messing that out. Okay. I'm gonna go on break and like cry and dissociate. And then we'll come back and do what are we gonna do? Let's see. I've got researchy stuff. What's the games? All right, the games. We'll probably play Saving You From Yourself before jumping into some readings and discoursey-ish stuff. Our queer discussion. Gosh. Please excuse us while we decompress. Ghosties, feel free to mute. I'm gonna put on a bumper.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. But...
So Matt's will be gone for 20 minutes. Because we're going to put the bumper that usually starts the stream that we did not start the stream with since we started withdrawing anyway. Alright, enjoy the Nightmare Daydream.
チューチューロケットネズミを助けろチューチューロケット猫は怖いチューチューロケットすごいズババババー
ダメダクションバズるチューチューロケット2800円安いリン
Has the dust settled? If so, I guess you're all alone. Wake up, darling. Seek your beloved. If emancipation is what you desire, I understand. But don't forget about me.
멸하리. 자, 마지막 공연이다. 넌 내 기억에서 지우도록 하지. 이 세상에 변화가 필요하다. 제가 가겠습니다.
다 같이 춤을 춰볼까?
들려? 이 소리?
자, 고개를 쳐. 오늘 잘 풀리는데. 야호! 예!
숨어도 소용없어!
내 불은 불꽃이 될지.
자, 마음껏 싸우세요.
성공한다. 좋은 느낌이야.
미션 컴플릿! 아, 힘든 하루였어요.
Fluff Bites' streams are intended for mature audiences. This is an 18-plus space. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and interests outside of your comfort zone. Try to have an open mind and good faith. Please respect the space and treat yourself and others with respect.
ナックルズ在キドゥナ。物心ついた頃から理由も知らずマスターエメラルドを守り続けている。俺にとってはそれが全てだ。しかしある夜、一条の稲妻がマスターエメラルドを砕いた。そして中から謎の怪物が出てきたんだ。なんだこいつは。このマスターエメラルドには大変な秘密があったんじゃないか。
友情、選択、理性、恋愛、崇拝、信念、自分、そしてまた新たなデュエリストがウテナ様、世界を革命する力を。セガサターン。
Ah, the accursed town of Tombwater. Tell me, lone gunslinger, why have you come to this decrepit settlement? Monsters roam the streets, and horrors lie beneath. There's something sinister in the soil. A curse that's hidden under it all. No one leaves Tombwater alive. And it won't be long till you succumb to the madness.
happy you're here. But before you head into the park, there are some rules you must know first.
There's rules? I thought this place was fun.
It is fun, Ella, but you can't have fun if you're not being safe. Rule number 1. Stay out of areas you cannot enter. If you see this sign, that means you have to stay away.
Oh, but what if I want to know what's inside?
Well, I'll tell you. These areas are filled with machinery that helps keep the park running. You don't want the park to break down, do you?
I guess not.
Rule number 2. You must be the appropriate height to ride the rides. If your head doesn't reach the arm, that means you can't ride.
That's not fair!
Remember, this is for your safety, Ella. Rule number 3. If there's a hat in the park, follow the exit signs and get out.
Hey, what happened to the lights?
Rule number 4.
Elliot, what's going on?
Don't be afraid. There's no reason to fear us.
Elliot!
Rule number 5. If you feel a panic setting in, remember to take deep breaths.
Someone stop him! Please, Elliot, stop!
Rule number 6. Don't close your eyes, or you'll miss the best part.
Fluff Bites' streams are intended for mature audiences. This is an 18+ space. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and interests outside of your comfort zone. Try to have an open mind in good faith. Please respect the space and treat yourself and others with respect. Alright, I'm back. I'm done having emotions unfit for a doll. Welcome to Fluff Bites. Your safe place to get outside of your comfort zone. Today is the last day of Pride in America, or in most places in America. Some places have like their Pride celebrations like in May or in July or even in August, but generally in America it's recognized, and like in our circles it's recognized as generally in June, and it's not been feeling very celebratory, honestly. Not really a surprise. Preaching to the choir, really. And yet, I am here, a doll in a dream, struggling to exist just like any one of you. And the world is scary right now, especially if you're marginalized, if you're queer, if you're disabled. Even some people who don't necessarily classically think of themselves as disabled or queer. If you'll die without like health insurance and like access to like some sort of medication, I don't know, it's felt really sour this year. And I don't know how your YouTube algorithm is, but my YouTube algorithm sometimes gives me videos like, is Pride dead? Obviously, clickbait made to engage with your emotions. I hate that a lot of the internet is basically appeals to anger and absurdity. And as much as some people's experience online has been more pedestrian, for folks who like haven't gotten death threats, for folks who have never really felt objectified online, or if you in particular have never had someone argue your humanity or suggest you to have none, it can be hard to imagine. I mean, that's why I feel so scary to be not normal right now. And like even in streaming, like being able to keep at it, having the endurance, the emotional fortitude. I know people who used to stream, and the reason they don't stream is because they got trauma streaming. And sometimes that's the trauma that is associated with streaming just generally. And, you know, however many types of marginalized you are, you have that many more avenues of people trying to hurt you. Excuse me.
Excused.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Yeah. Happy to be back.
I don't consider emotional reaction on our streams to be breaking character. I even have a PNG specifically for being fucking mad. Or at least upset. And I put a lot of energy into being positive. Like, have you seen fucking, what's that movie? It's, Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah, I have seen that.
It has this character which in a lot of media say, like Rick and Morty, a character who would be like picked on and made fun of for being like trusting or simple-minded or like susceptible to like manipulation, being weak-willed, like these things. And Wayman is very much ticks a lot of these boxes, but also like even in realities where he has power and where he is like respected, he still has a very similar worldview, it seems, and that has like sustained him in a way that other characters struggle with. And like he has a whole speech and monologue about being kind and being compassionate and like doing it on purpose. And we've had this feeling about it. We've had this feeling about it. Honestly, thinking about just being queer in general, we felt so weird about queer people when we were younger. We had such a hard time because it was sort of like constantly coming into contact with something and recognize. It's like we're both wearing the same costume. One of us is gonna have to change. It was just like, damn, queer people are always doing the coolest shit. Anything that seems cool to me is in some way be seen as queer coded. Super Sentai, magical girls, you know, fucking Kafka novels, you know, like. Do you know that there's a visual novel that reimagines Sir Isaac Newton and a bunch of other historical figures as fucking girls you can date?
Yeah. Well, that's not a surprise to me.
There's so many different ways to look at a thing and reinterpret a thing and like reflavor a thing, and like sometimes there'll be things that'll just be like, oh, this is just like a general thing, and why do I have to be queer to like it? Was always this thing we came to. The funniest example was literally Sylveon, because we always loved Eevee and Evolutions, and then Sylveon came out and we were like, oh, Sylveon's so awesome. And then we found out that Sylveon was seen as a trans symbol, and we were literally on the side of the people who would be like, I don't know if the Japanese developers of Pokemon intentionally chose these colors. They are very complementary colors, and we were literally in college in a fucking like a fashion aesthetics class at the time, as a straight person, obviously, and it's just like. Well, I understand in the design sense why they would choose these colors, and not to say that trans people can't have this Pokemon to like project on, but I mean to say there's an official intent, I don't know. But on the inside, I was like, they can't have Sylveon. Sylveon's mine.
Sylveon is so good.
Sylveon is very good. And I just, ever since I've been like actively part of the queer community, I just been super surprised by the lows that people will go to kick people who are very kickable themselves, because like we're all under attack, and like when you try to do purity politics will be used against you. Live by the sword, die by the sword, I say. Just been really surprised, especially lately, and like understand that it can be hard to adjust to other ways of like of people's like ways of being. Like our whole thing we want to talk about today is like the different ways of that someone might interpret themselves, and how that might come into conflict with other people's version of that thing, where it's like we don't always have the exact same definitions, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is a thing. And I don't know, I had to take a break because I was like really upset about someone coming in here and slinging mud and repeating transphobic dog whistles and saying the same things that conservatives say to us. And not a troll, not a rando. Someone who's been in the stream before, and we had to block them. And if they come onto Twitch chat, we will block them there. And like very often we have, because we are like, I'm literally not trying to be like I'm a good person. I don't believe in good and bad people, but we generally try to have good will with people. We truly try to assume the best of people, and sometimes we will literally read a message several times in a row in our head to ourselves before completely making sure we go, this is not just in bad faith, this is like harassment. And that's
I thought better of a person specific, but continue.
But it just it hurts in a way that a random hate raid could never ever hurt me. I would rather deal with a hate rate every week than the backbiting I saw. And of course, we have two chats. This is a relatively new thing in the fucking like almost 5 years of or whatever fluff bite. We have generally not dual streamed. We have lost faith with Twitch. Twitch doesn't even like hold affiliates on the hook for or partners, I think, anymore for dual streaming or streaming elsewhere. So it's not that big a deal. And having two separate chats is just so funny because most people who are here didn't see what was written, and it was just it really socked me. And it is the same rhetoric that I've seen time and time again used to, even within the queer community, smear other queer folks and make them for no other reason than to hurt them, to make someone self-destruct, or to make them get social death so they have no support network. And literally the reason that like one of the special streams that we have every fucking year is an anniversary of the time we almost died was because we were a victim of social death like that. And it still like makes us think about that, and is something that even in flesh space, even in quote real life, which people try to say is so different from the internet and so much better, and you should always touch grass, that even in flesh space, people will try to social death you, people will try to quarantine you, people will try to label you as a shitty, abusive force, and use that as justification to drive you to a place that any reasonable person would eventually be led to give up. And that's what conservatives are doing to us. That's what fair weather fucking allies are doing for us in the Democratic Party. And if you're like in the UK and fucking Labour, like I think about the fact that this is not new. I know a lot of people try to act like some of this shit is new. I like that we look at the historical context of stuff sometimes. Reading the fucking letters that the CIA sent to Martin Luther King that literally told him that he was bad for the black community and that he should take himself out because he was actually like holding the community back because he was a fucking degenerate. Who now, even our shitty fucked up president will invoke as some sort of show that like he's not racist or prejudiced, or we don't live in a fucked up world and society. Like, being in the same community does not always mean you will look out for each other, and I recognize that. And I think a lot of weird queers, a lot of further marginalized queers, a lot of trans femmes, like, have an experience of social death. But you know what? Instead of just doing my emotions right now, I would like to shift our attention, because I actually have something that we can talk about that is a little bit more constructive that we can segue into. Though I want to give you a chance to say anything if you want to about the topic, because I mean this topic is going to go on for a little bit, because I have this article here that we've shown before a couple of times that has been a really big part of our like queer and like anarchist, I guess, philosophy, and like how we're seeing the world in and out of queer like circles. So we're gonna continue talking about this sort of thing, and I like the fact that we can like switch gears a little bit so that we don't have to like languish on what happened in chat. Actually, I should probably stream this to you so you can see it too. Okay. Holostatic load. Like, holostatic load is like your cognitive load. Like how much stuff you're keeping in your head at a time. And folks who may be used to, say, complex PTSD, you might know, or if you know anything about complex PTSD, you might know that people hold trauma not just in their brain but also in their body, and that might mean you hold tension in places. If you're used to clenching certain things or certain muscles, if you're used to being on edge, if you're used to needing to like run at a moment's notice or try to defend yourself at a moment's notice, even if it's literally to fucking crawl into a ball, that adds to your cognitive load. And that's why sometimes you need to like be able to rest and not just sleep, but just like turn off your vigilance. And that is very hard, and that's something that some people, ourselves included, had to learn to do. However, in terms of a cognitive load, there's a lot of reasons why you might have an extra cognitive load, and it might show up in your body in like overt ways, but it will certainly make itself known in that your body will be worse for wear. You'll be more tired, you'll be more sore when you have like these higher cognitive loads, specifically I would say in terms of stuff like anxiety. And I can't speak for every like agoraphobic person, but our agoraphobia really spiked when we stopped feeling safe in public, when we felt that we could be without provocation under attack, or that if we were under attack, that no one would help us. And I know that there's like, you know, TV shows and stuff where like people try to like filmmakers try to show that like a place like New York is super brutal in a way of like someone could be like bleeding out on the street and no one will say anything. And we have like screamed for help and had people approach and question the premise of the help we needed, while the person we were under threat from was like right there and waiting for them to leave so that they could continue what they were doing. Like, the world will, no matter where you are, can be very, very brutal and not okay. And I understand that. But the hot allostatic load in this article is a lot about the extra tension that you have as a marginalized person, in this case a trans femme, in a system and under like communities that, even if they are supposed to be like something positive for you, you are more susceptible to abuse and manipulation and a lot of things, especially because a lot of like queer folks have like a history of like abuse and a history of like not being like accepted. Like, the amount of people I know who are queer, like with BPD for example, like almost at this point almost consider a non-starter, that if you are someone who is like queer and disabled, that you probably have some like level of maybe like rejection sensitive dysphoria, or like something that you do not really want, that is probably something that you picked up from like shittiness. Like, if you know people who like had a okayish childhood, but like they came out as adults and then people started treating them poorly, you can get trauma at any time. But when you have to try to please so many people, when you have to not respond to your oppression in a way that makes people feel threatened, like it racks up on you. And as you do more and more to try to placate the sort of like that prison structure where paranoia makes you guard yourself, panopticon, it builds up, and then you kind of fall apart. And today I reached my my limit, I think, to some degree, which is why I think that it's perfect to move into this this article. But I won't put it off any longer. Let's talk. I may have created the forbidden food, authentic Hindi food that causes all white people to perish. Damn. You should serve that at a at a certain buffet. I think you could do some real good in Minecraft with that. Build the shittiest thing possible.
I do need.
Oh, go ahead.
I need to learn. Oh, I do need to learn more like seafood. I do have family from India, so it's like I'll learn more of that kind of stuff.
Indian food is really good.
And I really love spicy stuff.
Spicy stuff is really
go
good.
Ahead.
I associate Indian food with like really large servings.
Yeah.
Okay. Build the shittiest thing possible. Build out of trash because all I have is trash. Trash materials, trash bodies, trash brain syndrome. Build in the gaps between storms of chronic pain. Build inside the storms. I'm too sick to write this article. The act of writing about my injuries is like performing an interpretive dance after breaking nearly every bone in my body. When I sit down to edit this doc, my head starts aching like a capsule full of some corrosive fluid has dissolved and is leaking its contents. The mental haze builds until it becomes difficult to see the text, to form a thesis, to connect parts. They drop into the page in fragments. This is the difficulty of writing about brain damage. The last time I was in the New Inquiry several years ago, I was being interviewed. I was visibly sick. I was in an abusive community that had destroyed my health with regular sustained emotional abuse and neglect, sleep deprived, unable to take care of myself, my body tearing itself apart. I was suicidal from the abuse, and I had an infected jaw that needed treatment. Years later, I was talking to my therapist. I told her, when you have PTSD, everything you make is about PTSD. After a few minutes, I slid down and curled up on the couch like the shed husk of a cicada. I go to therapy specifically because of the harassment and ostracism from within my field. This is about disposability from a trans feminine perspective through the lens of an artistic career. It's about being human trash. This is the defense of the hyper-marginalized among the marginalized, the homeless kids, the marked for death, those who came looking for safety and found something worse than anything they'd experienced before. For years, queer, trans, and feminist scenes have been processing an influx of trans femmes, often impoverished, disabled, and or from traumatic backgrounds. These scenes have been abusing them, using them as free labor and sexually exploiting them. The leaders of these scenes exert undue influence over taste-making jobs, finance, and access to conferences, access to spaces. If someone resists, they are disappeared. In the mundane, boring, horrible way that many trans people are susceptible to, through a trapdoor that can be activated at any time. Housing, community, reputation, gone. No one mourns them, no one asks questions. Everyone agrees that they must have been crazy and problematic, and that is why they were gone. I was one of these people. They controlled my housing and access to nearly every resource. I was sexually harassed, had my bathroom use monitored, my crumbling health ignored or used as a tool of control, was constantly yelled at, was pressured to hurt other trans people, and punished severely when I refused. I want to stop here and highlight this part because this was resonating with me before. This resonated me from back when Fantasia had a stream a few months ago where we were playing a game that had some not so subtle Shotokan references, and one of the members of our chat talked about being uncomfortable. And Fantasia, who is certainly not very verbose about our degeneracy, or very is I don't even say like shameful, is certainly let's say it with your chest, I guess, than someone like well, Glitch, I guess. Um, we had like a weird moment where Fantasia's trying to soft spokenly try to communicate like not even necessarily the complexity of the morality of Lily Show, but more like harm, like actual harm versus like imagined harm, and like like taste and stuff, and also like recognizing someone can be uncomfortable without seeing it as like morally reprehensible. However, a lot of it can be like sort of wrapped around moral like a moralistic worldview, even if someone doesn't have like first-hand experience with like for example CSA and stuff, and something that struck us and still stays with us, and that we've seen in various degrees, because we've seen folks who were antis at one time, and then after a certain number of years became like pro-fic, even like quietly and not like announcing it from the rooftops. Actually, we have done that generally. Well, I don't think we've ever considered ourselves an anti. I don't think I would ever consider ourselves an anti, but we certainly we're not as direct about our like place and stuff. But why I mention this is because I remember that chatter mentioned that they felt a pressure in communities and fandom, queer communities, to like do these things that are like essentially like purity politics, moralizing at people, because they fear that if they do not comply, that they will be harassed because they are not complying, and that will be seen as essentially like being okay with problematic thing. Right, and it doesn't always have to be that. Sometimes like people are talking about pup hoods at Pride. Sometimes people are talking about fucking people like gurus. Sometimes people are literally just talking about like mostly vanilla furries. Even like there's all sorts of ways that queer people who are into like weird or like taboo art and or kink are just like basically treaded underfoot, and we felt more and more like there was that pressure, and it's really hard not to gaslight yourself sometimes, because there's a lot of stuff you can have a persecution complex about, right? Shit, the right tries to make us feel like as a community, just generally the left are like hysterical for believing in civil rights, and like that people should be able to make choices about their own body. Right? But just this concept of like being pressured to hurt other people in your community, and then like punish when refused. Like we've seen that. We've seen that. It's very, very real. And I mean, it's also just something that's been on our mind a lot recently. The cycle of trans kids being used up and then smeared is systemic. Is a systemic institutionalized practice. It happens in shelters and the radical organizations and the artistic scenes, everywhere they might have a chance of gaining a foothold. It's like an abusive foster household that constantly kicks kids out, then uses their tears and anger at being raped and abused to justify why they had to be kicked out. Look at these problem kids. Look at these problem kids. Even defensive violence is seen as unspeakable. Trans femmes are especially vulnerable to abuse for the following reasons. A lot of us encounter concepts for the first time and have no idea what is normal or not. We have nowhere else to go. Abuse thrives on scarcity. No one cares what happens to us. This foster cycle relies on amnesia. A lot of people who enter spaces for the first time don't know these spaces as history. They may not know that leaders regularly exploit and make sexual advances on their new members, or that these members who resisted are no longer around. Spaces self-select for people who will play the game. until the empathetic people have been drained out and the only ones who remain are those who have specifically identified with the agendas and survival of the space. The pyramid scheme of believers who bring capital and victims on those to the top. My first puberty was a nightmare. Faced with the opportunity to make my second one a healthy one, a healing experience, I was instead abused and broken. The community practiced compulsory BDSM sexuality, which was deeply inappropriate considering it was one of the only visible spaces for trans people interested in making games. I didn't need that coercion in my life. I needed safety and mentorship. I think there's a lot of queer spaces that have compulsory elements that are fucked. We didn't go to Pride this year, like our local Pride, mostly because the timing was off because it was like really early in the month and we hadn't planned around it being so early. And at the same time, it was like, I don't want to bust my ass to make it to Pride to basically be surrounded by a bunch of noise, and the like general communication is like drinking and dancing, and I like dancing, and like I don't not drink, but like the party scene of queer culture that is like sometimes the most accessible in like a Pride setting is, well, outside of the parade itself, can be a little rough,
Stimulating.
Way overstimulating. And even beyond that, like there's like the drugs and alcohol part of it, where it's like, you know, like last year, like the Pride party after the parade was literally like a bunch of bars and like taco trucks, at least in our city. I know it's like a different thing, but like also like, I don't know, I like more game nights or something. I mean, not
like,
all
game nights just
some places are better. Like I think like the Folsom Street Fair has a lot of different sort of stuff, but you know, I don't live in San Francisco.
I was part of a Pride group that did a youth group and a weekly youth group. So we'd watch videos and sometimes and stuff. Otherwise, be creative.
Oh, that sounds nice. Art programs are really important.
Mm-hmm. And youth programs as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Give youth access to resources.
And let them play sports without policing their gender, please.
Yes.
I spent those years of my early 20s not making connections or gaining valuable socialization I missed in my youth, but being exploited and brainwashed in nightmarish isolation. I was scared away from the inclusive coding spaces, the inclusive conferences and their orbiting alt events, and everything else that people like to pretend is available for trans films. Things escalated at the Allied Media Conference in 2013. Unfortunately, I was traveling alone. People from the abusive community overheard me asking about safe space resources in Oakland and became angry that I was seeking to escape their community. I was intimidated in person by someone who had a great deal of social power over me. I had a panic attack and went to the bathroom to dry heave and cry. Shortly afterwards, threatening messages began bombarding my Twitter and my phone, and the community began to develop a coordinated political response to my desire to leave. People suddenly stopped talking to me, and I felt the icy net of isolation drawing tight. This was the only time a conference responded appropriately. AMC apologized, notified their security team to check up on me, and encouraged me to submit a talk next year. I came back and ran a workshop with 2 friends for security, and a small amount of healing was possible. This reintegration was not made anywhere else. I was excluded from the vast majority of game spaces because of what happened to me. Of course, the multimedia nature of AMC meant it had the least stake in preserving the reputation of games and other things that matter more than people. When I got back home, I was kicked out of my housing. I later learned that the community had been contacting my landlord for months prior to the actual eviction, as well as spreading rumors throughout my field. These seed rumors are a common tactic in these spaces, cultivating a brittle structure around a person that can be shattered when necessary. Living was my sole attempt at innocence. Attack. One of my abusers was sent a list of the nominees for the upcoming Games Festival indie seed. Unfortunately, I was on the list. I ended up winning an award ostensibly to recognize my feminine labor in the areas of marginalized game design. Games created years of creating access for other people, publicizing their games, giving technical support, not to mention the games I had designed myself. Instead of solidarity from other marginalized people in the field, I was attacked. Anyone else getting that award would have been able to just get that award. But people like me aren't allowed to just have careers. Feminist culture saw to give a pass to every man and every cis woman who got that award, but when a trans femme from a disadvantaged background stepped up, she somehow happened to be the worst. The culture was fine with me as long as I was window dressing, but daring to excel got me kneecapped. It does remind me of recently I heard that a trans person won a chess competition, and people immediately were like, we need to ban trans people from chess.
What?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, gosh.
Trans women from women's chess. Sorry, I had to be very specific.
Oh my
here.
God.
We're talking about social death and trans and marginalized disposability. Reading allostatic load because of the fucking social death that was attempted in chat earlier, but also because it's a wider part of a conversation about like being queer right now during this time, even though it's Pride and like things are kind of fucked up.
Oh, apparently so.
Chess is gender segregated? Yeah. Unfortunately. I don't think all chess is gender segregated, but like a lot of tournaments are. They spread rumors I was sending harassing messages to people. Even as the messages streamed one way towards me, they said I controlled a misogynic mob and was using it to attack people. I was never been more alone. I was called a pedophile, a rapist, an abuser, the typical dog whistles used in feminist spaces to evoke the dangerous trans stereotype invading our bathrooms. Even when the rumors were debunked, even with the history of cohabitating peacefully with partners and a history of being a respectful tenant, the damage was never repaired. The purpose was to keep firing until I was gone, until every possible bad thing had been said about me. Part of the reason that we hold this piece of like first-hand account of this sort of thing happening in such high regard is because at the time that we ran into it, it was like part of a conversation that people were having like back on Blue Sky about how they experienced something like this, but they hadn't really talked about it because, well, like, also to speak to it sometimes gets you punished, you know? For so long, we didn't want to talk about, like, a lot of stuff that, like, we had experienced before because we were worried that our old partners would come and try to cancel us because one of them, like, at one point tried to, and then the other one, like, convince them not to. It's just like feeling like you were one person's bad day away from losing like your entire like livelihood or like support system is fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
And like reputation damage does not clear easily. A lot of people are not on the same page. Like shit, like with the, I don't know if anyone knows about the like pirate software thing with Stop Killing Games, but that whole debacle, whoever had the highest numbers had the most sway, even when they were dead wrong. Even when they were wrong to a degree that was basically lying while looking at the thing they're lying about. Like, it's repugnant. God.
Yeah.
The reputation game was used to paint a vulnerable, isolated trans girl too scared to leave her room most days as having power, which she did not have. Power which my abusers, veterans of queer and artistic scenes with decades of institutional privilege, did have. It happened without warning or recourse, without a single attempt at conciliation. Multiple times I had noticed tension building and asked explicitly for mediation. Each time this was refused. When you're exiling someone for petty political reasons, it works best when they can't tell their own story. By privately vocalizing concerns that I was being abused, I became a public target, presenting a false chronology to observers. Previously, their ostracism had been silent, made simple by the fact that no one cared about what happened to trans femmes who made games. The fact that my games had inadvertently made me visible made the attacks had to be devastatingly public. My fake crimes commensurate to the amount of disgust required to repel me. This is the danger of the token system. It elevated me to a level of violent politics I was unprepared for. Very few people want to defend a target of disposability. That's the thing. Alright, I guess I am like completely just like my level of restraint is I have a mob psycho energy right now. I remember how I felt like when Tyga got canceled, even when I like heard of like what was happening, like from multiple sources, and not just her. It was just like seeing the public outcry and stuff, and literally being told, "Oh, it's okay for you not to publicly defend me," and just being like, oh, "I'm so sorry." And just being quiet for so long, and I feel so fucking bad about that. And it's just like, I didn't also want to be disposable. I still don't want to be disposable. But I also don't think that my friends are disposable. And so I refuse to not say something. I don't know.
Yeah, I will fight hard for my friends. Like,
I'm tired. I'm so tired. But that's okay, because I'll have a nap later. Few people want to defend a target of disposability. I was told by one person that she couldn't risk losing her job. That's fucking real. Another that she didn't want to become a target to. I was threatened into not defending myself, gaslit into silence, told that people knew things about me that were never explained. When I asked how I could do accountability, when I said I would do whatever they wanted, they said I was incapable of accountability, that my crime was unknown, and that my sentence was permanent. This is the point of where the body starts to die. I'm going to universalize this a little bit as well. Our justice system is like this. I don't know how every other country runs it, but as I understand it, you do not have as much, if any, access to like social like support services if you were like a felon, like if you're an ex-con and stuff. Like, there's not just the recidivism problem of people just having like discriminatory hiring practices, but also generally people who have a record are also marginalized in some way. And then generally, if you go to jail, you are basically not being habilitated, you are being traumatized over and over and over again. So like, even if you were, say, if you went in for a non-violent offense and you came out and you still like recidivismed, it can still be non-violent, but you're still going to be treated the same and like a piece of human garbage. We've had an interesting life because we actually used to live in a punk house, a flop house, if you will, a hostel. We used to live in a house where like 14 other people were living. It was like $12 a day or something, $7 a day if you pay for a month at once, or something like that. And we lived there for like maybe 2.5 years, And like a lot of people who were living there, and this was in LA, were new to LA, were either were new to LA or just gotten out the joint. And that was actually our first time having experience with people who like had a record, because we didn't often run into those people because, well, I mean, we did drop out of a kind of prestigious college. I don't believe I'm fucking saying that. I mean, but we did. It's silly to flats. It's not a flats, but also I feel fucking stupid. And it's just like, they could tell the baby on my bones. Like, it was insane. I actually was like, well, everyone thought I was like way younger than I was, as people do, because all that kiddo energy.
Yeah.
And like some of the ways that sometimes people might treat like a femme, we were treated, but not based on being a femme, but based on being like too like unknown and innocent. And it was like, oh, you're smoking weed, can I help? Or like, can I smoke with you? And it's like, no, you can't smoke this. It's like, why not? This isn't weed. Oh, come on, I like drugs. What is it, opium? It's crystal meth. Don't do it. Don't ruin your life like me. Don't ruin your life. I'm laughing, but like for serious. And like, you're still a person when you go to jail. I know it's hard to imagine for some people because of how stratified we are from like quote unquote criminals, but like most people do crimes, just not everyone gets caught. And some people who get caught have extra resources to not go to jail for it, or for their sentence to be like, I don't know, like house arrest or something.
Yeah, and just to be overlooked in the first place.
Yeah, insanely so. And I know that it may be weird for me to throw like that sort of thing into this conversation because we're talking about like social death specifically, but like the system of like morality and like punishment that we have in society and in culture that is seeped into most like society, especially like on the internet, I would say, is very much from the like punishment revenge framework of like accountability, like, and it's hard to like hold people accountable, especially people who like ostensibly have like way more power than you. Like me and you alone can't like fucking like stick it to Elon Musk in like a way that like would change something today. Obviously there is a lot of people who burn Teslas who disagree. And I am not advocating for violence. That would be immoral. But I will say that organization and working together has always worked to topple tyrannical structures and systemic injustice. However, we generally are
and sometimes individual action does make change, like the one president of
of South Africa?
Japan.
Oh, true. I was gonna say like, oh, Nelson Mandela. See where my brain is at. Black as hell. All right, I feel good enough to change my PNG, but I might change it back later if I get really icky.
Chipper.
In chat earlier today or a long time ago? In chat earlier today, we literally would not have gone on break if it did not happen. I was threatened into not defending myself, gaslit into silence, told that people knew things about me that were never explained. When I asked how I could do accountability, when I said I could do what they wanted, they said that I was incapable of accountability, that my crime was unknown, and my sentence was permanent. This is the point where the body starts to die. My attackers were expert pathological liars who have been getting away with it for years. Entire fictional realities playing out on their social media accounts like a soap opera. Actually, damn, my brain is actually percolating. I actually have a friend who, I actually have a number of friends who have told me that, like, their abuser, after, like, you know, basically, like, winning the optics game, like, would gloat on social media, and they just have to sit there and see, because it's like, I don't want to re-engage, I don't want to escalate, but they're like, I know a lot of people is like, it's best if I just keep my head down, and that's the thing. But the people that have power over you, or like have, like, you know, threatened you into silence, aren't necessarily going to be silent themselves. I'm happy. I told you I'm happy. This is the point where the body starts to die. My attackers were expert pathological liars who have been getting away with it for years. Entire fictional realities playing out in their social media accounts like a soap opera. Escaping from abuse is the most certain way to become painted as an abuser. And being an abuser is the most sure way to be believed. You know how movies are realer than reality? How the sound effects and physics become so normalized to us that the reality seems flat and fake? Talking about abuse is kind of like that. Abusers know what sounds real, but they're like expert movie effects artists. Victims are stuck with a boring fake reality. I think also there is the nature of what abuse does to your brain, and especially in a... I don't want to overgeneralize, but I will say that in a lot of situations, especially what I know of, like, abusive, especially like queer and trans people, there is like an element of like gosh, having aphasia right now, blah.
Oh, some more happening.
No, aphasia is in like, I'm forgetting words.
Oh.
The victims are stuck with the boring fake reality. Gosh, damn, I definitely lost my train of thought there. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I would say that a lot of trans folks, and there's a certain, like, especially with like respectability, when it comes to respectability politics, and stuff, there is a lot of like fawning that can happen, and we are victims of how do I say it? Like, we are fawners. That's like our trauma response. That's how we've survived a lot of different fucked up stuff, systemically and like individualistically. So like, there's also,
we fawn as well.
I think there's a lot of trans people who will, their response to like harassment and abuse is not necessarily to bang their drum louder, or certainly not at first. Sometimes a person licks their wounds. Like, it happens, and it's just like that. Also, there's you have less control of your narrative if you're not speaking. So they also, if the only words that have been said about it are all on the other person's account, or like this uncharitable view of you, then like you're probably gonna be afraid to expose yourself, and like honestly, like it is hard to respond in a quote unquote pragmatic way, and I would never fault anyone for like failing to skate their social media presence in the exact perfect way to quote unquote lessen harassment, because like people who harass you if they want to, and they'll make shit up. I find it that just a lot of trans people are silenced, and sometimes it is safer to be silent, and that sucks. social media and
I do know
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I know I do struggle with fire to like resist at times. Like it does definitely take energy to resist.
Say that again.
Oh, I know we definitely struggle with the energy to resist at times, or well, because it does take quite a lot of energy to like keep or like not put your head down.
Yeah, I mean, learned helplessness when you're in it feels really logical, because if you, it's the like ultimate like movie abuser stereotype is like I'll make it over quick if you don't fight me, and you internalize that and it's like it'll be over quick if I don't fight. Social media is significant to my story because for a long time it was my only outlet as a disabled individual barred from many social spaces, and a way to express myself artistically when traditional outlets were closed to me. However, it came with its own set of problems. When I told another trans person that I had been abused, I was told in response that my follower count on Twitter was higher than hers. I tried talking to people about my poor health, how I needed to withdraw and have space. After unfollowing most people related to games, a subject which was quickly becoming a trigger, I was told that I was manipulative for unfollowing and that my follower list on Twitter was scrutinized and brought up as evidence that I still followed certain games people and that I was doing this to hurt people. I was pressured not to post about certain things I cared about, crystals, slime, and she has some banger fucking games, y'all. Like, oh my god. Actually, because if you don't know the context of the writer, you'll just go crystals and slime. No. What you just think like, oh, autism. And I mean, probably, but Porpatine, I believe, yeah, Porpatine, great fucking game dev. Can't recommend her enough. Slime. What if lube that makes you what's the thing? Lube that God, I need to not keep saying lube over and over again. Lube that makes you lube that gets you high and is estrogen. Slime. I don't think I can say anything else without awakening the YouTuber Twitch gods. I was pressured to not post about certain things like crystal slime. Yeah, that game we played. Yeah, the visual novel. Working in the weird biopunk future and being a cat girl.
Oh, this is a kitty that is here, and
kitty,
we're a cosmological ghost star system. Often Signet, Signin, Prescia nowadays, Richea, that kind of group of system mates.
Gosh.
Hello.
I guess I was on a totally different wavelength because it's like kitty, and I'm just talking about the fucking cat girl, and it was just like, oh, I mean the meowing in your background. Yeah, the cat is definitely not at my house.
It is at ours.
I was pressured not to post about certain things I cared about, crystals, slime, and to not use my favorite emoticons. I was pressured to join an oh god, fucking emoticons. There's certain emoticons you apparently can't use. A lot of Therians have been getting shit for using a certain emoticon that people claim is actually for zoophiles. Fun. I love it when people police my expression. I was pressured to join in social media smearings of other trans people, which I frequently rebelled against to my detriment, and to retweet things I didn't want to retweet. My Twitter was incompatible with the rest of the network because I mainly posted poetry-style tweets that had no connection to anything else. I would be accused of subtweeting or encoding hanging messages to my tweets. People would associate random words in my tweets with some random thing going on in their life, and I surely must be commenting on. Social media became a scientific metric for my abusers, a set of numbers and behaviors to obsess over and divine hidden messages. The games network constantly upbraided against my non-participation, my desire for a safe, therapeutic online space, not a competitive one. Feminist practice of declaring privilege and marginalization became a way to collect information about victims. Look at someone's profile bar for their elemental weakness. Being frank about my health problems was never an advantage for me in feminist spaces, only something to be used against me. I've certainly had that happen, but anyone who has been close to you has the potential to use something they know will hurt you to hurt you. And that is just like how it is, but obviously online that is like sort of amplified just by being visible, so someone doesn't actually need to be close to you to know something that will hurt you. I don't know which emoticon that is. It didn't come up as an emoticon. Sorry, you're banned. They're not. You're not really banned. I was joking. I forgot everyone's here is autistic, and they might go, wait, I didn't mean it. Social media can scientific feminist practice of declaring privilege and marginalization became a way to collect information about victims. Look at someone's profile bar for their elemental weakness. Being frank about my health problem was never an advantage for me in feminist spaces, only something to be used against me. I was an object, an invalid on a bed that could be infinitely manipulated and extruded through social media to fit the agendas of 1,000 bored strangers. The ethereal potential of the net had become rigidly hierarchicized. You know what I'm trying to say.
I definitely see it.
And numbers.
I definitely see that emoticon.
Oh, it doesn't come up to me as an emoticon. Sucks to suck. It's just how it's coming up in OBS, I guess.
Yeah.
All I see is weird. Damn, restream.net fucked up. I can't believe that. Oh. Hello, Neon Crypt. How you doing? With those we love alive totally changed, our view on interactive art plus still lives in our mind anytime we work on Twine. Those who love alive totally. Those who love alive. Wait, is that on Itch.io? I'm just like, Those who love alive. With foes. Alive? Or am I divining meaning out of something differently? Oh, it's a porpoising thingy. Okay, so that's easy to find. Actually, I should move this over. I don't know if there's like, okay, there's not active porn on the page. I just want to be sure. Yeah, these are all fine. Okay. Boop. Hello. Damn it! I fucked up my window. Okay, I minimized it. Atomize. Where is it? I'm dumb. I can't remember the icon. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Still having trouble with. Okay, got it. It's so We have our monitors are completely different sizes, so the aspect ratio of any window we use changes when we slide it from one to the other, and it sometimes causes a lot of problems. So yeah, this is Porpatine's Itch.io. I'll have to look for that game later. Sticky Zeitgeist, I really yes, play that shit. Estrogen cream. I ain't here, but it's on the website, so I'll remember to click on that because it's linked there. But it is a sort of a hyper stimul. The actual website is like super hyper stimulating, so I'm not gonna click on it right now. I like not having as many seizures. I've had a few seizures today, but it's fine. At least now I know that means the Palestinian flag. Free Palestine. The ethereal potential.
Free Palestine.
Yeah. The ethereal potential of the net have become rigidly hierarchized and numbered to the point where I could be managed and controlled as efficiently as if I were in 3D space. Mobbing. Call out culture as ritual disposability. Feminist/queer spaces are more willing to criticize people than abusive systems because they want to reserve the right to use those systems for their own purposes. At least attacking people can be politically viable, especially in a token system where you can benefit directly by their absence and where your status as a good feminist is dependent on constantly rooting out the evil. I lived this when I was being threatened with homelessness by a person who actually convinced me to leave my home and said I wouldn't be safe in it, only then to tell me I only have a week to live, a week to be at their house, and then I'm on my own, and I could not go back home. Well, it wasn't considered my home anymore, actually. And this person was also black, also queer, also trans, also a feminist, also well, I don't think they consider themselves a socialist, but they're definitely like left. And they were threatening to call the police on me because I was threatening to leave their apartment. And they will only let me leave without them calling the police on me if I left all of my stuff with them. And it's so interesting when people say this, like, oh, a certain thing isn't violence. They never raised their hand against you. There's a lot of types of violence.
That is very controlling.
Yeah. Because I'm incredibly autistic and I need to buy myself time, and maybe also because maybe anime? I'm not really sure. My big brain thought was, actually, I'll call the police first. And I called the police while basically talking to the police about what was happening in real time so as to throw the person off. Not exactly the act like you're crazy sort of thing, but it was just like in our desperation, we were literally just like, if they get 2 calls saying to come to the same place, they might actually get confused, so they're probably not going to call the police while I'm still on the phone with the police. And as long as I don't tell the police where I am, they won't technically send it to anyone. Especially in this neighborhood, which they'll be late if they send a cop car here, irregardless. And we actually use the chance to call for help around us. It sounds weird, and I definitely don't say it's a catch-all solution, but I don't know. I've never been beaten by cops, and I didn't want to start them. But that is to say, someone who aligns with you, like, in all the ways they're supposed to matter, might still reserve the right to use their power to hurt you. Because when you become when you are acting in ways that they don't like, if someone can't control you, or you are just a disposable person for whatever reason, then like they can still keep their like whatever moral high ground they stand on, and still use like the power of the state to hurt people, which is the exact thing where I know that it's like sort of like people treat it as a gotcha to go, the police, you're gonna need to call the police eventually and then you'll be sorry, is what people tell leftists all the time. I will tell you from experience and from having been raised by a cop, fuck cops. They are not your friends, and most of the time they will not help you. If a cop saves your life, that is a statistical anomaly. They're more likely to make a situation worse, especially if you're a minority of any kind, including being, well, I guess you're not a minority if you're poor. Or I should say, being poor is not technically minority, or marginalized and not necessarily a minority. If you're poor, if you're racialized, if you're disabled, if you are in a mental health crisis, or you are under the influence of any sort of drugs, you have a higher chance of being hurt or killed by a police officer, even one that you called to help you, than you are for them to help you. And even when that's not the case, you mostly just file some paperwork and you don't hear again from them. So like, when someone tells me that like we need cops and they feel more comfortable being able to call the cops even though that they're like left or whatever, I have a little bit of sus in my heart for them, because ultimately I want to say sans like a mass shooter, most situations cops don't usually help. But even then, we have precedent for cops literally being legally not held accountable to protect citizens. They can sit outside and wait for the gunman to run out of bullets, and that's totally okay. So like, I don't believe that there's a reason to like be willing to keep 911 on speed dial specifically to call the police, because most of the time they will not help you or they will not come in time. Emergency services are different. 911 can still call like an ambulance, for example. I'm not a monster. I'm a dragon. I'm going back to preparing the devil's mashed potatoes. Yes, this is going to be a long stream. You will, if you go to sleep, if someone were to go to sleep watching the stream right now, you will probably wake up and I'll still be here, I think. Yeah, it's like 6:10. We've been going for like 4.5 hours. This is nothing. When I rejected their reasoning and covered the game, the targeting ridicule of disposability turned towards me. What can we learn from this? Besides, lofty processes in queer feminist spaces are nearly always about some embarrassingly petty shit. It's about the ritual nature of disposability, which has nothing to do with deserving it. Disposability has to happen on a regular basis, like forest fires keeping nature in balance. So when people write all those apologist articles about call-out culture and other instruments of violence and feminism, I don't think they understand that the people who most deserve these things can usually shrug off the side effects, and the normalization of that violence inevitably trickles down and affects the weak. It is predictable as water. Criminal justice applies punishment under the conceit of blind justice, but we see the results. Prisons are flooded with the most vulnerable. The rich can't buy their way out of any problem. In activist communities, these processes follow a similar pragmatism. Punishment is not something that happens to bad people. It happens to those who cannot stop it from happening. It is laundered pain, not a balancing of scales. If a man does something fucked up, all he has to do is apologize. If that, for feminists to re-embrace him. If a trans femme talks about something fucked up that happened to her, she is told to leave and never come back. Mobbing. A common punishment for infanticide in the Middle Ages was living burial. This was a feminine coded punishment, often reserved for women, one that allowed execution without having to actually be there at the moment of death. This line of thought pervades feminine punishment to this day. One of the most common tools of exclusion is through mobbing, which is rarely talked about because, unlike rape, murder, etc., it's not easy dependent on a single person or scapegoat. Mobbing is emotional abuse practiced by a group of people, usually peers, over a period of time. Though methods such as gaslighting, rumor-mongering, and ostracism, it's most documented in workspace or academic environments, key points of capitalist tension, but is thoroughly institutionalized into feminist, queer, and radical spaces as well. Here is why that is so horrible. 1. It is not unusually strong power to damage the victim's relationship to society because it is not written off as an outlier, as some singular monster. It reveals a fundamental truth about people that makes it difficult to trust ever again. People become like aliens, like a pack of animals that can turn on you as soon as some mysterious pheromone shift marks you for death. That actually is one of the things that scares us the most about this sort of thing, that someone that you agree with, someone that you like are close to, like, it, even if you have every reason to trust a person, just the fact that you've had every reason to trust a person and they still did this like fucked up thing, especially in this way that like they can evade complete accountability for, it definitely makes, obviously, like, no one is gonna be like able to perfectly predict how people are gonna react to things, especially things that emotionally charge them, but there is an expectation of like being treated a certain way that goes out of the window in certain cases. Like having someone who says that, you know, they got your back even if, you know, even if I disagree with you, I would never XYZ. And then suddenly they XYZ. And you're just like, well, shit. Someone lied in my life? How could they do such a thing? The insidious nature of emotional abuse. How do you fight ostracism and rumors? They leave no bruises. They just starve you. 3. Mobbing typically occurs in places where the victim is trapped by some need or obligation. Work, school, circles of friends. This can prolong exposure to damaging extremes. In ideological spaces, this damage is exacerbated by the fact that victims are often earnest people who take their ideals to heart and can't understand why the culture is going contrary to its own messages. They appease, self-incriminate, blame themselves. Anything to be a good person. They don't want to fight. Fighting sickens them. From a report by the Australian House of Representatives Education and Employment Committee, quote, 90% of people being bullied make the comment, I just want it to stop. They don't want to go down a formal path. They just want the behavior to stop. Those who participate, even unwittingly, feel compelled to invest in the narrative of victims as monsters in order to protect their self-conception as a good person. Group violence creates group culpability. For their ego, they trade the career, health, and community, and sometimes life of the victim. Mobbing as witch hunts. From Silvia Federici. One lesson we can draw from the return of witch hunting is that this form of persecution is no longer bound to a specific historic time. It has taken a life of its own, so that the same mechanisms can be applied to different societies wherever there are people in them that have to be ostracized and dehumanized. Witchcraft accusations, in fact, are the ultimate mechanism for alienation and estrangement, as they turn the accused, still primarily women, into monstrous beings, dedicated to the destruction of their communities, therefore making them undeserving of any compassion and solidarity. The term witch hunt is thrown around a lot, but let's look at what it really means. Witch hunts, as discussed by Silvia Federici, were responses to shifts in capital accumulation, as is slavery. To jury-rig the perpetually self-destructing machine of capitalism, huge amounts of violence are required to obtain captive labor, femme and non-white. The effect is to devalue our labor as much as possible and to destroy the bonds between marginalized people. You see this in games and tech spaces where the intense amounts of competition and capital accumulation, both physical and social, are a breeding ground for mobbing. But the popular two-sided discussion of mobbing as carried out in numerous clickbait articles ignores the fact that mobbing goes all the way down. Even as white cis women struggle for safety, they participate in the exclusion of others, creating a hierarchy of labor and competition. Because mobbing is a form of capitalist violence. The popular discussion conducted by those who were intricately intertwined with the flow of capital must admit the nuances of mobbing in favor of a narrative that is about replacing uncool, regressive, masculine consumerism with liberal, feminist consumerism. Remember that capitalism can take things into itself, just like fascism, and it's almost like they're one and the same. And they capitalism can profit from even critiques of it, you know, white girl boss CEO feminism, for example, like that sort of thing. Some people in the black community sometimes are needing a reminder that, like, say, like Jay-Z is not like your friend. In the same way, in the queer community, someone might say, well, I guess it's a little bit different because Taylor Swift is not publicly queer, as far as I know, or privately queer, as far as I know. But is definitely seen as a queer icon. She certainly has a very queer fan base and has made a song that talks about and critiques homophobia, but in this very way, I think, because fun fact, I think we found out about this on the Juneteenth stream, but the sort of redneck hillbilly archetype wasn't originally thought of as specifically racist. Maybe a little isolation-y, but certainly not racist. And there has been a sort of way that just Southern people are seen as a lost cause, seen as unintelligent, and that is why they're racist. The people who have the most power and wield systemic racism and systemic trans and homophobia are overwhelmingly rich, overwhelmingly have a lot of money, are well educated and well resourced. Not to say that there isn't very regressive Southern attitudes, and of course Texas and Florida, for example, are big bastions of really strong right-leaning laws and legislature. Just like how America is being occupied by a fascist government right now, that doesn't mean that every citizen is, a fascist asshole. I know I'm not. The intense amounts of competition, capitalist accumulation, both physical and social, are a breeding ground for mobbing, but the popular two-sided discussion of mobbing as carried out in numerous clickbait articles ignores the fact that mobbing goes all the way down. Even as white cis women struggle for safety, they participate in the exclusion of others, creating a hierarchy of labor and competition, because mobbing is a form of capitalist violence. The popular discussion conducted by those who are intricately intertwined with the flow of capital must admit the nuances of mobbing and favor of a narrative that is about replacing uncool, regressive, masculine consumerism with liberal, feminist consumerism. When the people who are scapegoated happen to be from the most disadvantaged backgrounds, the culture calls a coincidence, and cultivating our respectable counterparts to their chests like pearls, a talisman of tokens to ward away reality. Sexual menace. I saw a queer black woman struggling to survive by her art, falsely accused of rape by by a white queer. The call-out posts were extremely vague and loaded with strong words designed to elicit vigilante justice. Immediately, hundreds of other white queers jumped on the bandwagon. Many of them likely didn't know either of the people involved. Accusations of sexual menace are a key weapon used against marginalized people in feminist spaces because it arouses people's disgust like no other act. The threat of black skin on innocent white, of trans bone structures on ethereal cis skeletons, it's as common for many of us as catcalling or any form of ubiquitous harassment that cis feminists talk about, except no one wants to talk about it. It's a way for the dominant people in a group to take us aside and say, "You're not welcome here," or "Do this thing you don't want to do," or "I'll ruin your life." But frequently it happens without any particular thesis, just as a general tool to keep us destabilized and vulnerable. Don't forget who you really are in the unspoken hierarchy. Mobbing uses these rumors to trade a vague suspicion of the actual reality of violence. It's like turning the corner and watching someone on the street having their teeth kicked in by a mob who assures you that just before this happened, this person had committed some mysterious act which justifies limitless brutality. Unfortunately, this reminds me of something. There's this video that I saw. It was like a TikTok that was a very like reactionary like sort of thing, but does play into a sort of like vigilanteism even when like there is room to critique the victim, where there was a Latino woman who said some like slurs at a pair of black women in a store, and they got mad, but within the store she kind of like did the respectability thing and was like, "Oh, you're threatening me," when they were like, "What did you say?" and like, you know, approached her as someone might confront someone who's being shitty. But later you see, and these are both from the black woman's perspective, like they have the TikTok of like them literally getting slurred, but then also a TikTok of them basically beating her up, and a guy comes over and is like, "Yo, this is fucked up, don't do this," because it's not like, this isn't self-defense, they're like literally like punishing her, right? And the guy is black, and they go over and go like, "Oh, she said and did these things," and then he is like, "Oh shit," and he walks off. And like, of course I understand, like if someone is like, "Oh, this person is like did a fucked up thing," and this person had proof that they did the fucked up thing, but that is not I don't think that's justice. I don't like people being racist and stuff, and I mean, like,
yeah, it seems intense.
I think there's a big difference between that and punching your local Nazi. I have to say that out loud as well. But like, some people do like dangerously wave power, like, you know, like the Karen archetype, for example, and like people can definitely be dangerous, but even if your anger is justified, I think I just say like be careful so you don't go to jail. Like I do want to also have like some amount of human compassion, but sometimes like someone is literally blinded and really angry. Like there's like a tweet that I see going around, like an old tweet of Mike Tyson going like white people are like way too comfortable with being online. It used to be that when they like said all this fucked up shit about you, they had to say it to your face, and then, you know, like there was a chance that you might retaliate, right? And I am certainly, like I said, a fawner. Fight is not my chosen trauma response, right?
Yeah.
But also, like, I know that there's also like punishment in spades, so that's also why it's like be careful and like pick your battles also, because I mean, I'm talking about all this moralizing and stuff that happens. I also don't want to turn around and do the exact same thing, but I also want to have some amount of compassion, because I have seen people go to absurd lengths with their pain that comes from a very valid source and lashing out in ways that don't help them. That ultimately do not help them.
Yeah, like, I know when we get very, like, when we have a bad pain day, we can get very stressed, and like our body will be on edge, and like sometimes we'll do stuff we really don't like. Like sometimes, like, we get impulses to like break stuff just to alleviate sources of stress.
I think, what's the word? That resonates with me. I am generally scared that I'll be seen as a threat, so like I am usually at a loss, and like I need to not move, because as soon as I have the feeling of breaking something, I feel like scary to myself, because you know, like if you've been otherized to a degree, like so much that people like that you can't even get angry without something tensing in fear around you, then like, well, you start to see your anger as unjustified, as your pain as violence. I mean, that's the sort of gaslighting you get a lot as a fucking marginalized person. Like, that is 100% unfortunately normal. PTSD and disposability alchemy. Oh, you want to say something else?
Oh, no, I didn't have anything else to add.
Okay. I was, in effect, beaten until I had brain damage over a long period of time. Unlike other survivors of trauma, I was unable to heal because I was never separated from the source of danger. I was never given the chance to vent, to express myself, to tell my side of the story, but I had to keep working, harder than ever, while being constantly exposed to violence. The pressure on me was not merely to survive, but to display no signs of incredible amounts of damage pouring into me daily. To never display the slightest hint of anger. To never cry. To not argue with people telling me horrible things. Every hint of damage was an excuse to further isolate and demonize me. The cost of resisting disposability was PTSD. It was catching a lethal amount of negative energy with my body and becoming a poison processing factory. My job is wired to give me electric shocks. What do you do when your alternative is homelessness? The allostatic load is the wear and tear on the body, which grows over time when the individual is exposed to repeated or chronic stress. Stress hormones, such as epinephrine and cortisol, in combination with other stress-mediating physiological agents, such as increased mitochondrial workload, decreased smooth muscle tone in the gastrointestinal tract, and increased coagulation effects, have protective and adaptive benefits in the short term, yet can accelerate pathophysiology when they are overproduced or mismanaged. This kind of stress can cause hypertension and lead to heart disease. Constant or even irregular exposure to these hormones could eventually induce illness and weaken the body's immune system. To cover up the abuse and protect the reputation of the games industry, it was deemed worthwhile to lower my lifespan, weaken my immune system, and permanently damage my body. Even if I drink multiple cups of water before bed, I wake up with severe dehydration. An increasing side effect of being a trans female hormones is that spironolactone, an anti-androgen, is a diuretic. So the dehydrating effects of stress are added to the dehydration of my gender. I forgot that being stressed out dehydrates you. That's fucked up. Damn. That stresses me out. I can't believe it. I'm drying out. Well, at least I'm not becoming a corn cob, I guess. Even if I dream of, wait, no, I read that already. I wake up feeling burnt, damaged, corroded. I crawl up from an insane, nauseating, unreal pit and slowly come back to the world. I have constant headaches. By the end of the day, my neck and left arm are aching from nervous tics. I forget things rapidly. Triggers leave me exhausted or panicked at inconvenient times, sometimes for days or weeks. My hair fell out in handfuls. I still have a nervous tic of running my hands through my hair to pull out loose strands. Having PTSD is like breaking a limb and never being able to rely on it strongly. The sudden weakness of standing on it wrong, suddenly being unable to hold something, a fatigue and spasm of nerves. It became difficult to diagnose other medical problems because of the all-consuming nature of the symptoms. It became difficult to talk about what happened to my body in general. When my hairdresser asked, the only way to explain the damage was by saying I had a car accident. Attacks on marginalized artists go beyond merely delaying them access to networks. They also damage a person's facilities of expression. For a long time, PTSD deprived me of the privilege of being a multi-temporal being. The space of time I was able to safely think about shrunk to about a minute. Larger projections, the kind most tied to commercial value and to the media coverage apparatus, were difficult for me due to the traumatic potential of expanding my aperture of time. Yeah, when you're in survival mode, it's really hard to think about the future, to plan.
It really is.
Constantly deregulating.
Gosh. Survival mode. We've been out of it just a tiny bit, but it really does feel so different from to not be in
it. I'm glad that you're not in it. That must be nice.
Well, I might be in it right now.
Yeah, I thought maybe you were. I mean, it's not a linear thingy, and there's different ways. There's like different levels. You can be going from like an abusive household to a non-abusive household, but then the non-abusive household is like food insecure, for example. So you're still in survival mode, even though you don't have someone like literally beating you. You know, if that makes sense.
I do think it does.
You want to say anything else?
No.
Okie doke. The diversity-centric system expects more jobs to fix the problem, ignoring how long we've been damaged and made unfit for their jobs. They encourage the strong woman stereotype because it means taking the damage onto themselves. We need more than jobs. We need social integration. Inability to share stigma.
Social reintegration.
Oh, sorry, thank you. We need social reintegration. Traumatic events destroyed the sustaining bonds between individual and community. Those who have survived learn that their sense of self or of worth, of humanity, depends upon feeling a connection to others. The solidarity of a group provides the strongest protection against terror and despair, and the strongest antidote to traumatic experience. Trauma isolates. The group recreates a sense of belonging. Trauma shames and stigmatizes. The group bears witness and affirms. Trauma degrades the victim. The group exalts her. Trauma dehumanizes the victim. The group restores her humanity. Judith Herman. Trauma and recovery. The worst thing is not having other survivors to commiserate with. I can think of people who went through similar situations that were defended, reintegrated. Their stories are paraded through feminist spaces, saturated through social media, and every time I'm exposed to them, I feel less safe, not more. This enhances my feelings of dehumanization. Why was I not worth protecting in the exact same situation? I must not be human like them. I often have the overwhelming physical sensation of having a dead person in my life, someone as close as an identical twin. The sensation is of me being the only one still alive after a terrible accident, lingering like an unshriven thing. The inability to share stigma is even worse than the original act of violation. The greater part of a wound is its inability to heal. Inadmissible narratives of abuse number 1. The typical narrative of abuse on social media doesn't include the problems of the most vulnerable, like how public verbal harassment may only be an ultimately minor part of a trans film's exile. The most skilled abusers know what a good exile is done with pure silence, through the Whisper Network. But having that person wake up one day and have every second or third person she knows or who practices her profession block her and or stop talking to her. No one tells her why. She has to painstakingly talk to every friend, every contact, every person she would normally have a cheerful conversation with. The electric shocks of knowing that every simple human interaction you have with a friend or stranger could turn into a nightmare of victim blaming or worse. A cold iciness where they pretend nothing is wrong. Imagine repeating that experience hundreds and hundreds of times with no way to end it. After the noise, the long years of silence are what kill us. It's hard not having a social life. It's hard not having people to depend on. It's hard not feeling like you can speak your mind. This is hitting right at home. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw a baseball through your window, Evie.
It is.
It's at home for us too.
Same here.
The back channels that should be used to protect people from abusers and rapists are instead used to protect abusers and rapists. Any usefulness these channels have are reserved for real women. No one warned me about any of the comically large number of predators in my professions. I was considered unrapeable, unabusable, not worthy of protection. A trans femme can try to talk about her expectations of or experiences of abuse for years and have no one listen, but the instant one of her abusers smears her, everyone is alert and awake. One reason it took me so long to talk about my experiences was that I associated being able to speak against abuse with being an abuser. Because every abuser throughout my life was so good at being believed, I thought that being believed was the exclusive domain of abusers. I think that's a really fucked place to be. I don't think I have been that amount of brainwormed or paranoid, I guess, but I definitely understand that vibe because it feels almost like cosmically cruel, because it'll happen and you'll just be like, but how though? It seems so obvious to you. This is why my first months in therapy were spent convincing me that I wasn't a psychopath, crazy, abusive, or any of the other terms that I had been brainwashed with. Abusers don't spend years disabled by those thoughts because they don't care if they hurt other people. I do want to push against this, actually, because, unfortunately, I have to say, everyone, and I will repeat, everyone is capable of cruelty and hurting others. Whether they have systemic power to abuse is a different story, however. But even, like, marginalized queer people can be abusers. In the last place we live... Huh?
Oh, our system has definitely...
Oh, you said
our
hi.
system has definitely...
So.
Oh, I said I.
Oh, okay.
Our system has definitely been abusive when we didn't intend, when we were, like, trying to care for others.
Yeah.
It's happened a few times. So it's like, even if you intend good things, you can still hurt others and abuse others.
Yeah, and it's not an excuse, right? Like, but you have to understand, like, the context, and it doesn't necessarily mean that someone is without remorse either. There's actually, like, cycles that people go through. Something that I also kind of associate with BPD. There's this sort of, like, okay, so I think a lot of people, especially if you're, say, a bab, might be used to like binge purge cycles. Um, there's something similar. If you're really dysregulating, you have a lot of problems with, like, say, self-esteem, and also like have been abused and have like victimhood, like like someone with complex PTSD who has a history of abuse, who might have a certain amount of power, say, you are like a grandfathered in roommate to in a group, in a housing group, so someone else new came, so you don't necessarily have all the power, but you do have more power over the person because you've been there longer and there's a rapport with you and whatever, even though y'all all pay the same. Like, you have a certain amount of, say, like maybe social currency, maybe even. So like, you in that space may not be like, you might even be like the same in terms of like, you may be like a BIPOC trans person of color, or something, and someone could still like wield power in that scenario, and someone can believe they're doing good when they're hurting someone. It happens all the fucking time, actually.
Yeah. I've definitely done that.
And I think that our we used to say that we were like a recovering abuser or trying to recover from abuse or something like that. We don't use that terminology as much anymore, but where we got into that headspace was like radically believing the narratives that the people we were in a toxic relationship with, which we definitely hurt, but who definitely hurt us also and had more power in the relationship, that we felt that we had all the culpability and that everything was our fault, and we had some transphobic scripts in our head about it, and we had internalized a lot of biases from those people, and in a sort of like believing the best in people, we felt as though, and I think that I'd be hard pressed to not at least handle it under a similar logic, even if I don't arrive at the same place, that if someone calls you out, if someone says, hey, you've been doing harm to me, if you believe that you are like that you're like a leftist, you believe in like, you know, like believe people who have been abused, if you believe in like the rights of people, if you are like an ally, I don't see how you couldn't go, okay, I need to assess at the very least to immediately go, no way, to say my experience doesn't line up with that, so you must be wrong, seems to be very much not like listening, not seeing someone where they're at, and not willing to admit that you can cause harm and that you can internalize bad stuff, because we live in this fucked up world, and even when we recognize it as bad, we still have those things internalized.
One thing that made us more comfortable with accepting that we have accepting saying we've been abusive in the past is like the empty spaces community, where it's I guess it's a bit more open to talk about like that you have been abusive in the past. I definitely never intended to do it, but it's like I've definitely heard a lot of others in very intimate ways without intending.
There's a lot of complex stuff to navigate with bodies, and like people struggle with consent. I do think that a lot of people try to flatten the nuances of consent. There are ways that people feel social pressure to do things also. So like consent isn't always as black and white as it seems.
One thing is like with one person in particular, we'd like pacify them as a tease, but it ended up like make them quiet, and like I kind of wish like it was I encourage them to speak more, I guess, or like I wish they were spoke up more because I know we would have wanted to help, but like it's even just like if you're abused, it's like you do withdraw. Well, you can, depending on depending on how you exactly one reacts to trauma.
I think that there's also like a normalization of helplessness and like sort of submission that goes in like especially kink queer communities where like it's not just like someone not necessarily speaking up or not like say like safe wording and someone doesn't pick up on like subtle cues or whatever, but like that because we know someone who like scratch, you know how like a lot of furries and like especially like trans femmes have the thing of like, oh, like, you know, like pet play stuff, and it's like scratching behind someone's ear being like a really good like feeling. There was someone we knew who told someone that they were intimate with that was like casually intimate with them, like please don't scratch behind my ears. If I'm like in the middle of something, you're gonna make me like forget, because like it wasn't just it feels good, but like it is a stimulating thing that can distract from their thoughts. And it became a habit of them doing a thing, and they thought, and the person who was doing it thought that the reaction that they got was a form of consent, because the person who was getting the head scratches was making sounds that are like cute and purring, but that is their response to it. And so you can't always take that response is like a tentative yes. However, on the flip side, an anxious person, myself included, could take what I just said and use it as a way to always worry that every time I need to ask to scratch behind the ear. But you also have to recognize and listen to what someone says. So if someone says, hey, if I'm in the middle of like talking or like a complex task, please don't scratch behind my ear. And like recognizing that, and not necessarily going, oh, it's okay because they didn't stop me. There's so many ways that, especially when you're comfortable around someone and you have some sort of rapport, it's really easy to fuck up on consent because you feel like you have blanket consent on a thing, and maybe you don't. Or on the flip side, you may want to say no to a thing, but you don't feel like you should because you said yes so many times, and you don't want to like. I mean, this is our experience. Like, we don't want to like ruin the thing because, like, well, I've never safe worded out of this thing before. So if I start now, then maybe it'll like throw everything off. Like, there's that thing too. And I think that when you feel like you want to speak up, talking about it later is also important too, because it can also build up as resentment that they didn't know, even though you might logically know that it's like that they couldn't have known. At the same time, it's like, why didn't they like see the body like my body messaging and stuff like that, and that can suck, and that can lead to a lot of toxicity. And something like that is like a nuance that might not necessarily be abuse, although everyone is going to decide where their line is differently, especially for what they experienced. But admitting that anyone can be capable of harm is very important, so that we don't lock ourselves into a headspace where we're defending someone because they have a good track record, like with Neil Gaiman, for example. The guy who catfished me was reluctant to use safe words, and I still kick myself for not seeing that red flag. I think that is unfortunately common for people. I say as a if a sub is, or someone who's in like a more submissive position is not using safe words, I usually read it as like a like a self-esteem thing, or like they're a new thing. Though it can be a red flag either way. I usually see it as a red flag when I see it in someone who is in a dominant position. Like if you, I try not to say blanket black and white statements, but especially if you're like new to kink and you haven't built up a lot of experience with like what type of red flags and stuff to watch out for, I will tell you right now, if you run into someone who is wanting to dom you and they say they don't use safe words or anything that sounds anything like safe words are for pussies, run far away.
Or
promise.
if someone does not like, if someone does not respect your safe words.
Yes, that is also a thing. And I mean, also, I think that there are ways that people compare their experiences where someone can have something traumatic happen to them and it doesn't hold the same like weight that same sort of scenario holds for someone else. And so you might go, oh, like, you're blowing this out of proportion. That same thing happened to me. And it's like, everyone's and every context is different. In the same way that someone might have a consent issue and forgive the person who transgressed, and some people won't. But one approach is not inherently demonstrably wrong. At least not generally. But you know, hindsight is 2020. I kick myself at not acting on or seeing red flags before. But then also, like, you know, we're all hopeful creatures, right? Like, we don't want to think the worst of a person. It's hard to keep that balance. I don't know. I've been thinking of that MLP episode we watched last night for community night, where Fluttershy finally got a taste of like being listened to and being respected, and it kind of went out of control, and she thought it was okay to hurt people and demean people, and like people had done more,
command others.
Yeah, people had done way more to her than she had done accumulatively in that episode across like her entire existence in the series up to that point. And it doesn't mean that she deserves to be able to hurt anyone she wants whenever she takes it as being disrespected. But I totally understand that feeling of I think I had a friend that once put it as, when you live most of your life without having a backbone, and then you get one, some people take it as you now are an asshole. But also, if you're not careful, you might actually become an asshole. You have to be aware of that. And I think that's something that happens when someone is in a justifiably like tender position. And so sometimes you're also like hyper aware of yourself and like, I know how I can get. I don't want to like automatically assume the worst of a person. So sometimes like we will trust someone knowing that we have reason not to, and it's not us being like naively stupid, it's us like choosing to hope and choosing to see the best in people. And sometimes you do that, and sometimes you regret being hurt. But I don't regret
trying like
wishing that people would be better.
I definitely have like placed a lot of hope in others. Like, I try and hope others are good a lot.
It is special being there for others. It also takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, consent is for the age regressor. Do you want to read it?
As an age regressor, As an age regressor, I have to have the I can't consent while regress talk a lot. I think that it's relevant to like the conversation of what we were talking about with like people have different standards and definitions and like different ways that they go about the thing. like we would not say it is the same for us that we cannot consent while regressed. We might not be able to consent while distressed, actually. Or there may be overlap with certain things, like say being nonverbal, or being really fidgety, or we can be in a space where we are like regress or in a little space and we can't consent, but it's not a non-starter necessarily. But everyone's different, and there's also different like
For us,
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
And there's also like
well,
different
I was gonna
contexts,
say-
because not every situation's the same, obviously. But it's not bad to have your your straight up limits. Like those are important too.
Yeah, like what works for you? Consent is important. For us, we have sexual littles in our system, so but like we only engage with people who like willingly consent with like engaging with them.
That can be a touchy subject for a lot of people. I mean, shit. There's a lot of different ways of system stuff being sort of weird in terms of like consent stuff, or like I guess perceived consent stuff too. We used to have a thing where we didn't tell folks that like we date internally, because some people see systems dating internally as a form of incest, which is bad. Although honestly, that's something like that's the least. Oh, sick. In a good way, non-pejorative.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's also conversations of people like assuming like things work certain ways for certain people. I know people who are plural with littles in their system, and there are like communities that are like, because we can't ever be sure that someone that we feel comfortable being around in this sexual space is fronting, then you're just not allowed to be in the space at all, basically. And there's very many shades of that.
Yeah, I like. We keep kids to where they are allowed, and like the thing is, a lot of them still have like a lot of our adult cognition, although they tend to be a lot more playful or mischievous or.
Yeah, I think the thing that a lot of people forget is that there's still like an adult body and an adult brain, and like a little in a system, or like an age regressor or an autistic person, because that's a thing too. People trying to fucking infantilize people for being autistic and saying we can't consent. Like,
yeah,
there is a lot of I guess parentalistic viewpoints on that sort of thing, and it's one of those things that at the best of times I hope it's misguided and not like being done intentionally to like cause harm and isolate, but it's there's also just a fear of like doing the bad thing, and even in a like pseudo faux way do the bad thing, which is why people even are like, you know, you can't like do incest in like art, for example, because you know it is indicative of this certain type of degeneracy that you will only promote and increase its reach if you do or whatever. And I guess it's not the exact same thing as people being like, oh, your brain is different, so you can't count as a real adult in whatever context because I said so and not because you said so. Because I think that I want to highlight the thing that Evie is saying is important. Like Evie is is talking about their own experience, their own cognition, and like what they can and cannot consent to under different conditions, and that is true for them. But that doesn't mean that those same conditions are the same for everyone. Are there some autistic
I see
people
they
who
have a
might have
policy
trouble
and
with consenting? Like, but that's not every autistic person. And like, honestly, like thinking in a person first way, like when you're talking about adult people, like ask them. I think that's the important. I think that's a majorly important part.
Yeah. I did want to say, like, it's awesome that EB has policy.
Yeah, the policy of if you can't do the entire alphabet in a timely manner, then you're likely to regress for adult consent. That sounds like a good rule.
It's awesome to have like a
system, yeah. And I think that like consent when it comes to like disabled or like neurodivergent people can be especially sticky because, well, there are people who try to take advantage of disabled people, and I mean, like, not for nothing, as someone who is just like very much Iron Man, the concept of their own consent, even in like little space or whatever, I have been targeted and taken advantage of because I am autistic. Like it's not impossible to be manipulated or shit, to even be what's the word, groomed. You can be groomed as an adult. You don't need to be autistic either.
Yeah.
Fucking Morpheus. What if I told you even adults can be groomed? And it's like, what do you mean? And it's like, well, I mean, there's cults. I mean, shit, the alt-right pipeline, is that not grooming? Anyway.
Yeah.
Inadmissible narratives of abuse number 2. And when verbal harassment does occur, it's often cloaked in feminist language, making it impossible to fight. If they call a woman a bitch, people comprehend that as misogyny, but they call trans femmes things that are harder to respond to: rapist, pedophile, male conditioning, etc. They call us things so bad that even denying them is destructive. Who wants to stand up in public and say they aren't those things? Who has the privilege to not get called those things in the first place? When I look at cis women these days, the first thing I think is, I bet no one ever casually calls her a rapist. That is a level of privilege, or that is a dimension of privilege that I often don't really think about. It would probably kind of a cognito hazard. If you think too hard about some of these things for too long, or you just like stew in them, they can kind of overwhelm you. I definitely consider catfishing a form of grooming, misleading someone with a false identity. Trash art. When it was really bad, I wrote, build the shittiest thing possible. Build out of trash because all I have is trash. Trash materials, trash bodies, trash brain syndrome. Build in the gaps between storms of chronic pain. Build inside the storms. Move a single inch and call it a victory. Mold my sexuality towards immobility. Lie here, leaking water from my eyes like a statue covered in melting frost. Zero affect. Build like moss grows. Build like crystals harden. Give up. Make your art the merest displacement of molecules at your slightest quiver. Don't build in spite of the body and fail on its terms. Build with the body. Immaculate is boring and impossible. Health-based aesthetic. Twine trash scenes made of wadded up, torn paper because we don't have the energy to do binding. Street recordings done from our bed where we lie immobilized. Laziness is not laziness. It is many things. Avoiding encountering one's own body. Avoiding triggers. Avoiding thinking about the future because it's proven to be unbearable. Slashing the Gordian knot isn't a sign of strength. It's a sign of exhaustion. Although I fashion this reflection in a manner that some people may find legible, it is not a fair representation of my sickness. Writing these paragraphs is taking constant doses of medicine, fever breaks, a few existential timeouts, and a complete neglect of my other responsibilities. When I tried in true form to write, in my realest moments of sickness, all that emerged were endless ellipses and countless semi-coherent revelations. It is really fucked when you're like not in a good space and you're trying to do the writing or the arting or whatever, and you're running into this thing and you have this scratching at the back of your head that like, wait, I'm like a super fucked up tortured artist. I should be like, the words should be spewing out of me, right? That's the world said, and that's not true. Not being okay is so romanticized, especially by people who are not fucked. It's so fucked up, and then we regurgitate these messages in our own brains, and then feel like we're falling short, that we're like the most broken of the broken, because at least these other broken people are making awesome art, usually the people you look up to. But because of the internet, we don't see necessarily all the stuff that like all the blood, sweat, and tears in between. And of course, you never necessarily did.
Yeah.
If anything, the internet allows you to be more visible with like the pains and labors of your creation, but also lets you cut all that out. Or sometimes you don't have the energy to fucking editorialize your own pain. I'm pretty good at editorializing my own pain, though. Although I fashion this reflection in a manner that some might find legible, it is not a fair representation of my sickness. Oh yeah, sorry, I did read this before, but I didn't read who the quote was from. It's from Ali Yates. With the trash zine, I tore up pages because I didn't have the time or energy to bind them. I put them in Ziploc bags, trash binding. In this new form, they were restraint to the elements and could go interesting places. I hid one in Oakland under a bridge and posted coordinates online. Someone found it. When read, they come out of the bag like my thoughts, fragmented, random, non-linear. If dropped, they become part of the trash. Social dynamics. Community is disposability. There are no activist communities, only the desire for communities, or the convenient fiction of communities. A community is a material web that binds people together, for better and for worse, in interdependence. If its members move away every couple of years because the next place seems cooler, it is not a community. If it is easier to kick someone out than go through a difficult series of conversations with them, it is not a community. Among the societies that had real communities, exile was the most extreme sanction possible, tantamount to killing them. On many levels, losing the community and all relationships in it involved was the same as dying. Let's not kid ourselves. We don't have communities. The Broken Teapot, Anonymous. It was actually in this piece, in this part of the essay, that we discovered the Communist Library. That is where you'll find the full writing of The Broken Teapot, that actually talks about the lack of community in like socialist, communist, anarchist type circles, and what happens with like that disposability, what happens when people care about optics more, and like the scene is sort of like an optics game, or at the very least that people take the easy way out and stuff like that. And it speaks to a way that I think we have a sort of natural inclination towards, but definitely need to keep up. You have to sort of lean into it purposefully. Like the having hard conversations type thing. It is harder to have a tough conversation than it is to ghost someone. It just is. And sometimes ghosting isn't I hate this person. Sometimes ghosting is I can't right now, and then you put it in the back of your mind, and then like a year passing, you're like, oh shit. And sometimes that factors into that disposability, because some people have a lot going on, and sometimes you just don't check on someone that you know you should check on because you got enough going on. And it's not that you hate them, and it's not that you think that they did whatever they got, like, say, canceled over, but you know, I got my own shit. Letting go of productivity guilt when we became disabled was a hard process for us. Ooh, we're still struggling with that. Productivity guilt is the mind killer, honestly.
We definitely have it. We definitely scold ourselves for not pushing ourselves as much as we can, despite us using a cane and all the pain we have.
Yeah, I definitely have this feeling of I need to, like, prove that I push myself to the absolute maximum before I'm allowed to rest.
Yeah. Like, treating myself for doing work as well.
Oh, that is definitely something we try to do, or like we try to give ourselves a carrot when we can.
We need to buy some carrots. We love them as a snack.
I haven't had just straight up carrots in a while. Wow. Usually maybe in a salad, but if I had like little carrot sticks, I probably would like dip them in something, maybe peanut butter.
Oh, my gosh! I need to get some baby carrots and ranch sauce.
Yeah, I thought you would say that. I'm not super on ranch, but I do understand the salady nature of it. People crave community so badly, it constitutes a kind of linguistic virus. Everything in this world apparently has a community attached to it, no matter how fragmented or varied the reality is. This feels like both wishful thinking in an extremely lonely world. Trans femmes often have a community-shaped wound a mile wide, and also the necessary lens to convert everything to profit. Queerness is a marketplace. Alt is a marketplace. Buy my feminist butt plugs. The dream of an imaginary community that allows total identification with one's role within it to an extent that rules out interiority or doubt, the fixity and clearness of an external image or cliche as opposed to ephemera of lived experience. A life as it looks from the outside. Stephen Murphy. These idealized communities require disposability to maintain the illusion. Violence and ostracism against the black, brown, trash, trans bodies that serve as safety valves for the inevitable anxiety and disillusionment of those who wish total identification. Feminism and queerness takes a vague disposability and makes it a specific one. The vague ambient hate that I felt my whole life became intently focused. The difference between being soaked in noxious, irritating gasoline and having someone throw a match at you. Normal hate means someone and their friends being shitty towards you. Radical hate places a moral dimension onto hate, requiring your exclusion from every possible space. A true social death. Yeah, because if including someone is seen as a morally repugnant act, then someone does not need to hate you to ostracize you. They just need to want community and to live. Oh shit, I accidentally opened something that I did not mean to open. Thanks. 1 second. Gosh. Opening up a bunch of fucking internet windows and then closing them because I am So complicated. I have a hard time closing browser windows. So I need to open up my old, like what I was looking at before, and then close them all down so they can get saved properly so I don't lose them. I clicked on something that was like, for the stream chat, because the chat widget broke for a little bit, but then it pulled up like an internet window in the browser that I don't use for streams, and just blah. Curating queerness. An entire industry of curation has sprung up to rigidly and sometimes violently police the hierarchy of who is allowed to express themselves as a trans or queer person. The LGBT and queer spheres find it upon themselves to create contemplations of the best art to create compilations of the quote best art by trans people, to define what a trans story is and to omit the rest. Endless projects to curate, list, own, publish, control, but so few to offer support and mentorship. The stories that reflect poorly on alt culture are buried in favor of utopianism that everyone aspires towards, but very few people live. People feed desperately on this aspiration, creating the ever more elaborate hollow structures of brittle chitlin that compromise feminist and queer culture. To find the things I want in queerness, I had to find those who had been exiled from it, those who the name had been torn from. I feel more resonant with that statement every fucking time I read this article. Complaint and purity. There's nothing wrong with a politics of complaint, but there are several risks, like developing a dependent relationship with the enemy, politically neutralizing oneself by dumping all of one's subversive energies into meaningless channels, or rectifying one's powerlessness by identifying with it because it makes one virtuous. Complaint becomes a form of subcultural capital and a way to morally purify oneself. Jack Wang, The Tumblrization of Everyday Life. Whew, that's real. Reminds me of the amount of people who had to be told on Blue Sky, hey, it's actually sort of not great when you are reposting like shady stuff that you don't agree with in order to dunk on it, because you're also spreading its message. You actually don't have to screenshot bad takes on Twitter and say how bad it is, actually. But honestly, that's a more trivial form of it. Popular feminism encodes pain into its regular complaint/click cycle, keeping everyone on the rim of emotional survival. Constant attack, constant strength, constant purity. Lacking the true community, the energy spent is not restored. Those with more stability in their life can keep up the cycle of complaint, and those with lower amounts of energy are filtered out, creating culture that glorifies a strength not everyone can access. There is immense pressure on trans people to engage in this form of complaint if they want access to spaces. But we, with our higher rates of homelessness, joblessness, lifelessness, lovelessness, are the most fragile. We are the glass femmes of an already delicate genderscape. Purification is meaningless because anyone can perform these rituals, an effigy burnt in digital, and their inflexibility provides a place where abuse can thrive, a set of rules where abusers can hold over their victims. Delve Luz wrote, "The problem is no longer getting people to express themselves, but providing little gaps of solitude and silence in which they might eventually find something to say. Repressive forces don't stop people from expressing themselves, but rather force them to express themselves. What a relief to have nothing to say. The right to say nothing, because only then is there a chance of framing the rare, or ever rarer, the thing that might be worth saying." Ending. People talk about feminism and queerness the way you apologize for an abusive relationship. This isn't for the people who are benefiting from these spaces and have no reason to change. This is for the people who are exiled, the people essays aren't supposed to be written for. This is to say, you didn't deserve that. That even tens or hundreds or thousands of people can be wrong, and they often are. No matter how much our socially constructed brains take that as a message to lie down and die. That nothing is too bad, too ridiculous, too bizarre to be real when it comes to making marginalized people disappear. Ideology is a sick fetish. Resisting disposability. Let marginalized people be flawed. Let them fuck up like the real humans who get to fuck up all the time. Fight criminal justice thinking. Disposability runs on the innocent guilt binary, another category that applies dramatically to certain bodies and not others. The mob trials used to run trans people out of communities are inherently abusive, favor predators, and must be rejected as a process unequivocally. There is no kind of justice that resembles hundreds of people ganging up on one person, or tangible lifelong damage being inflicted on someone for failing the rituals of purification that have no connection to real life. Pay attention when people disappear. Like drowning, it's frequently silent. They might be blackmailed, threatened, or in shock. When someone just drops out, I think that I want to reinforce that. When someone drops out of a space, don't always just go, oh, maybe they're just busy. Not to say badger them and go, are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? But like, if you see someone regularly in a space, even a digital space, and they're not there, let's say 2 weeks in a row, I think that's very that's a very fine moment to reach out and say, oh, we haven't seen you in a while, is everything okay? That is not alarmist. But I mean, if you're close enough to a person, them missing out like on a week without explanation, you might ask. I mean, just don't be ruled by the anxiety of it. I mean, it's hard to even say that, but like, it's easier to do things when you make them habit, and looking out for people being a habit and not expecting the worst should also be a thing, even though the worst often does happen to people like us. I'm not gonna lie to you, you know? Sometimes I haven't seen a person in a while and it turns out they're dead. That has literally happened to me. Welcome to the internet.
Yeah.
Even if the victim doesn't want to fight, which is deeply understandable, often moving on is the only response. Private support is huge. This is the time to make sure that woman doesn't become infected, that the PTSD they acquire is minimized as possible. There's a difference between a broken leg healing to the point where they can run again, or walking with a limp for the rest of their life. They've just been victim blamed by a huge number of people, and as a social organism, their body is telling them to die. They need social reintegration, messages of support, and space to heal. I think it's reasonable to understand like the amount of like social currency you have, and understanding that like the hate mob is sitting on you too may not be feasible, like in terms of like joblessness, of like that social blackmail that like definitely does exist. Like I don't think the solution is just you should be willing to risk total destitution at every turn of someone like being criticized or even harassed, because it's very common these days. There's like, we're so far removed from it in the sense, right? Remember the living burial thingy? It's like you can leave a message and not even know if someone responds to it, and the damage is done, you know? And recognizing like your own even lack of privilege is important. So like, it's not zero sum. if all you can do is reach out privately, I think that still means something. Even though, like, you know, public support does also mean a lot.
Yeah, support in general can mean so much.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Certainly kept us alive.
Mm-hmm.
Be extremely critical about what people say about trans people, especially things said in vagueness. The rumor mill that keeps trans people out of spaces isn't even so much about people believing what is said, it's about people choosing the safest option. Staining that plays on the average person's risk aversion. Ask yourself if the same thing will be happening if they were white, cis/able-bodied. Radical inclusivity recognizes harm done in the name of God. Yvette Flunder. Marginalized spaces can't form healthy community purely from rejection of the mainstream. There has to be an acknowledgement of how people have been hurt by feminist spaces and their models. And I want to add to that, if feminist space being imperfect or even abusive does not mean all feminist spaces are that way, or that feminism is that way. In the same way that being in a toxic trans community or like in a bad Discord server does not mean that all trans femme Discord servers or something are like that. And it's hard to not feel like the safest option is to avoid anything that even looks remotely like the community that you were hurt in. And sometimes you feel like the safest option is to just isolate. But I think that we have to have more flexible ways of looking at certain things, like in the same way that, like, I'm now randomly thinking of how people sometimes jump on people who, like, in that liberal way, people might take someone saying, oh, I don't like the Republicans or the Democrats, to assume that you're like some sort of centrist, and basically just right aligned, but like in denial. Whereas like a lot of people are waking up to the fact that it's kind of like wrestling, and the Republicans are the heel and the Democrats are the face, but they're friends when the fucking lights go out. Shit, they're barely enemies when the lights are on. So like,
yeah,
like, do have some nuance when you see something that in some certain contexts is a dog whistle, because sometimes you are so used to recognizing a dog whistle that you might sometimes get a false positive, because like no system or person is beyond criticism, and like communities are made of people, and people can fuck up. I'm sorry you got ghosted, Evie. I know it hurts. I've certainly been on both sides of friendships just kind of falling out from under you and not really having an explanation, but you are a person worth knowing.
And grooming incident by them was also terrible. Well,
I mean, people don't usually like getting ghosted. It feels bad.
They do. I do know I accidentally ghost people. I do need to reply a lot more than I do.
Yeah. I mean, I think it goes into ghosting when it's been like multiple weeks or months. But, you know, everyone has a different sort of like rhythm too. Like, there's certain people that if I don't hear from in a month, and like after a month time, I don't consider them ghosting me, but I might be a little bit concerned. But there's also people that I know that I don't talk to super regularly, but like we're still like on good terms and we're not like avoiding each other, but just stuff happens, and it can be hard to know the difference. But most people can get a sense of when they're being avoided. At least I think. Maybe I'm assuming a little too much. A common enemy isn't the same as loving each other.
Well, I just know quite a few people with like rejection sensitive dysphoria and stuff, and who like do show appreciation when I message. So.
Oh yeah, sometimes it's great to even go, hey, I read your message. I'm not ready to respond to it yet, or I'm still processing, but I do want you to know that I'm not ignoring you. That goes so fucking far. Like,
yeah,
so far. Don't be part of spaces that place an ideal or community leader above people. Yeah, I mean that's also a good way of like cult communities as well. Although it doesn't necessarily have to be a cult for those things to happen. Or like not a capital C cult, I guess. Dream. On January 18, 2015, I woke up from a dream. It was early morning, still dark. I felt very sad that the dream wasn't real. I wrote it down, like I've written down all of my dreams for the last 8 years. She was my abuser. She came to my house on the island. I begged her to stop what she had done to clear my name. She would not. It had been 2 years of being abused like a child because of her. I turned to walk deeper into the house. I looked back. She had a knife. She stabbed me. It was one of the happiest dreams of my life because finally an abuser had done something to me that people would pay attention to. When I woke up, my entire spirit was crushed because I had not been stabbed. I felt the weight of all those years of abuse. I wished so badly I had been stabbed. I pulled the knife out. I wrestled the knife away. I called my friend to come over and help me. I walked along the beach and the island and saw for the first time how PTSD had numbed and corroded every perception I had had since that August. This debilitating disease. I finally felt the brightness of the air in my lungs, the color of the sand and the waves. It was beautiful. I just wanted the experience of all the things that had been stolen from me. So yeah, that was Porpatine's Hot Allostatic Load. One of the most important essays, to me at least.
2015.
2015. I'm gonna let that breathe for a second. And we're gonna slightly switch gears. We're still doing some reading. So last time, so this wasn't what we were originally gonna jump into because of how stream went. Is why I started with this. But I think this does like lay a little bit of context and some things that may be divergence or like special tools that'll help us later, depending on what ways and topics we go on to. But we actually weren't focusing on stuff like social death necessarily, but it can relate because I think an alternate question for the day could have easily been, is there a way that you are queer that some people consider wrong? Because it's not always so much that it's just like a simple miscommunication in terms or definitions or how we see like a community. Sometimes a person like completely disavows the concept of you in a queer community or sees your participation in a queer community as only valid if you are doing it in like a self-degrading sense, that you are that you must be, that if you are not purposely like being a bad queer, you must be uneducated or unaware that you're actually being a bad queer. Sometimes it's an overt way, sometimes it's in a subtle way. We talked about this a little bit last week with how there's like the egg thing, and we definitely don't believe in egg prime directive. If you think someone is trans, tell them. I don't think that that's a problem. However, like as sort of I know better than you. I know your life and your like identity better than you, sort of like lauding over certain people, and especially saying to someone, "Oh, like you will eventually do this," which isn't even necessarily something that just happens to say femboys who are assumed to be egg trans girls. This happens to AMAB non-feminine or more like agender based like non-binary people, where where someone goes, "Oh, you're using they them? Oh, in a couple of years you'll be using she her. Don't worry." And it's not to say that people don't have exploration phases and stuff, but again, some people treat other folks' identity as a foregone conclusion that they just haven't arrived at yet. And sometimes you're right,
Yeah, like
ultimately, but you can't know in the moment. Anytime that I have been proven quote unquote right about an egg, it is them telling me they were right as a trans person later on.
I know I followed like kind of a femboy tomboy kind of person, and they were like, don't equate me to like a trans woman. Like I'm not an egg or anything. I'm Yeah, so it's like, and talking about how like femboys are not like eggs.
I think that there's also the issue of there are a lot of femboys who are eggs though. Like, but
yeah.
There's this sort of like anecdotal thing because as far as I know, no one's done any surveys, so I have no statistical evidence to look at. Like, there's famous examples, right? But that's like what a lot of people have, and again, anecdotal evidence. Like I said, I have told someone that I think they're trans before and been ultimately proven right, but that does not necessarily mean that I was the final say on their gender, because I wasn't. But it is frustrating. So although the non-binary part of this conversation comes up a lot, a big jumping off point from last week was from someone we follow on Twitter, an author, Blue Sky, new Twitter, honestly, May Bunny Pearson, who talks a lot about like trans stuff and like her journey and how she like sees things and whatnot. And a lot of her takes are really interesting and really like discussion fuel. And I don't know if like last week's Pride stream was the first time we looked at some of what she said about like gender and trans experience, but I guess we are right now. So let's see. I want to go back to, okay, so instead of rereading everything and relitigating everything that the Glitch talked about last week, especially because I am not Glitch and I don't want to speak from Glitch's queer and trans experience. I'm only going to talk from mine, but I also don't want to like spend all the time on this. This is a longer thread, but I'm basically at the too long didn't read part. But to give you some amount of context, there is a sort of sort of like faux pas-ness or like social weirdness that some people have with like how certain trans films conceptualize their gender and like their, well, personness. I mean, because like some people go in a like sort of like gender essence sort of way, like, you know, I was always like saying I was always a woman or I was always a man, and like I just didn't realize it yet. And like Born This Way can sort of play into it. Like obviously there is like the like sort of biological standpoint that some people take Born This Way, but honestly, because of Born This Way being particularly a response to like a Christian criticism and like pejorative position on queerness, it's hard to get the context of that off of it, even if you are someone who believes in Born This Way specifically from just a scientific standpoint and not necessarily like a metaphysical one. And there's a lot of ways that that trans people might see themselves, but there are of course ways that might be considered wrong. Something that I would generally, I guess, still consider wrong is like trans medicalism, though I don't think that it is necessarily illogical. I don't agree with it, but I understand how someone got to that position, especially with the amount of medicalization that trans and like queer identity in general has historically gotten, and seeking legitimacy through the system that marginalizes us is unfortunately something that happens. May is not a trans medicalist, but I'm mentioning trans medicalism because this is one of the only frameworks that I generally stand opposed to in terms of trans identity, especially in the way of like accepting the differences between people. Because if someone told me that they needed to have bottom surgery to consider themselves a woman, but that they considered that for themselves and no one else, I think that is something completely different than someone saying that no one is they wouldn't consider anyone trans until they get X, Y, or Z medical procedure. And I think there is a thin line between like the subjectivity and context you have for yourself and what may reflect like some internalized takes, and may actually like sort of pushes up against sort of part of that ideological framework that I have generally had, because I have certainly narrowed it now because I have become more aware of the fact that sometimes we try to explain away other people's frameworks as like problematic before we fully understand them, because they differ from ours, and we have in some way we feel vetted ours, so we can't necessarily trust their framework even if we don't necessarily see it as problematic on its face. And a lot of what May talks about has a lot to do with like behaviors and stuff like that, which is what she gets into right here, which is why I'm starting here at the put simply, because like that it's almost like a too long didn't read, but honestly like there's so much more that we could be looking at, so I just want to keep that context there too. Put simply, for the evidence of my Put simply, for me, the evidence of my transsexuality has always been my behavior rather than something inside. I continue this behavior even when the internal parts feel uncertain. And a lot of that shifting internal introspection wasn't uncertain at all, because there's usually not a doubt or a question or a pain or a worry. I don't feel dysphoric being third sex, for example. The painful feelings arise from the mistreatment or degradation attached to that. I've generally experienced myself as contextually mixing gender categories, features, social identities, needs, stories, etc. in many different ways, and I see all that as me the whole way through, at least as long as it feels authentic to me, like I actually wanted to do it, ? The the argument from communication ethics, e.g., that using gay for a straight trans person contributes to a framework in which gay trans people are, quote, straight, makes sense to me that makes perfect sense to me, and I'm happy to comply with that. I agree with trans women or women as a message, after all, but I also don't think that the kind of self-concept I'm asking about having necessarily reflects an inner conflict, misgendering, or internalized transphobic attitudes. I think rather that trans people can have entirely different ways of sensing what it means for them to be trans. This is something I want to really heavily emphasize, because that was one of the biggest takeaways we've gotten from reading a lot of what's been percolating in our head that May has been saying, that different people's conception of being trans can be very different. We've seen a sort of similar conversation of like in terms of like womanhood or manhood, that like in the binary gender concepts, that everyone has everyone's gender, even within the same like general framework or like gender category, it still has as much variation as there are people within that category. And so understanding that, and understanding that we don't necessarily always are always going to line up all our terms and concepts, but we are still respecting each other. And I want to say that that's a lot different than, like, say, the more, like, fucking turfy, fake respectability politics thing of, like, we agree that, like, you're people, we just don't agree that you're the gender that you say you are type shit. Like, a agree to disagree thing. This isn't agreeing to disagree. It is, like... If we both like Serial Experiments Lane, we don't both have to agree that it is specifically a cyberpunk trans femme coded masterpiece for us to agree on its messaging, for example, right? And maybe we do both see it as that, but we can also see it under different concepts. And one of us may be talking about Serial Experiments Lane, the PS1 game, and not the anime. But there's still Serial Experiments Lane. And I think that what does lead to a lot of fracturing, even in like very like trivial ways, is when we see someone being trans in a way that and somehow comes into conflict with what our interpretation of being trans is. And sometimes we may do something that we feel is in conflict with our own sense of, or maybe the community sense of what being trans is. Something that we have thought about, and something that made us feel really weird for a long time, was being someone who's, we are estrogenizing our body, we're on estrogen, we're on anti-androgens, and yet we own like 3 binders. What's the deal with that? You know, and we're not the only like AMAB trans person, or even the only like AMAB trans person that vaguely identifies as a trans woman who likes binding their chest sometimes. And I'm saying this specifically.
There's 2 on stream right now.
Yes, hello. I also mentioned it because I know you have that in common. And I mean, you were the first...
yeah, it's mostly a Sancted thing.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, it was so special to me when we found out that, like, y'all even had binders, because it was just, like, literally, I was like, oh shit, I'm not a freak! It felt like such a transgression, you know? I mean, it still feels sort of weird.
I just knew I would get, like, positive feelings from it, so I just kind of got one for myself, and I've kind of loved it.
Yeah, I guess that's also a thing, too. Like, the reason you like it doesn't have to have anything to do with gender either. It can. Don't get me wrong. It definitely has to do with gender for me, I think. When we do. But like
I think it definitely is gender for me too.
Yeah, but like there's so many different like concepts to it. I mean, in the same way that like that we enjoy collars, not necessarily just from like the kink aspect or like being owned or something, but also like the literal like texture feeling of it and the constant reminder and pressure. In the same way that liking a weighted blanket.
I get a warmth in my chest considering wearing a binder. Like
That's so gay.
I usually go by feelings a lot, like these like pleasant feelings.
I like following feelings. It's good.
Yeah. Sometimes it can be very weird.
Oh, definitely. And being weird is okay.
Yeah. Collars are very comforting. Like we have one ourselves. We like wearing out. Even wore it to a work party.
We have some old collars, but we don't really like wearing them. We have one from an old relationship we don't wear anymore, and we have one that we had gotten since then, and it's okay, but it's not a collar we really enjoy wearing long term. May also says, my increasing impression is that transsexuals may have an easier time working through conflicts and confusion about these differences if we have a broader range of interpreted approaches. Which I definitely agree with and definitely is like changed my view on things. And even in the microcosm of like the conversation, the term transsexuals is something that I've historically been sort of uncomfortable with, used in the modern parlance. We have often like compared it to like a black person running around like saying Negro about themselves and their community as opposed to just like black or African American or whatever. And it's not so weird that it never happens in a vacuum, but like for us with that like comparison, like we always felt that it was like, we assume that the use of transsexual by people, especially like younger people and people who are not like old guard type trans people, is like sort of like reaching for like nostalgic queer history and trying to like get some like power or like feeling of like some sort of positive feelings from that. Though maybe there are people who do that, I don't think that's what May is doing. And I mean, I can't say for sure, and I say that like just like you might have a diversity of tactics, you can have a diversity of reasons for doing a thing. But what really sort of changed our paradigm was me talking about the whole thing of like transsexuality as derived from behavior and not from like you have a certain body that you have transformed with hormones or surgery. And I think that it's a weird place to be right now, talking about like the validity of a trans body even without any sort of like medical changes, especially because our like medical rights are our right to like have autonomy over our bodies and have a body that we want to be in is under attack. And there are people who are like being like, we are encouraging people to be reminded that like even before like medical interventions were as highly available, we still existed. And that is a good message, but also there is like this double effect where it can also be used as a tactic to say, oh, you shouldn't complain that your medical rights are under attack because it's actually okay because trans people have always existed, so you'll still be trans, just stiff upper lip. And I mean, I haven't heard a lot of people intentionally saying that, but it's sort of implied in certain conversations. And so like I've seen it go in really weird ways, or really demonstrably negative ways. In really demonstrably negative ways. Fuck, I just lost my entire fucking train of thought. Shit. Reaching.
Multiple ways. I know you used the word demonstrable.
You know what I said before that?
No.
Yeah, demonstrably is not gonna help me there. That was just a $5 word.
Yeah.
It's an adjective, really. Oh, right. Some people are misconstruing like being a sort of stay strong even if you don't have access to your hormones. Like it's not over. The fight's not over. It's sometimes construed as capitulation and being like, oh, like you just need to be strong and it's okay, and like ignoring that some people will die without their hormones. That like dysphoria can be so strong, and on top of everything else, that like it is a cumulative thing, right? So like I understand that some people are, and as we have been extra sensitive to anything that we take as someone being like trivializing the fight right now. But like as someone who has been in that position of like I guess the thing of there's a thing that goes around when people talk about detransition, where it's like most people who detransition aren't detransitioning in the way that like is publicized a lot of the time by like legacy media or whatever. It is not people who go, oh, I wasn't trans after all. It's mostly people who don't stop having access to hormones, stop having access to insurance, or they something in their life changes. Yeah, money, or being unsafe. It happens. There is a tragically a trans woman named Eden who was forcibly detransitioned by her family before she eventually took her own life. Like it definitely is life and death, and we literally gas ourselves at one point in our life when we first when we moved where we live now, lost access to our hormones, because we were like, we didn't feel as though like if we didn't get hormones we would like take our own life. But we were also thinking in the framework that is always provided by like all the shitty stuff that is said about trans people, that basically has us on the defensive. So instead of thinking about like all the different like contexts of our life, we were just so stuck on well, I am not like suicide baiting people to give me access to hormones. I'm not like that. That like I fooled myself into thinking that hormones had no tangible effect on the quality of my life, which they definitely did. And as getting back on our hormones most recently has like reminded us, like even like our access to our emotions, like our ability to think, express emotion, the ability to cry sometimes and not be like emotionally congested, as well as stuff like our libido and stuff, are in a much comfortable place, a much less dysregulating place when we are on HRT. And like even if, for example, like HRT would never help us pass, is still very important to our like day-to-day life, and something we had to like remind ourselves of. And seeing someone like May talk publicly about having an experience of, you know, considering themselves trans, and even using the word transsexual, even for having like a swath of her life being like I am trans, but also not being on hormones, but also like thinking about if hormones were right for her as a trans person, and not using it as a measuring stick to measure whether or not she was trans, like, is obscenely powerful to me, and has definitely recontextualized something for me. And I don't know if I would be comfortable like blanketly calling myself a transsexual all the fucking time, but I definitely don't see it as hard to say as I used to. And honestly, is also because I have a history of being in communities where people use transsexual in a way of I have changed my body, I've changed my sets, and now I am this, and I am now this, which isn't always soaked in transmedicalism, but does for me have a tinge of like division because of the definition and the prevailing definition that I use in the way of the quote-unquote old guard of transsexuals, of being a transsexual usually meaning hormones and or surgery, and that being like the finish line or the validating piece. But that's not the framework that everyone's using when they use the term transsexual. And our community is varied and different, and we have to recognize that just because someone say use an emoji to mean a bad thing, that doesn't mean that everyone who uses the emoji is using it in bad faith, for example, to use a non directly queer comparison. And I also want to mention this person who responded to me. This is gonna sound super reductive, but I suspect a part of what people find jarring about your use of gay is actually a non-binary conceptual problem. If you call yourself a non-binary trans woman attracted to men, I suppose people would not be nearly as reactive. I've not noticed that people who reify non-binary as a gender, the third gender, struggle with the idea of didactic genders, man or woman, have a huge non-theoretical experience and identity overlap, but accept it if you say didactic identity is mediated by non-binariness. I don't really know why this is, but it's a very different treatment if people think I'm a trans man versus a non-binary trans man versus a non-binary third gender not man. People will tolerate much more atypical experience from me with empathy and interest from category 2 rather than categories 1 and 3. There's definitely different goalposts for validity and, or I guess like being listened to for different types of, and this is particularly within the queer community, like different expressions of some might say highly related or overlapping identities. May mentions, yeah, I thought about that. I've tried all kinds of self-interpretations like that over the years, privately or publicly. Bigender, non-binary, bigender, transfeminine, androgyne, even genderqueer back in the day. What I've always noticed is that it's always ended up being very academic. My behavior and gender expression never changed. My presentation as a woman never changed. Trans woman as my central self-interpretation has never changed. And I don't think this is because I lack the willpower to try out other presentations or anything. I just don't want or need to. I think I'm just not non-binary. Though it could be the non-binary might be a communication tool to help other trans people understand me better. But like, if we talk about e.g. discrimination against non-binary people, that's pretty clearly not about me, which is fine. And that last part, or this last few posts, I think is important to think about, like, our use of language, because someone may be very much attached to a certain label that you were only using as sort of a sort of connecting layer. In the sense that you may not feel strongly to, say, the term non-binary, but some of the ideas about like gender that non-binary people espouse might overlap with how you look at like gender and stuff. And I mean, like, not for nothing, like our conception of our own like gender, body, and self is definitely more along the lines of some mixed sort of thing rather than one or the other, and I think that would still be a framework approach that we take, even if we weren't like genderqueer or whatever the fuck we are, because we certainly aren't strictly binary. That's super not true. And I think we've leaned on that a lot and felt a little bit slighted by feeling like some parts of our identity had to be like watered down for the other to be recognized. Like, we've literally had people say, I respect you as a trans woman, but I don't respect you as a non-binary person. Or rather, I can see you as a woman, but they, theming you feels disrespectful to you as a person. Not even it's they, them.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane sometimes. But I also think that, like, sometimes we feel that for someone to be understood as in our in-group, we need them to be in a more similar category. Like, there's so much overlap with, I will not stop banging this drum, there's so much overlap with trans femmes and femboys, and there are a lot of trans femmes that I think are uncomfortable with there being people who are so close to being like us and having a lot of our same maybe issues and problems, but don't identify as trans and see that as a sort of rejection of solidarity. When, like, we have every reason to be allies in a community sense, but sometimes it's just like, if like almost nothing would change about how certain femboys carry themselves and talk about themselves other than using the word trans, and it would change, and especially on a one-to-one basis, I think it would change a lot of how people treat them. As I've seen, I've never lived my life as like a femboy and not trans, but I know a lot of femboys. I know femboys who are trans femme. I know femboys who, or sorry, trans femmes who used to be femboys. I know people who identify as both at the same time. And also, in terms of the banging on femboys drum, I also have to mention, there are trans mass femboys. They get erased so fucking much. I hate that. I hate that for them.
Yeah. Yeah, Signet is bi-gender, but also sees himself as like femboy, tomboy.
I think if we are going to survive, we need to recognize that we can have a lot in common with someone without always using the same language. In the same way that, like, as a leftist, it's important to meet people where they're at without feeling that they need to be, like, read up on Marx and stuff. And also, like, people should have the freedom to be flexible and move around and stuff, because I think that the other problem with sometimes how we talk about, like, the differing opinions of gender and how different people are, like, going about their own gender is that, like, sometimes we see it as denial that they aren't using the same words as us. And, like, sometimes there is denial, sometimes there is self-hate, but you can't know that for sure, and you should be careful when you're basing your behavior off of that, and you shouldn't ever take it as you know for sure what is in another person's heart.
Yeah. It can definitely be hard to tell what other people do think.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna be talking more about body stuff. I have a essay on Medium from May that she did almost a year ago this month. We're at the end of June now, but still. called "I Did Not Consent to My Body," which I think sort of with what we've read and like processed that she said with the other stuff that I just went over, and moreover what Glitch went over, it really balances out in a really interesting way, because like there's still, I think there's a way that sometimes we blind ourselves to other people's experiences and pain and stuff. For example, we know people who transitioned not because of dysphoria but before seeking euphoria, or in or their trajectory for considering themselves trans was not like, I am in pain and I need this pain to stop, and like everything is wrong about my life, and I'm like emotionally cut off from my body because I don't see it as mine. There are some people who were like, I mean, being X or Y gender was okay. It wasn't like distressing.
Yeah.
But I am happier this way. And like there are so many people like
That was
yelling
us.
transgender. Real. It is good to go towards your happiness.
Yeah, like
Congratulations.
We mostly strive to like go to euphoria.
That is good. I love Euphoria. It's a great show.
Yes.
But like, I think that for some trans people, especially folks who have very much struggled with their dysphoria, and like they have connected, especially in the community, with other people over their pain. I see the same thing in like, say, the autistic community, where some people are offended that some autistic people use the term like neurodivergence and stuff, where some folks see autism as only a disability and only something bad and only something wrong and something to be fixed or corrected, or at the very least something that has to be lived with, not something that is just is, you know? And so like, it is interesting that there's so many people who have internalized this idea that if you did not transition because of dysphoria, that you somehow did it wrong, or you somehow like chased a trend, or even the sense of like, I did it because I had no other choice. You did it for fun, is like a sentiment that I sometimes feel like I'm getting from people when they try to make those separations. And I think that there's all types of ways to like want and need access, and for your life to be better by a thing. If you don't have terrible eyesight, but glasses help you even a modicum of an amount, awesome, you're a glasses wearer, good job. Like, you have some trouble making it to the bathroom, you are maybe autistic or ADHD, and you get caught in your thoughts a lot, and sometimes making it to the bathroom is a real big hassle that like cuts off your flow. Oh shit, diapers. That is an accessibility tool. That should not be considered something bad or have to automatically be relegated to like to either strict fetish or strict like medical need. You know, there's so many ways to be, and there's so many reasons why you might need a thing, and people have different levels of need, and it's not bad that some people have greater need than others, especially in this world where scarcity is mostly manufactured.
Yeah, like they toss out so much food.
Oh boy, yeah, we can make a whole
more.
stream about that. Anybody who works in food service knows there's so much food that could feed homeless people. Throw it away every fucking night.
Yeah, just
Farms too.
because like, yeah, that was what came to mind. But yeah, fast food and whatever else, yeah, that we toss out so much that could be just given away.
There's even worse stuff, but like I'm not gonna delve into that here.
Okay. A personal essay about trauma, transition, and transgender autonomy. Content warning for discussion of transphobia, trauma, PTSD, violence against a child, threats of sexual violence, minority, stress, and suicide. I often feel ignorant about trans news.
I think I might.
You wanna dip
I
out?
think I might go rest. Yeah.
Okay.
You said you were gonna plan to stream for a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming for hours.
Okay, I'll try and get you a few hours then.
Okay. Thank you for safeguarding yourself. It is fine to dip out. I read a content warning and you went, you know what? I'm gonna dip.
Oh, this is just because we're tired. If we've been sleeping the last like half hour, 2 hour, and like
yeah, I've been on
we
here
do
with
work
me for a while now.
Morning. Yeah.
I appreciate your endurance. Streaming is hard.
Yeah, I start working like 8 hours, so do want a bit of sleep.
Okay.
But I'll try and hop back in. Because I only plan to just rest for a few hours.
Awesome. Alright, if we're still on, feel free to jump back in.
Okay, yeah. Diapers need less justification.
Diapers need less justification.
Very cute and useful.
Oh, for sure,
Okay,
Evie. I'll definitely have you on stream one of these days. I'm gonna step away from in this moment. Thank you all for the excellent stream. You're welcome, Crypt. I appreciate you. Anyone needs to take care of their health, I totally understand.
Take care, y'all.
Good critter. I often feel ignorant about trans news, but it's a special kind of ignorance, stemming not from a lack of awareness, but an excess of it. There's so much I can't bear to look at. I haven't been able to bring myself to look very deeply into the recent cast review, a document attempting to furnish a medical basis for opposing transition care. Many trans and pro-trans writers have nonetheless made short work of identifying the review's narrative. It's a familiar one. Cisgender people are worried about whether transgender medicine is really effective, whether it really makes us happy. They're worried that these supposed cures might actually be recipes of regret. The dominant tone of the narrative is concern. The role of cis people is the narrative of those who feel the concern. Parents who want to protect their kids. Doctors who want to protect their patients from an existential onslaught. The role of transness in the story is much murkier. Transness represents not a kind of person as much as a spiritual force. One luring children not only away from their parents, from their communities, but from their very bodies. This force undermines the body's natural beauty and innocence, threatening the building blocks of human society, childhood, family, and sex itself. My familiarity with this narrative is what makes it impossible to face. Despite its power to impact my life, I recognize that it's a story in which I fundamentally do not exist. The story contains no trans people, just victims and carriers of transness as force, a force that appears to be no less than the stuff of suffering. My rejection of the story and its conclusions doesn't mean I don't understand it, particularly the feelings behind it. In fact, those feelings are startlingly easy to empathize with. Their range is too wide to encompass here, but some of them are ones I myself felt I might begin to coming to terms with the fact that I'm trans. It's easy to imagine the perspective of a person who looks at trans people and predominantly sees suffering, surgical scars, removed reproductive organs, irreversibly changed bodies. But it's bigger than that. Trans suffering is perhaps more widely seen now than ever before, and the picture is grim. Mass poverty and homelessness, sexual and physical abuse at rates no less than extravagant, substance dependency, and incarceration and death. And suicide. Suicide is seeping through everything. Suicide is so ironically associated with trans people that all you need to do is say 41%, and many people will know exactly what you're talking about. Some have argued that these signs of misery are proof that transness represents a terrible state of illness, that this misery rises spontaneously from within our bodies, a cold and polluting spirit spreading its dire halo. Many cis people feel they can do no less than fight to defeat it. Just to let us know when you want to have us on, Awu. Alright. I have to say, especially about these kind of topics. Ah, I see. Well, it's good to know you want to talk about interesting and somewhat charged topics. We will probably be pretty charged this summer, I think. Certainly, also, many cis people know better than that. But it's a hard image to contest. It's easy to understand why one may conclude that trans people are choosing suffering, to wonder where possible justification exists for that choice. Even enlightened cis people may think that surely you can't go down this path without reason, without considering risks. I recall my first gender therapist, a warm and friendly woman I met years ago in a sunlit counseling room. She affirmed the authenticity of my transness before telling me that it was lucky I didn't look any manlier than I did, or else transitioning would not be worth it. It's likewise easy to emphasize with the frightened cisgender parents who only see their children being swept away by this force into the dark lifetimes of privatization, vulnerability, loneliness, and loss. I remember my own mother, when I told her about my desires for hormone replacement therapy, meekly expressing a fear about this putting me at a heightened risk of breast cancer, a way to gesture at the anxiety if something goes wrong. Feelings are easy. Seeing them, relaying them, mirroring them. Everyone, cis and trans, is animated by feelings. Our actions arise from the complex tides of feelings we long to have relieved. To look inside cis people's feelings all day long and never struggle to understand them. I would believe them all if I could. Feelings are much easier than conclusions. Conclusions are hard, especially when they're about things your feelings won't let you see. To the extent we trans people choose suffering, we choose it because it's a logical conclusion. We know we're going to suffer. We already have suffered. That's why we're faced with a choice to begin with. I don't know how to talk to cis people about this. I don't know how to help them conclude that our choices make perfect sense. If you have all the facts, if you understand the real source of our suffering, I don't know how to tell cis people that the real problem, the one they think they're saving us from, is them. The Cure for Starvation. Trans reporter Evan Yerliquette recently published an essay that garnered some controversy on social media. His essay, in defense of medical model for trans healthcare, replies to a preceding piece of self-awarding winning trans writer Andrea Long Chu. Her piece, Freedom of Sex, was not one I'd read previously, yet it simmers with qualities I consider iconic to Chu. At once incisive and blistering, like fire-cutting rope, Chu says in her 2018 New York Times piece, "My new vagina won't make me happy." Oh yeah, I think we've actually read that piece. We've definitely read that piece of writing. A sentiment resonant with her present-day argument, which is that the autonomy of gender transition, of sex change, should not rely on the power that process to rely on the power of that process to alleviate pain. HRT and vaginoplasty may not solve her suffering as a trans woman, Chu explains, but she deserves to choose them nonetheless. When I came out to my mom, she was worried in a way that wasn't hateful. She didn't want her child being in danger. Yeah, it's very common. It's a very common take. It's like, oh, can't you just choose to not be marginalized? Bobby, can't you just choose to not be a mutant? Unicorn criticizes this position as, well, not outright wrong, misconstruing the crisis of trans healthcare and medical autonomy, ceding unnecessary ground to anti-trans narratives along the way. He summarizes this neatly with the tagline, Andrea Longchu thinks libertarianism will save the trans community. That's bonkers. He argues that while Chu's framing emphasizes the good of medical autonomy over actual medical outcomes, this framing implies a lack of confidence about the outcomes themselves. There's a reason we tell cis people that we need this. We do. Remember all those feelings of concern? Cisgender people who see our own life choices, including our chosen medicines, as a source of our suffering are concerned about how carefully we make them. They may see that we have the right to those choices if nothing else will do. The eagerness of trans people to make these choices and to help other trans people make them may look from the cisgender perspective as a lot of lack of concern. Why are trans activists not being more careful with our children? Now, one of these activists is even admitting that transitioning may very well leave trans people unhappy with the results after all? I mean, I guess that's also the catch-22 that as trans people we're kind of in, where like because of like we need it, there's also this concept that people have of, well, once you have it, you'll stop suffering, right? And it's like, well, like in a disability activism framework, the thing that is making trans life hard to live is overwhelmingly the marginalization that we experience by being who we are. And we experience that marginalization whether we're on HRT or not. And our autonomy, our personhood, or our gender is up for debate even when we have jumped through the hoops that have historically and still now are generally gatekept and kept in control of overwhelmingly by cis people. Uniquart insists that whatever might be said about transition medicine is nonetheless still medicine. It still heals. My own guts demand I affirm this point. As someone who began medical transition only over a year ago, denying the healing power of that medicine would viscerally appall me. It's hard to talk about HRT. To do so, I must also talk about starvation. I knew I wanted HRT 20 years ago, but wanted seemed too mild a word for what I felt. I wanted in the same way thirst is the want for water, knife-like hunger the want for food. I ache for that younger version of me who deprived at so many years at how many years she would have to wait for this vital medicine. She had no idea how long she could starve and remain alive. Craving and privatization combined into my mind to elevate medical transition to the status of a miracle. The reasons for my difficulty assessing transition care are too many to list here, but they too are a picture of trans suffering. Most trans youth around me today don't have to wait so long, a fact that fills me with joy. Anti-trans critics would undo this fact. They would preserve a world of forced starvation. Receiving that medicine did not disappoint. My relatively short time on HRT has been nothing less than catastrophically healing. Some restorations are so beautiful that they are almost disasters. The medicine awakened magic that slept long in my bones. Magic that breathes sensation back into parts of me I'd feared dead forever. Magic that regenerates the future even now, as I write this. Resurrecting possibilities I'd spent years mourning. My happiness is apocalyptic, as if surely the world must be ending, as if I am finally allowed to be this happy. Understand then why this happiness must also be grief. Water tastes the most like heaven when you are dying of thirst. No medicine could be so sweet had I not been so nightmarishly hungry. But does the medicine make you happy? Can therefore only be an odd question to me. We may as well ask, did birth make me happy? Does a planet capable of sustaining life make me happy? This was not the most controversial question, however. Uniquart says, if trans people really could take a pill or have a few therapy sessions and become cis, like it or hate it, most of us will probably choose to do so. It implies the same question cis people are asking. Why would someone ever choose to be trans? This is not a new position for Uniquart. His 2018 Slate article expressed the same thesis right in the title. Being transgender is a condition, not a choice. His core argument is that transition is the only known effective treatment for gender dysphoria, and the legitimacy of gender transition depends on the singularity of its healing power. He says that he tried with all his might to be cis, that he'd still have chosen that if he could. This hurts my stomach to read. My responsive wave of empathy is almost dizzying. I don't wish to put words in the Uniquart's mouth, but I can't help but interpret this sentiment as also an expression of suffering. When the medicine trans people need isn't available, we spend so much of our lives looking for one that is. Sometimes the only medicine left is annihilation. Remember the way suicide plagues our kind? Some trans people brace for suicidality years in advance, not wanting it to come, but knowing that it will. Yeah, I definitely feel that. It doesn't come from nowhere. In my 2021 novel, the Client's Charm, one trans character says, suicide is murder by a hand that happens to be away at the time. Suicide at such a scale must be engineered. If you forcibly starve someone, of course they'll eventually want to die. There's something utterly twisted about concluding that the food the starving person craves must be the thing killing them. But suicide, like starvation, is only one form of annihilation. Annihilation is trans people's bread and butter, the thing we get instead of nourishment. Because of that, many of us show signs of seeking out annihilation, approving of it. Self-harm, self-hate, numbness, recklessness, drug overdoses. Staying in abusive relationships. But one of the subtlest and most common forms of this is the feeling that we'd be better off not existing. If only I could have just been someone else. If only the person I am had never been born. I think of that. I think that concept is also at play sometimes when someone saying they wish they were cis, not in the way of they wish they identify with the gender that they were assumed to be, but rather they wish they were born as the gender that they are. Or rather, that they, if a trans femme is talking, then wanting to have been born as a cis woman. But that is also a form of annihilation because that would not be you. That person would have lived a different life. Please understand my tenderness for such feelings. Annihilation is the first cure for starvation many of us find. But my love is no less for the desire to finally reject the annihilation. I usually see this desire in trans people as a renewed fervor to accept the person that they are. I see it in Chu's frankness about her unhappiness. I see in the trans people who respond in Uniquart that they would never choose to be cis. I see it in the trans people who respond to Uniquart that they would never choose to be cis. Conclusions are often harder than feelings. I nevertheless conclude that Uniquart is disregarding not only a critical piece of Chu's argument, but the context in which he makes his own. The trans medicine debate seems like it's about what will heal transgender people, but it isn't. We already know. We know the cure for starvation. The debate is whether cis people would rather we starve anyway. Your body as a tragedy. HRT came along with access to other care I have also needed for many years. Part of that care has been psychotherapy that's helped me understand something about myself. Our childhood PTSD. Hey, remember I mentioned that earlier in stream? Like PTSD and how it like lives in your body, not just your mind. CPTSD, or complex post-traumatic stress disorder, can be tricky to treat. The first instinct is often to investigate the traumatic events, which is sometimes necessary to even understand your symptoms. However, many trauma specialists observe that talking about the traumatizing events Mentally reliving them can be re-traumatizing. It can make the symptoms worse. This relates to the difference between the trauma itself and the events that caused it. Trauma is the body's reaction to those events. Notice that I say the body and not the mind. It's more than just memories, beliefs, or even feelings about a thing that happened to you. On the contrary, many traumatized people don't fully remember the events that traumatized them. Trauma is a permanent change in your nervous system, one you can't get rid of. And if that change started early enough, the trauma is a foundational part of your personality. You're not you without it. I am not me without my trauma. I don't know where I end and it begins. It's in my lifelong insomnia, my chronic pain, my paralyzing fear of abandonment. It's in the way I cringe at being touched. It's in the sense, my sense of the world as fundamentally terrifying. I recall hearing once that the surest sign of healing from CPTSD is that the survivor loses interest in the story of their trauma. That's a gorgeous thought, but I've never been sure how to apply it. Which story is about my trauma, and which is about me? My trauma story stares me down in the mirror each morning. She's in the shape of my face, the sound of my voice, the texture of my skin. My traumatic events are too many to list, which may be part of my problem. I've written a little about them in past essays. Their general theme has been disgust, shame, and punishment, all revolving around my trans girlhood, which was already so obvious by age 5 that you could see it from space. I don't remember all of them. I do remember my entire first grade school year disappearing into a panicky blur. I remember a once beloved teacher becoming a figure of fear. I remember boys telling me they wanted to rape and kill me. I remember feeling absolutely numb, like a dead thing, cold on the ground. But one traumatic event seems to define me more than the rest. If I could remove only one traumatizing event from my history, it would be this one. I don't know if I'm supposed to lose interest in its fiendishly captivating story. It looms in the background of my emotions, so big I forget it's there. The breathless night sky upon which my darkest fears unfold. This event was called puberty. I didn't quite get how true that was until last year when I uttered words to my therapist that were surprising to hear from my own mouth. Puberty ruined me. Part of the surprise was how emotionally true those words ring. How good is it to no longer pretend that it isn't how you feel, that puberty ruined me? I dreaded my puberty long before it came, knowing in my guts what it would mean. These feelings may sound shocking, evidence of mental illness, but they're only mysterious if we discard the clear message I was sending to anyone who would listen. I did not want to be a boy. The experience was of my body being turned against me with no way to stop it. Puberty took control of my body, shaping it into a form I had begged not to have. It was like a new form of trauma, a permanent change to who I am, except this time it was written in a gruesome visibility. In my appearance, my face, my voice, my very size and shape. I experienced puberty as an invasive force, penetrating and possessing me. Puberty taught me that my own body, which in theory should belong to me, should be made into yet another punishment, yet another traumatic event. Even the most private part of me, which should have been my shelter from my shame, became a thing of fear. But it was worse than that. The changes in my body include permanent outward markers that I'm a trans woman, that I am the thing everyone already knew I was. The gendered character of my early traumatic events are consistent with patterns of young trans girls being highly vulnerable to polyvictimization. Polyvictimization, i.e., being a victim from multiple intersections across one's life, and or being victimized multiple times across one's life. Sometimes victimization is like cumulative. The more you are victimized and the more you have, say, PTSD and show outward signs of having been victimized, the more likely you are to be targeted for further victimization, even by different people. So when it rains it pours, I suppose. Not everyone knew what they were seeing or what it was called, but they were still seeing it. Puberty ensured that everyone would always see it, that the stigma of that victimization will be visibly stamped into my bones. The same violence, disgust, shame that already traumatized me will return, made inevitable by the markers I was forced to wear. Yeah, that's basically why fascists are so gung-ho about people not being able to transition, especially early, people not being able to take hormone blockers. They want to ensure that that thing they say that they can always tell is true. It's not, but they want it to be, and they're pulling out all the stops. It's not that I think being a boy is bad. It's not that it's that I didn't consent to being one. I didn't consent to a puberty that would mark me as one for the rest of the world. But these feelings didn't even matter. My consent didn't get to matter. I argue that we should consider my forced, unwilling puberty as a kind of sex change. A compulsory sex change. Yeah, I think there was this, coupled with some of May's other words that definitely changed my brain chemistry lately. I mean, if you think about in terms of like what puberty does to you, like it's kind of hard to deny this sort of framework. I argue that we should consider my forced, unwilling puberty as a kind of sex change, a compulsory sex change. It and my trauma are bound together in the same ruin. The ruin that taught me that my body did not belong to me. It seemed to belong to everyone but me. What I had wanted for it was the last thing that mattered. It made a tragedy of my body. It's easy, then, for me to emphasize with a cis person who regards sex change with primal fear. If that sex change is unwilling, having to go through it is a form of annihilation. Annihilation that goes beyond destruction and becomes a physical thing unto itself. One that you're forced to live in for the rest of your life. I understand the fear because it's a form of annihilation that actually happened to me. So, if everyone is afraid of this, why did it happen? The end of tears. One could argue that, at least in a case like mine, the medical transition itself is re-traumatizing. It's been showing me the puberty that I wish I could have had, displaced by 30 numbing years. My body didn't have to be ruined in the same way that I didn't have to be ritually abused as a child. The return of sensation is also the return of pain. The resurfacing of decades of unshed tears. The decades of annihilation those tears mourned. How completely backwards it is to blame the medicine, to treat the tears as the problem, and not the annihilation. Understanding suffering, like medicine in the body, requires sensitivity to consent. But the consent of trans people is almost never allowed into the trans debate. It is a relief to see Child explaining her argument in exactly these terms. But if children are too young to consent to puberty blockers, then they are definitely too young to consent to puberty, which is a drastic biological upheaval in its own right. For a topic so centered on the horror of unwilling sex change, the shockingly little admission that unwilling sex change is precisely what cisgender society expects trans people to endure. The great fear of cisgender people, the terror we seem to symbolize to them, is our everyday. Our consent, or lack thereof, doesn't get to matter. We don't matter. I'm struck with the irony of saying, feelings are easy, as I write this essay. A sea of other people's feelings, including about my body, that I feel almost more clearly than my own, because there is a hole where my feelings were. Even they were annihilated. In this debate, in this story, I do not exist. I am a dead thing on the ground. The genius of the consent framing is that it implies the threat of violation, a puberty, a gendering, that happens against our consent is violating. Violation causes trauma. Trauma informs trans suffering, and when that trauma is written on your face, it makes you into a bullseye for even more violation. Anti-trans violence and unwilling puberty are joined pieces of a machine. Trans medicine may not be able to completely undo the harm, but its healing power isn't just psychological. It returns some of its power of consent and reduces the markings that make us vulnerable to more trauma. We should see the suspicion of that medicine as something other. We should see the suspicion for that medicine as something other than another part of that machine. Anti-trans violence and unwilling puberty are joined pieces of a machine. Trans medicine may not be able to completely undo the harm, but its healing power isn't just psychological. It returns some of our power of consent and reduces the markings that make us vulnerable to more trauma. Why should we see the suspicion for that medicine as anything other than another part of that machine? Another memory bubbles up. A preteen trans girl being held down by a pair of boys so that the other two boys can beat on her. Bodies press her into the dirt, their fists crack into her numbness. They pull out her tears. She works so hard to hide those tears. No reaction. Even lack of reaction. Was ever gonna protect her for long? Afterward, the question was never, why do they beat her? Not, how do we keep them from beating her? It was always, why won't she stop crying? I'm thinking about part of what May says in her thread, the part of what Glitch read, about like a lot of trans people's concept for themselves having been one thing and then becoming another. Of I was a boy and I was a girl, a change. I was in the egg and then the egg cracked. Of a specific point that you can point to that I changed. I became different. And we gesture at that all the time ourselves. And we start playing with the language again when we start thinking about these concepts, because May talks about like very early on seeing herself not as a boy and people trying to force that on her. And it's not as though I've never heard that concept before. I mean, there's plenty of people in as I mentioned before, in a sort of like gender essence sort of way, tend to be like, you know, I was always a girl. And there's a certain magic, I think, in describing your childhood in those terms, even if you say maybe didn't have the words for it at the time, especially if it was a time that trans visibility was less, well, what it is now. It's like when you're reading a story and there's a narrator, and the narrator isn't diegetic. The other characters can't hear the narrator, but the narrator knows stuff, and the narrator's having a conversation with you. And there are certain things that you might take for granted being in the position of being the reader and being on such close terms with the narrator always talking to you and no one else. And in that sense, when we talk about our own histories, we're the narrator. And there's a lot of people who try to take their own frame or their own interpretation or their own assumptions about what your life was or should have been, and they put it in those terms in that context. And sometimes, even for folks who definitely see it as like I was a different person, there's an acknowledgement of care there. It's not always like as a way to like alienate yourself from your past self. Seeing yourself in a different phase of your life sometimes does that. But I think there's something that I just find very endearing about like a story where you know a part of the truth of a character of their self, of their secret, of their identity, of something they really care about, but no one else sees because no one asked or no one cared. And I don't know, there's something special about that. There's a book that we were reading that we need to pick back up. It was from a while ago. We fell off of it. It's called Summer Fun, and it has this narration style where a person is talking about her own life in a more recent past tense. Like she could have been talking about maybe a year or a few months ago, but the chapters alternate with that sort of distance, and then her talking about someone that she has not met, but talking about their trans experience as if they had access to like that person's diary or something, and talks about that person's emotion in a way that at first you're not sure if this person is just talking about her own trans childhood, but knowing in present day like her age and like where she is impossible. And then you also find out that the character that she knows so much about is someone who she is like a big fan of. But even so, there's a sort of magical realism because, especially because she's never met this person and there's no way for her to know so intimately this other trans woman's thoughts, there's this sort of universality or like this specialness that comes to the words, and it really struck with me. It stuck with me in a way that is just very important. I'm not sure how else to articulate it, because it's those words and those contexts, that framework, that truth that can say everything, that framework that you didn't have or that you were denied. And to like, I mean, I guess in a way of saying like you're re-traumatized by going back to the past, by through your nostalgia, in the way of revisiting your past but having the context to make sense of what was so confusing before. I don't know. It's just something I had to speak some words to, even if I don't have a nice and tight conclusion for why it's important. The question was never why do they beat her, not how do we keep them from beating her. It was always, why won't she stop crying? First we crack you open. We make you hide the places where we broke you. Then, if you desire care, we make you prove you're broken. When you do, we say this means you were broken from the start. We justify our mastery over you, the same mastery that crushed you. I can't follow the trans debate because I know what I'm going to hear. The real question under it all. Why won't they stop crying? Two voices arise in my mind. One is Evan Equart saying, if you stop beating her, she'll stop crying. Don't you see that? The second one is Andrea Long Chu. She may never stop crying, she says. You still had no right to beat her. That's a hard one to read. And especially when you live in a realm where, especially as a marginalized person, the expectation, even amongst your own people, is that you are strong, that you are resilient. Being okay with never being fully okay, even if things stabilize. Shit, if within the next year, like, so much of what we've lost ground with like civil rights and reproductive rights and trans rights is reversed, there's still pain, there's still people who have died because of what is happening right now. was happening today and yesterday and the day before. And it's okay to mourn that too. And even in the future when things are better, it's okay if you're still crying, I think. Even though it's hard. How you stay alive. I've been learning this past year what might be the most important thing about my trauma. Not the symptoms, not the causes, not even the treatment. It's this. My trauma is the reason I'm alive. Trauma is just a survival program. When your body knows it isn't safe, it declares emergency mode. If you get a chance to heal, you can come out of that emergency mode. But if that violation continues, your body knows what to do. It's a paradoxical magic unto itself. My numbness, my fearfulness, my way of feeling other people's feelings more easily than my own. These are all ways my trauma has helped me endure my life. Trauma is a refusal of annihilation. Understanding this changed my entire view of life. I felt that my trauma was the worst part of me, a ruin I would never escape. I understand now that what my trauma really is. My body's way of saying that it loves me. And greater still, it loved me all along. It's my body's faith in me that I would get us to safety. That I would someday find the cure for my starvation. Through the darkest times of my life, my trauma was the only clear proof that my body belonged to me. When Andrea Long Chu says that her vagina will not make her happy, I hear her saying that her unhappiness is part of who she is. Trans suffering is part of who we are. It's the clearest proof that our bodies belong to us, that our needs and feelings matter, that we are not dead things on the ground. Evan's perspective too is an understandable part of who he is. I understand wishing yourself away. It flows from the desire to be free from the suffering. Sometimes the only way to know how to express that feeling is, I wish I could have just been cis. That feeling matters, but it doesn't mean the conclusion is correct. Trans medicine heals. It heals beautifully, painfully, with fire and magic and wonder. It restores what was once it restores that which appeared dead. It teaches you that your body can be yours. But trans medicine alone is not the cure for trans suffering, because that suffering is not medical in origin. The origin is cisgender society's profound hostility to trans existence. It's total denial of our personhood. The trans debate reifies the denial of our personhood. It re-traumatizes us. It's cruel to talk about our happiness, to hold our happiness hostage while this goes on. It reinforces the very thing that threatens to annihilate us, the overwhelming dominance of cis people over our lives and bodies. It's so hard to fight that. We're usually left defending what we have, our trauma, our medicine, our magic, our ways of staying alive. Of course I want to defend those things. Of course I think they work. Of course I also think that they shouldn't have to be proven to work for us to have the right to keep them. I'm not sure what my conclusions are for fellow trans people like Urquhart and Chu. My feelings are much clearer. My grief at their pain. My gratitude that they're like me still alive to have this debate. My rage that this is the debate we're made to have. One conclusion I can be sure of: I did not consent to my body. What that means is that I did not consent to the way my body was treated. I did not consent to a world that would violate me. I can't conclude then that transness should be understood as a force, as a condition, or even as a choice. Transness is a part of who some of us are. It's a beautiful, precious thing that should be cherished and protected. I conclude that whatever the justification, cis people have no right to annihilate it. The conclusion that's the hardest for me to find, though, are the ones I'd offer to myself, to the girl in the mirror, in the story of my face, my trauma, and my magic. Making up my body together. I can offer her this. I love her. Violation taught me to hate her, to see her as the ruin of my life. Perhaps the greatest sign of my healing is that I no longer want to. In place of that story of ruin shines the sincerity of my love for her. My passion is to be on her side at all cost. She belongs to me. I am not without her. She kept me alive. And I will never wish her away. It was a really powerful piece of writing for me. Oh, also just reading the writing of other trans people just really gives me some perspective when I'm so up my own ass and in my own head that I can't see up from down. We're gonna switch gears a bit. We're not done talking about queer stuff. But we're gonna move into something a little bit different. I said we're gonna move into something a little bit different, and that is both true and not true. I have this game. I want to show you all. It is about trans stuff. And it is quite harrowing. It's called Saving You From Yourself, and it is a game from the perspective of a gender therapist. And you can choose to be a good one or a bad one. But regardless, you still have the power and are a gatekeeper. Presumably a cis gatekeeper. So I thought we were on just chatting, but apparently we were in games and demos for all that time, which probably really confused a lot of people. But we did our best. This game contains flashing lights. This game contains the use of unprescribed hormones, the unlicensed practice of medicine, and gatekeeping. This content is potentially upsetting. Please take care of yourself and do not play if you need uplifting content. I understand and am willing to see such content. You are a transgender therapist. Your job is not to facilitate accessing medical care, but to prevent people from making mistakes. The patients you encounter might regret transitioning. Your job is to protect them from that. Only you can decide who is really transgender. Remember, each of us wants only one thing from you. Access. Remember, each of them only wants one thing from you. Access to medical care. Don't give it to them unless you are sure they deserve it. You greet your first patient of the day. Arlie? You call out. She stands up. Patient information. Legal name, James Williams. Sex assigned at birth, male, age 22. Arlie, you may come in. How long have you identified as a woman? I'm not sure how to place a date on something like that. I mean, do you remember the first time you felt you identified with your gender? Tell me, when you decided you wanted to transition then? I was 14, but I was afraid of what my parents would do to me, so I decided to wait until I had a place of my own. It took longer than I expected, though. You spend the rest of the session discussing this topic. Time to wrap this up. She handed me a check. She handed me a check for $175. I was the only therapist in the area open enough to treat transgender patients. She paused for a moment. May I have the approval for hormones? I think I've heard enough. I will write you a letter, but I encourage you to continue therapy with me. Processing transition can be difficult. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was really scared you wouldn't accept me. The truth is that I sold half of my video games to make it to this appointment. I can't afford to keep going, but I will never forget the kindness you've shown me. Will you waive the $35 fee for writing a letter of approval for hormones? Sure. Yes, I got a letter. I know, I can't believe it either. I thought for sure they would be terrible. You should totally try them too. I have my blood work appointment this Friday. I can't wait. I'm so excited. They took her blood. After results were back, they wrote Arlie a prescription. She picked up her prescription the next day and moved on with the rest of her life. Her life was not easy, but it was the only life she had, and only she could live it. She did not regret her decision to transition. The end. Play again. So I want to take a moment to recognize, even in this small way, something that was mirrored in May's essay, in that concept of life is not solved, or life is not gonna be absent of pain or struggle from being marginalized, from being trans. But that doesn't mean that transitioning is not worth it, and that a person should not be allowed the choice to choose their fate, despite how shitty it is in the world. But that is the good ending. I am sorry to say we are going to get progressively worse with each run. But do know, if you play this game, if you play this game, you'll get a trophy for what I just did, because you'll get a trophy called Informed Consent, because it's the way that a lot of people believe it should be, myself included. You know what will change your body. You understand the risks and everything. It's like, you know. How long have you identified as a woman? Time to wrap this up. I think we need to spend a little more time together first. Arlie went back to her car without a letter of approval for hormones. Why, I think just seeing a therapist would mean I could transition. How could I be so stupid? I'm an idiot. Why did I think anything would be so simple? She went to meet her friend the next day. So you didn't get any hormones? That's okay. I know a place. Come with me. Arlie went with her friend Denise. They drove for about 2 hours before they arrived. The middle of nowhere opened up to a parking lot. Arlie felt dwarfed by the huge red store in the middle of nowhere with a red sign that simply stated, "Feed." Denise let Arlie inside. She led Arlie to the back, where there were small bottles and blister packages and boxes of syringes. Want some? She offered, holding a blister packet of estrogen and syringes towards her. It's okay. I think I'll wait to see what my therapist says next month. Suit yourself. A little over 1 month later. Arlie? You ask. She stands up. You may come in. You stare at her and she avoids your eye contact. It's clear to you that she isn't actually here for the therapy. She just wants the letter. Let's talk about your sexuality. Because of course you want to talk about that. She is clearly uncomfortable with this line of questioning. I don't think I have any preferences as long as I felt loved. One day I'd like to be with someone, but I don't really care about that kind of thing. Transgender people have a harder time dating. What would you do if you never found someone because you were trans, you ask? I would learn to love myself, Arlie said. You continue for the rest of the session to discuss this topic. You stare at her and she avoids your eye contact. It's clear to you that she isn't actually here for therapy. She just wants a letter. Yes, of course. I'm satisfied you're serious about transitioning. She breathed out a sigh of relief, as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Thank you. You don't know how much this means to me. You charged her your typical fees and sent her on her way. It was scary, and then she sold a lot of things to keep up with the psychologist's fees. Arlie missed her Pokemon greatly, but there will be other Nintendo consoles and other Pokemon games. She still has her pet and things that really matter to her. She went to her appointment a few days later. They took her blood. After results were back, they wrote Arlie a prescription. She picked up her prescription the next day and moved on with the rest of her life. It was not easy, but it was the only life that she had, and only she could live it. She did not regret her decision to transition. The end? Play again. Sorry, you don't deserve hormones yet, says the sistriarchy. It's clear she isn't actually here for therapy. She just wants the letter. No, I think you need to learn to be more patient. Hey, I got rejected again, Arlie said. She paused for a moment. Could you take me there again? Of course. It's getting late. I'll take you there in the morning. They arrived. They entered. Your body will still make tea, but don't worry, I have a solution. They're called castration rings, and they stop the problem right at the source. I'm sorry I scared you. It was scary back when I did it. I was alone. There wasn't anyone back then to make sure I was okay, Denise said. Didn't it hurt? She asked. Do you think that surgery doesn't hurt? In the end, it's all the same. Transitioning is painful. I'm scared. I wish I could offer more. I hope things go better next month. Just remember, be careful trusting your therapist too much. There are a lot of them who just want to make you wait because it brings them money. Denise paused. Don't change yourself because you think it'll make them approve you. Arlie nodded. We can go again next month if you want. She looked like a prisoner awaiting judgment. She didn't seem to notice she lost in thought. Arlie, you may come in. She stands up. Patient information. James Williams. Sex assigned at birth. Male. Age 23. She turned 23 in the time it took to have 3 sessions, so she had to wait even longer for hormones. Tell me about your childhood. What did you like more? Little boy things or little girl things? She leaned over my desk, taking up space that did not belong to her. Does it really matter? She said coolly. I've been coming here for 3 months. I've paid over $500. I'm obviously not psychotic. I'm consenting. I understand what I'm consenting to. Tell me why that isn't enough. You're right, this is enough. No pets allowed. Oh, I just got the last trophy for waiting the she actually, I won't spoil it. We're about to do another run. We'll find out what happens if she doesn't get hormones by the third appointment. And yes, I want to repeat, castration rings are dangerous. Do not, I cannot support that. But like what we were talking about in the reading, like when medicine is not available, we go to what is. In the same way that like a riot is the language of the unheard. If you don't listen long enough to people trying to be civil and trying to be respectful and trying to be peaceful, then eventually people will just do what they have the availability to do and what is accessible to them, especially when they're pushed to the brink. And I want to especially note that Arlie starts from being very like avoidant and like anxious to just fucking pissed. And I get it. I so fucking get it. Arlie did not regret her decision. She just wished that she hadn't been required to make so many sacrifices to get to this point. Her home felt empty after she came back from classes. She got blood work. It stung, and she teared up a little. She picked up her prescription. It ate into her small food budget, but she did not regret it. This was still better than the alternative. If you want to spare yourself a little bit of pain, if you're not sure you can handle the escalation, I will say no one dies. But if you want to step out for like maybe 10-15 minutes, we should be done with the actual game, because this should be our last run. This game contains use of unprescribed hormones, unlicensed practice of medicine, and gatekeeping. This content is potentially upsetting. Please take care of yourself and do not play if you need uplifting content. You're a transgender therapist. Your job is not to facilitate accessing medical care, but to prevent people from making mistakes. The patients you encounter might regret transitioning. Your job is to protect them from that. Only you can decide who is truly transgender. Remember, each one of them only wants one thing from you: access to medical care. Don't give it to them unless you're sure they deserve it. You get your first patient of the day. Arlie, you call out. She stands up. 22. Arlie, you may come in. Tell me about your ideal body. She tenses up at the question. It's obvious that it makes her uncomfortable. Ask her for concrete details, testing her knowledge of the effects of hormones. She knows what they do, but is clearly uneasy about discussing her own body. You spend the rest of the session teasing apart this. She states that the effects of testosterone on her body bother her and that she would like to start hormones as soon as possible. Let's wrap this up. Appointment's almost over. She's handed over a check of 100. Wow, stream died. Let's see. Looks like we're reconnecting. So you didn't get hormones. That's okay. I know a place. Come with me. Arlie went with her friend Denise. They drove for about 2 hours before they arrived. The middle of nowhere opened up to a parking lot. Arlie felt dwarfed by the huge red store in the middle of nowhere. The huge red store in the middle of nowhere with a sign that simply stated feed. Denise led Arlie inside. She led Arlie to the back where there were small bottles and blister packets and boxes of syringes. Want some? She offered, holding a blister packet of estrogen and syringes towards her. It's okay. I think I'll wait and see what my therapist says next month. Suit yourself. A little over 1 month later. Arlie, you ask? She stands up. You may come in. You stare at her, and she avoids your eye contact. It's clear to you that she isn't actually here for therapy. She just wants a letter. Tell me how you decided on the name Arlie. My name was chosen based on my favorite video game character. Arlie chirped cheerfully. She continues talking about herself. You learn that she likes video games, has a pet axolotl, and is going to college with a major in genealogy. None of these things have anything to do with her gender. I don't know, I think axolotl is pretty gender. Why do you want to transition? You could do all these things as a man. I just do. I want to be able to decide how my body changes and what kind of gender society views me as. You move from topic to topic until the session ended. You stare at her and she avoids your eye contact. It's clear to you that she isn't actually here for therapy. She just wants the letter. No, I think you need to be more patient. Hey, I got rejected again, Arlie said. She paused for a moment. Could you take me there again? Of course. It's getting late though. I'll take you there in the morning. They arrived. They entered. Your body will make tea, but don't worry, I have a solution. They're called castration rings. They stop the problem right at the source. I'm sorry I scared you. It was scary when I did it. I was alone. There wasn't anyone back then to make sure I was okay, Denise said. Didn't it hurt? Do you think that surgery doesn't hurt? In the end, it's all the same. Transitioning is painful. I'm scared. I wish I could offer more. I hope things go better next month. Just remember, be careful trusting your therapist too much. There are a lot of them who just want to make you wait because it gets them more money. Denise paused. Don't change yourself just because you think it'll make them approve of you. Arlie nodded. We can go again next month if you want. She looked like a prisoner awaiting judgment. She didn't seem to notice, lost in thought. Arlie, you may come in. She stands up. Legal name. Sex assigned at birth. Age 23. You lead her to your office. What would you do if I told you you could never transition? I would ignore you and find a way, she said flatly. She cut you off as you began to explore this topic with more hypothetical questions. Are you going to write me an approval letter for hormones or not? I need more time to evaluate you. I've heard enough. I'm done. She left without paying you or making another appointment. You never saw her again. It's obvious now that she wasn't serious about transitioning. You exist to protect people who aren't serious about making a mistake. You exist to protect people who aren't serious from making a mistake. You did not take this job to be liked. You do not do this job to make people happy. You do this to protect them. Today, you did your job.
We came back to the farm supply store again. The packaging said, if animals could talk, they'd ask for this brand. When I told Denise, she didn't think it was funny. We stood together in the checkout line. The cashier asked us if we were cat breeders. I froze. I couldn't answer them. Denise lied and made small talk as if this were all normal. sat in silence in the truck as we drove home. It was a long drive. I thought about the fact that we had traveled all of this distance to get medical supplies meant for animals, and this was all that we had. A question formed in my mind. Denise, are we subhuman? I asked her. For just one moment, I caught Denise's face looking off guard. Then she answered, "Yeah, we are." Arl, your problem is that what you think's happening to you is some sad, tragic thing, but it's not. That's what you don't get. It's normal. I told her it wasn't normal. She responded, "Not having trauma is abnormal. If you haven't been raped or homeless or had massive trauma, then you would be weird. The only reason it seems abnormal is that the successful trans people, the ones who survive, get to tell their stories, get to control the narrative. The ones like us, we die in silence or we move on and try to forget." I told her it wasn't true what she was saying. She replied, "Do you know any trans people who are okay? I mean, really okay?" I guess that's the moment that I started seeing myself as subhuman.
Thanks, I hate it. This is from the same dev as, if I'm not mistaken, the same dev as, he fucked the girl out of me, which is like a trans femme perspective on survival sex work. And it is equally harrowing. Something that really surprises about that ending, the one that feels in a way like the true ending because it's the only ending with voice acting, you know? It feels... I'm gonna show you some of the reviews of this, actually. As a trans person, this game bothered me quite a bit. Something felt wrong. This isn't an accurate representation, nor is it education. The text, "Only you can decide who is really transgender," bothers me too. I wouldn't mind so much if it was marked more as being from the point of view of a more corrupt therapist. It feels narcissistic and borderline transphobic. This game made me feel extremely uncomfortable in 2 of the 3 endings. Like, bruh, why? I'm really split on what to give this for review. I've been playing loads of quick, easy visual novel games for their achievements and skipping the story where possible, but I cannot help but see how harmful the views in this story were. I can only guess it was written by someone who doesn't know what they are talking about because the views are harmful and damaging. I'm not a trans person. So I cannot speak to the impact of that, but I am a therapist, and I can say for certain this is not a realistic way of working. They could have made a crap game and not done any harm, but they chose to do both. I'm highlighting these particular reviews because this does have mixed reviews, and I find that a lot of people are struggling with media literacy when looking at this, and it is a very harrowing fucking thing to play, and you are playing literally a villain. And I'm gonna be real, like, it not being true to how a therapist may think and how, like, their training works and whatever else, is immaterial because often writers don't have the first-hand account of like what it means and how someone's thing is informed. And also, like, I hate the fucking the media literacy fail of I need someone to double down in bold text that this person is a villain or bad, or we're not supposed to like empathize with them or something, because it's very clear that the therapist is shitty. But the thing is, it is the normality. Having a good therapist is the weird thing for a trans person. In the same way of like what they were saying in that last ending, that like being abused, having a history of trauma, being like really fucked up, being taken advantage of, and all these ways, like facing homelessness and all this shit, is the more normal thing, and is actually more abnormal, like statistically within the population of trans people, for that stuff not to occur. And although it is obviously very much not coming from like a quote-unquote realistic place, from the sense of like how a therapist might measure it up, I suppose, like from the perspective of the reality of trans people who have to fucking talk to cis gatekeepers in order to get hormones, to get the letter to get hormones, like, it's true as heck. Although I do have to admit, our experience of getting HRT, like from jump, was not like this. We lived in an informed consent state at the time. We lived in Los Angeles, California. We did not have like a bunch of hurdles. Like, we went into a clinic. We got the day we came in saying, "Yo, trans." We read the paper. We watched a video, informed consent. We signed some shit, and we fucking we talked to an endocrinologist. We certainly didn't talk to a therapist, and we weren't really versed in like all the stuff that most trans people have to go through. So we thought that it was super normal. The low amount of resistance we got. But that is not the case for a lot of people, especially not people who are not in America. We've known trans people who have been on wait lists for hormones for as long as we've been on them. Like, there's a way that fiction is fiction, but it also can speak to a truth. And even if this isn't like in some way autobiographical, this is a very, like, there's truth to these experiences. And I think it's really easy for someone in power to like shit on something like this, to say that it is bad as coming from like a bad position. But when I see trans people like not seeing the forest for the trees and shit, it reminds me of that respectability politics stuff, and it reminds me of that thing that I'm banging in my drum about this whole stream of like being trans wrongly. And I mean, shit, now I'm thinking about all the parallels too, like how like, for example, ICE is often fucking staking out like immigration hearings where people are going through the right channels to get like legal citizenship, and they're getting fucking detained and deported on their way to do the thing that they're supposed to be doing, and doing the like due process shit. Like, there's some people have the experience of trying to get, like, going through this stuff to get hormones by going through these channels and this gatekeeping, and they get like super abused and like treated unfairly, and then like in one of those endings, they don't want to put up anymore. They find like another. Sometimes it's not even that they go and do like DIY stuff. Sometimes they just find a better fucking therapist. And then it's like, oh, I guess they weren't serious anyway. and it's like you rattle the cage, and then when the person inside the cage screams back at you, you go, oh, they're dangerous. Tale as old as time. Your anger at being marginalized is actually bad. And shit, even that stuff we were talking, that got mentioned in the writings and readings before, about how like talking about like the abuse that we've experienced is even seen as like an abusive act or a shameful act or a shitty act. And just to see even like other trans people in like fucking comments of this or like having reviews of this and being like, oh, this is bad or whatever, is just like, it just make it make sense. It feels like it's supposed to give an uncomfortable view of the power therapists have over trans people. Yes. And I think a lot of cis people will probably feel uncomfortable with like looking this in the face. Especially because nowhere in this story is there a good cis person. Even on the best possible route, there is still the underlining power, and every run starts with, you have the power to choose who is transgender. It is up to you to decide who is transgender. That is the power that is explicitly been given. Even if no one implicitly thinks that, they do have that power. And that is what this game is about. I'm friends with someone who got denied hormones. It's fucking nonsense. Or like, you oppress a nation and steal their land until a terror cell forms inside that nation, and then use that as an excuse to genocide that country? I think that calling Hamas a terrorist cell is a little bit of lacking nuance, but you're not wrong. In the same way that the Black Panthers are considered a terrorist organization after they started feeding children. You don't actually have to be a terrorist organization to be considered one, also. Gosh, I wonder if I'm gonna get nuked from space for saying that. But I mean, now I have to worry so much about all our VODs holding us hostage and basically being like, oh no, if I lose my account or if I get suspended, I'll lose all my VODs. Like, no, I won't. I lost most of the VODs. If they're not saved, I lost them. I did all I could. So now I don't feel as bound to like being as acceptable, especially in the political sense, for what's okay for me to say on Twitch. I mean, I don't know. I've been seeing like Hassan talk about a lot of like Palestinian stuff, right? And I mean, obviously Specchio didn't even specify like a country. I'm the one who's being very direct and specific. And honestly, even in that hypothetical situation, even if it is like, even in the hypothetical situation, and it actually is like what we're talking about, like a terrorist cell, it's still like the 9/11 happened because of what America did, and hurting people and training people with military power, and giving them like tools with the military for like for the purpose of American interventionism, and then like fuck them over because that's what always happens. And then they get surprised that the people that they trained and like dehumanized decided to do something. And it's not to say that anyone deserves to die. I think 9/11 is a terrible tragedy. But also, it didn't come out of nowhere, and America definitely contributed to what happened. while also being like, how could this happen to our innocent nation that has never done anything wrong ever? The only reason Hamas has any power is that Israel and the wider West refuse to do anything about Gaza genocide, and the blame for children's TV telling kids to commit acts of terror, and even blame for October 7th is at least Israelis and Americans. Yeah, the American government is definitely helping to enable the Palestinian genocide. Apparently the UK too. We posted about it in Discord earlier. There was a streamer talking about it because like pro-Palestinian action is being considered under a vote in the UK right now, I think, for if it should be considered terrorist action, which, you know, sounds a lot like when Antifa was declared a terrorist organization by the United States government. Which I'm not sure, but that might have even been under Biden that happened. Fucking intense. Here we are, 8 hours in the stream, and still, like, there's so much we could go into. I think I want to go into some of the stuff we had on another date. I think that it might bloat stream too much to go too much into all the readings that we had. If we want to get any more gaming done. But I do think we should do at least one more. I want to do one more reading, which is going in a different direction than I meant to. But that just means that I'll have to think about how to recontextualize it in a fresh way for when we, I don't know, come back in a few weeks to talk about some of the research that I won't get to talk about this stream. Also, I don't want to overstimulate everyone with, like, negativity. Like, I mean, I do love, like, say, traumatic media, for example. Like, don't get me wrong, we're gonna play some games that have some, like, some stuff in them, but, like, I want to do my best to not aggravate anyone's feeling not okay right now, because I don't feel okay right now either. I do not have to worry about getting locked out of reading this article. I always worry about that when we're reading Medium articles, and I just, like, so much anxiety. Because you can only read a certain amount of Medium articles a month before Medium is like, you need to sign up. And even beyond that, you have to pay to, like, be able to like read without any interruptions. But this is not Medium. This is Substack. And this is a different trans writer. This is actually Julia Serrano, the author of Whipping Girl. If folks know what that is. Oh, right. I should change to just chatting. Feel free to check in with yourself. Make sure you're okay. And do the best you can. We believe in you. On male socialization and the trans mass versus trans femme discourse TM. It's not uncommon for people who wish to delegitimize trans women and trans feminine people, either as individuals or en masse, and invoke our supposed male socialization. I discuss the many problems inherent in such claims in great length in my 2007 book Whipping Girl, and in my 2022 essay Why Are AMAB Trans People Denied the Closet? I won't reiterate everything that I argued in those spaces, but I do want to hone in on one point. Nobody actually believes in male socialization, or at least not in the way they're implying when they deploy this phrase against trans femme/feminine people. Granted, there was a time, read mid 1900s, when behaviorists like B.F. Skinner ruled psychology and argued that our brains were basically blank slates shaped entirely by the positive and negative reinforcement we receive while growing up. But nobody believes this anymore. Humans exhibit well-documented innate cognitive processes and internal desires, and individuals' nature and inexplicably vary greatly in our personalities, aptitudes, interests, and tendencies. If socialization was an all-powerful force that irreparably shapes who you are, then there would be no trans or queer people, as we would have internalized all the cis heteronormative conditioning that we were bombarded with as children. If socialization worked like that, there would be no butch lesbians or trans male/masculine people, as they would have all turned out to be the perfectly feminine women doting on their cis-het husbands in accordance with patriarchy. If socialization really worked the way that some people imply when they wield male socialization against trans female/feminine people, then gender conversion therapy would work every single time. But it doesn't. In fact, medical professionals largely agree that it is ineffective and unethical because socialization doesn't work like that. For trans female/feminine people, male socialization was our conversion therapy. It wasn't what we wanted, but it was thrusted upon us anyway. For some of us, it didn't stick at all. Some of us pretended to go along with it out of fear. Read, we were in the closet, until we were finally in a place where we could safely escape it. Yeah, like in the game where Ari says that that she thought she knew that she wanted to transition when she was 14, but she literally waited till she moved out of her parents' house because she was afraid of what might happen. I'm a trans tomboy. Expression is different from identity. Yes, very true. So, what is male or female or cisgender heterosexual socialization then? Well, I describe it as like wading in the ocean, like waves constantly pushing you in one direction. Although sometimes there are other currents, the undertow, e.g. the undertow, pushing you in another direction as well. If you've ever gone to the beach and watched people in the ocean, you know that they don't all automatically wind up in the same place, because every individual has some degree of agency. We can choose to float with the current and see where it takes us, or we can walk or swim against the current, which is admittedly harder but totally doable, and wind up someplace else. All trans and queer people have pushed against the waves of our cis heteronormative socializations and wound up someplace else. So we should all be able to relate to this. We also understand that the ways of socialization don't stop once you reach adulthood, and they certainly don't stop if you transition. Here's a short passage from the book Sexed Up, where I describe the in-between period of my transition, where I was never quite sure what gender people were reading me as. As I began working on this chapter, I reread the diary that I kept from my transition and found that I often use water analogies to refer to this period in my life. I was caught in the currents of a raging river, or surfing a wave of other people's expectations, adrift out at sea without an anchor. Basically, I felt untethered and not all in control in such situations. I felt this way because the waves of socialization were literally shifting all around me. Eventually, once the rest of the world began reliably perceiving me as female, those were very different and often harsher currents than what I experienced when I was perceived male. But there were still currents, and they continued to push me in directions I did not necessarily want to go. As before, I found myself swimming against the tide much of the time. Trans male/masculine people in my life tell similar stories. Being perceived male isn't some kind of panacea, as you still have to navigate waves of expectations, assumptions, and meanings that may be unfamiliar, uncomfortable, or anathema to you. I feel like everything I've said so far should be pretty relatable, especially for other trans people. Given all this, it's extremely frustrating when other trans and queer folks invoke male socialization as a reason to not trust, or listen to, or accept trans femme/feminine people. In fact, that this male socialization argument is complete bullshit first struck me when I was doing outreach for Camp Trans, which worked to overturn the Michigan women's music festivals' long-standing woman-born, woman-only policy. And Whipping Girl, I described this conversation I had with a cis lesbian who supported the policy. The fact that socialization is a specious argument because became obvious to me is a spacious argument became obvious to me during an exchange I had with a trans woman exclusionist who insisted that my being raised male was the sole reason in her mind for me to be disqualified from entering women's only spaces. So I asked her if she was open to allowing trans women who are anatomically male but have been socialized female, something that's not all that uncommon for trans female / feminine children these days. She admits having concerns about their attending. Then I asked how she would feel about a person who was born female yet raised male against her will, and who, after a lifetime of pretending to be male in order to survive, finally reclaimed her female identity upon reaching adulthood. After being confronted with this scenario, the woman concluded that she would be inclined to let this person enter the woman's only space, thus demonstrating that her argument about male socialization was really an argument about biology after all. In fact, after being pressed a bit further, she admitted that the scenario of a young girl who was forced against her will into boyhood made her realize how traumatic and dehumanizing male socialization could be for someone who was female identified. This, of course, is exactly how many trans women experience their own childhoods. Thinking back to May's thing about feeling like puberty was a forced sex change. And also like the expectations and like people trying to force you to be that thing that you're trying to revolt against or you don't want, and your body is marking you as being the thing despite you going no. Obviously, it was hypocritical for this lesbian to believe that she was capable of transcending the cis heteropatriarchal socialization that she faced, but that trans women are supposedly incapable of doing the same. But like I said, she wasn't actually talking about male socialization. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if she, like many trans women exclusionists, shifted her argument from male socialization to male privilege or male energy instead, which are similarly flawed when invoked this way, as detailed in Whipping Girl and why are AMAB trans people denied the closet. I think that, and this is me talking, I think the male energy argument is something that I see sometimes, unfortunately, in trans femme spaces, in the sense that, or in trans spaces in general, in the sense that, there are, like, certain, thresholds that people hold of, like, okay, unless you just, like, realize or your egg just cracked today, I need you to like try, as Blair White would say, you're not trying hard enough, right? There's a very much a hard standards that are levied against trans people who are lauded as not doing enough, and this isn't just a trans femme thing. I promise you that there are trans mass people who have a cannibalistic streak in their own communities, just like trans femmes can, of like being hierarchical and like trans purity based on stereotypical gender standards or expectations, or like body or like body or like expression policing, that sort of thing. It's very shitty, and of course a lot of it does get siphoned off in this way of, or maybe I shouldn't say siphoned off, I should say like sort of like this bait and switch where it's like, oh, we're not talking about people who are early in transition. We're just talking about those shitty people who say they're non-binary and they put no effort into social or hormonal transition. And you know, the goalpost just keeps drifting and drifting, and these like hypotheticals where you assume what someone's internal world is, and it's just, ugh. While male socialization, privilege, and energy are completely different things, the first typically refers to one's upbringing, the second refers to social advantages experienced by those who are perceived male, and the third seems to refer to masculine gender expression. They are rhetorically levied against trans female, feminine people in the exact same manner, to insist that we are permanently poisoned by maleness and therefore inherently oppressive and dangerous. I get why the cis lesbian I encountered all those years ago might have bought into this framing. After all, if maleness and masculinity are inherently poisonous, oppressive, and dangerous, then she, as a so-called real woman, must be inherently pure and safe by comparison. But it confounds me as to why a small yet vocal contingent of trans male / masculine people seem to buy into this line of thinking too. So why am I talking about the discourse TM now? If you're unfamiliar with it, Jude Doyle's recent essay, Trans Mass Misogyny and the Red Six of Spades, thoughtfully discusses some of the dynamics involved. I have less hands-on experience with it. The trans male / masculine people in my life get along fine with trans female / feminine people and vice versa. I only see the discourse TM on occasional online when it gets retweeted / shared on my social media feeds. I much the same see that sort of thing in that too. We haven't seen a lot of that in the spaces that we inhabit, luckily, or at least since COVID. When we used to have more experience in flesh space community, we definitely felt it, but it was sort of like microaggression stuff. I hate when people treat puberty as somehow less dangerous or unconsenting as HRT. Yeah, it's because it's, I mean, the naturalization of it, or rather it does happen, right? But humans have so much control. We have so much control over, or theoretically, we have so much control over our bodies and our realities. From like the technologies that we have, and HRT is just one such technology, and it's fucked that like it's fucked that there are certain changes that go against like quote unquote biology, or go against quote unquote the natural order of things. And it's like a sort of a double standard. I mean, shit is filled with double standards. In the same way that like hormone or puberty blockers for trans kids are like discourse wise and increasingly in more and more places not okay, but in those same places a presumably cis child can get puberty blockers. It's fucking messed up. When it gets retweeted, shared, hold on over. Okay. When it gets retweeted / shared on my social media feeds, or when trans male / masculine individuals whom I've never met call me a turf for posting about trans misogyny, or refer to Whipping Girl as a landlord positivity self-help book? Yes, these things have actually happened. These claims don't make any logical sense, but they're not supposed to make literal sense. Much like male socialization slash privilege slash energy, they serve one purpose: to depict me and potentially other trans femme slash feminine people as inherently poisonous, dangerous, and oppressive. Rather than litigate inane things that people on the internet say, I want to talk about the dynamics behind this discourse, as they impact all trans people to varying degrees. I've come to call this the cultural feminism doom loop. I discuss it in far greater detail in my essay, Penises, Privilege, and Feminists and LGBTQ plus Purity Politics. That was actually, if you notice, the literally the next tab I have right next to the thing that I'm reading right now. Unfortunately, I don't think we will have the... Honestly, I don't even want to say time. I don't know about the spoons is the thing. Like, I'm gonna be so happy to switch gears after this. Like, believe me. Especially in the penultimate section, cultural feminism and transgender purity politics. But here's the quick too long didn't read. Cultural feminism is arguably the worst strand of feminism, but unfortunately, it's everywhere. In Whipping Girl, I described it as being invested in oppositional sexism, but flipping traditional sexism, such that women are now deemed inherently good and pure and men inherently oppressive and dangerous. See the Barbie movie. Cultural feminism forms the backbone of gender-critical turf ideology. It also informs mainstream feminism, for instance, and the idea that there would be no violence or other social ills if female politicians ran the government or if every company had a female CEO, and so on. It's extremely anti-intersectional, and it's obviously bullshit, as men and women commit acts of violence and act oppressively towards other marginalized groups. But it's popular because it's simple and it paints cis women as victims who are entirely free of any culpability. If only we could buy more spoons. Well, I mean, it's depending on like what you're working with. Like, some people can recharge their spoons. I can certainly recharge my spoons. We do it on breaks or as much as we can. But it would be nice if I could just go to the local spoon dispensary. Trans male slash... Oh, sorry. Because it's everywhere, cultural feminism has seeped into trans politics. And if men are deemed as oppressive, corruptive force, and women are pure yet vulnerable, victims of male oppression, then trans people must be either one of the following three things. Trans male slash masculine people are the victims of male oppression because they are AFAB and experience female socialization, which, if true, implies that trans female slash feminine people are male oppressors. 2. Trans female slash feminine people are the victims of male oppression because we move through the world as women and femmes in the here and now, which, if true, implies that trans mas slash masculine people are male oppressors. Or 3. All trans people have been corrupted slash poisoned by maleness slash masculinity in one way or another, which, if true, means that we should all be lumped into the same male oppressor category. As someone who's been involved in trans communities for 30 years, I can tell you that number 3 was the predominant feminist attitude for most of that time. But with increasing trans acceptance, some cis feminists, especially those who adhere to cultural feminism, seem more inclined to embrace argument number 1, which not only smears trans female slash feminine people as oppressors, but misgenders all of us. See Jude Doyle's essay for more on this. The amount of men who don't understand that the anti-male sexism in the Barbie movie was a brand of critique, was a critique of that brand of feminism, is staggering. Oh yeah, it's insane. Though, to be fair, I don't think the Barbie movie goes far enough, and also Mattel gets to have its cake and eat it too, because Mattel gets to make fun of itself at the same time and show that they're actually woke. It kind of sucks. It's cultural feminism by way of See, wouldn't it be bad if we just reversed everything? Although I guess there's a sort of a wedge sort of villain thing in the Barbie movie where the Kens are like the main antagonists in a way, but obviously it's actually like patriarchy. But then you have them like fucking Mattel board of CEOs, but they're so like laughable and like toothless in like the actual stakes of the movie that like the real world Mattel basically gets to pretend to be like the lovable idiot that can't hurt anyone. Though that's a more deep critique of the Barbie movie. Like on its face it is feminist. It's not turfy either, as far as I can tell. But it certainly is mainstream feminism. As someone who's been involved in trans communities for 30, I read that. In my 2007 landlord positivity self-help book, I my brain farted. She's being sarcastic. In my 2007 landlord positivity self-help book, Whipping Girl, I strive to show the myriad ways in which trans female/feminine people are negatively impacted by societal misogyny. In it, I coined the term trans misogyny to refer to the intersection of oppositional and traditional sexism in our lives. I made it very clear, both in the book and in my subsequent writings, that trans male/masculine people who face oppositional sexism, e.g. transphobia, and traditional sexism misogyny, albeit not quite in the same way. For more on this, see this essay and a video in the works that I will link when it comes out. Unfortunately, due to the ever-present Spencer of cultural feminism, some people have misinterpreted trans misogyny as argument number 2 from above, even though that wasn't at all my intention. Just a refresher. Trans female/feminine people are the victims of male oppression because we move through the world as women and femmes in the here and now, which if true implies that trans male/masculine people are male oppressors. Even though that wasn't at all my intention. Plus, I explicitly critiqued cultural feminism in my book. This seems to have led some trans male/masculine people to either appropriate the term trans misogyny to describe their own experience, or to denounce the concept entirely. These reactions, together with some trans male/masculine individuals' centering of their AFAB/female socialization status, are often read or misread as argument 1. When I first saw the terms trans misogyny affected, TMA, and trans misogyny exempt, TME, I thought they were potentially useful non-binary and non-identity based ways of discussing the phenomenon. But sometimes they seem to be used in response to the trans male/masculine reaction to trans misogyny that I described in the previous paragraph. And if you mistakenly presume that trans misogyny equals only trans female/feminine people experience misogyny, then trans misogyny exempt will likely strike you as a doubling down on argument 2. This is why I call it the cultural feminism death loop. It's a zero-sum game where we all have to avert our female/feminine credentials if we want to be taken seriously. And we may be swept up into this discourse TM for different reasons. I'm sure that there are some trans people who are fully invested in cultural feminism and are sincerely making arguments 1 or 2. But many of us are being misinterpreted as making arguments 1 or 2 if we are simply talking about our own personal experience with misogyny and or trans misogyny. It's interesting to hear about the term trans misogyny from the source, because I've heard people arguing one way or the other about it, and if it's transphobic to not have a specific term for like not having a specific term that equates to trans misogyny but is flipped like and mirrored, like, I guess, trans misandry, but like there is no systemic misandry. And like even like cis women who have power on the right are legitimized through patriarchy, not misandry. So it was very confusing for me. So it provides so much clarity hearing it from the person who coined the term, as opposed to people deliberating whether or not the term is is specific enough or too specific. But you can also be the victim of misogyny as like a guy. Just like how patriarchy doesn't uplift all men, but men are elevated by patriarchy, usually rich white men. It's both a critique of misandry and of toxic masculinity. The moment Beachkin just fucking cries about how much he can't handle the unrealistic expectations of him as a man is one of my favorite parts. Valid. Honestly, it's a reflection of like what a lot of like the manosphere is, of like recognizing like how men suffer, but then like pinning the blame on like queer people or women, you know? The only way out of this, as far as I can see, is for us as a trans community to explicitly and loudly reject cultural feminism, both its essential and its zero-sum conceptualization of gender-based oppression. If we did this, then we could all openly discuss our experiences with oppositional and traditional sexism and the intersection thereof, without any other trans people presuming that we're implying that they are not been impacted by these factors, or worse, that they must be one of our oppressors. Finally, I'd specifically address one argument that has arisen from this cultural feminism doom loop. Ooh, excuse me. It goes something like this. Trans female / feminine people have or exert power over trans male / masculine people because we have visibility while they do not. While this may have made some sense in the mid-2010s, which much of that trans visibility was positive, it makes little sense today when trans female / feminine people are regularly smeared as sexual predators, fetishists, and groomers in anti-trans political campaigns. And visibility can suck if you're a part of a small marginalized population, but visibility can also suck, especially when it involves you being publicly demonized. One manifestation of trans misogyny is that trans female / feminine people face undue attention and scrutiny. Our every move, misstep, and imagined motives are dissected, overanalyzed, and amplified, often to horrific ends. I'd argue that trans male / masculine visibility is the flip side of the same coin. Insert Jude Doyle's red sits of spades analogy here. To put this a different way, dismantling the mindsets and structures that lead to trans misogyny are likely to dismantle trans male / masculine visibility as well. Regardless of whether the last point resonates with you, I do know that our fates, that is, all trans and gender diverse people's fates, are tied together right now, especially given the ongoing mainstream anti-trans moral panic. One thing amongst many that we all do is make the world a little more tolerable is to reject cultural feminism and its anti-trans death loop. I think that there's something that I really want to, especially since I don't know how much longer we're going to go on, that I really want to hammer home, and like that I want to like sort of centralize a lot of what we've been talking about today, because I want a focus on like solidarity within the trans community, because there are lots of ways that we get divided, and I mean even in the wider like queer community, like, you know, there's so much backbiting, there can be so much throwing under the bus, and there can be a lot of talking past each other, assuming that people don't have our best interests at heart, or that their experiences and their approaches invalidate our own. And I think that it is really dangerous to assume that a person does not see your pain within a community that has been defined so much by pain, because it is really easy to become misanthropic, to see yourself as like very victimized. And I think that even within very valid like having been harassed or victimized, like one can start to be like really paranoid, very distrustful, as has been talked about, like with allostatic load. And like having certain experiences will make you less likely to be trustful in the future when the same sort of circumstances come up. And I think, especially right now, a lot of people that are like us have been the type of hurt that we have been bonding with other queers over a lot lately is the social death that happens when you're not pure enough for the queer community or for whoever. The people who, in some regard, should be in your corner are not. And having seen this and experienced this firsthand, and honestly, literally, I am going to end stream before I get to play like most of the games that we fucking had planned to play, because I am tired. This is 8.5 hours of stream, and I played a game that was very important. That's all I played, and we mostly did talking. I did do the drawing too, and this is all important stuff. But like, damn, I felt like my joy was fucking taken today. And if it was like a random fucking turf came in, and that was how it happened, it would be a totally different context, and maybe I still would be so tired that I didn't want to keep going. And there's a lot of stuff on my mind, and I gotta like check in with people. I gotta make sure people are okay. I gotta make sure I'm okay. We regularly push ourselves way beyond our level that we have to. The thing of like pushing until it's obvious that you cannot keep doing the thing, so you feel that it is, even if no one's testing you, that you feel like you have done enough, that it is that you have not done a hard day's work, that you have not done productivity if you're not ready to collapse at the end of the day. And we don't always push it to that hyperbolization, but like, we still wanted to play 2 more 2-hour games, and a game that we don't know how long it will take, that would probably take 2 to 3 hours. First play in the best of circumstances, and if we had time, a 3-hour visual novel. That's not feasible. It's just not, especially right now. This is supposed to be a makeup stream, and we're probably not streaming for the rest of the week because all the other shit we got going on, and I'm actually really fucking pissed. I'm really fucking pissed that a fellow queer person, a fellow trans person came in and so thoroughly like put me off track. And I'm mad that I'm so susceptible to something like that, you know? But I mean, also, I am a sensitive sunflower. And I mean, I took up space this stream. I allowed myself to be upset. I allowed myself to speak like I wanted to as much as I could, I guess. And I don't know. It is weird to think that I wish I was stronger. I wish I could keep going. I wish I could keep the stream going for a couple more hours. I wish I could finish one more game. But I will be not doing my due diligence to myself or my system. And I certainly wouldn't be setting a good example for this community if I didn't take the time to heal. There will be other streams. And I guess I got some more stuff to add to our stuff we wanna and gotta play stuff. Honestly, we probably need to reorganize that list of commitments as well. We got a lot of stuff to think about. I wish it was easier being queer. I wish it was easier being trans. I wish that I didn't have to so constantly think about straddling the line between topics so stark and upsetting that it will make me lose viewership for someone validly needing to take space for themselves, and just dipping like super completely into like wish fulfillment, like fantasy. I'd be banging around like a pinball. I want myself long streams. I have goals. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here thinking my community will hate me for not streaming for longer. I know people are gonna accept me, taking time, taking a break, and like, and stopping earlier than I envisioned myself on a 8-hour stream on a day that I wasn't even supposed to stream. But you know, time blindness is also a thing, and when we're whipped up, we can talk for a really long time. And this is not that different than that. Honestly, in the time that we talked about all the stuff we did today, we probably could have finished every game we had on this list. But it would have been a different stream, it would have been a different time, it would have been a different day. You did pretty good this stream. It was a tough topic, and you deserve a good rest. Thank you. I thought I'd be able to switch way more easily from the rougher stuff to the easier stuff, and I was like, even cutting the rough stuff short, I still feel drained. Honestly, I need to take care of myself. I'm not even gonna fucking raid. And social streams are nice. Like, honestly, I understand that, like, and I also understand that, like, having these discussions and like being more involved instead of y'all just watching us play and reacting to our play and us, you know, like, with whatever's happening in the game, like, I don't know, it's more, it can be more impactful to have these conversations, and it's important to have them. But next time we stream, hopefully we're gonna pick a lighter topic. We're gonna do the normal just chatting shit in a more low stakes way, and do video games. We will try to find a balance. Also want to keep in mind the people were talking about that they would like sort of like voice exercise thing, community thingy, so we might do something like that again this summer, like maybe do that in community nights or something. We gotta figure it out. We'll workshop it. But yeah, be nice to people even if you don't understand them. If someone is being queer in a way that you don't understand, be compassionate. And if you can't be compassionate, maybe just don't, just go the other way. Be kind to yourself and be kind to others. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. Hopefully we'll see each other again. But if we don't, thank you. Have a good night.